It's NRG versus FlyQuest in our first best of one of day 2 here in Cologne. Both teams with a loss versus Game Legion and win versus Sinners to start off their Cologne campaigns just yesterday. Similar results, Janko, but how are these two teams different? What kind of stood out from yesterday?
They're both here courtesy of Gamer Legion, right? Took them down both on Inferno, but I think these teams are a little bit similar in the sense of they have some veteran players, they have some talent, they have experience, right? But they haven't had the results lately, and they've struggled in FlyQuest's case to even play top tier opposition and get good practice in, and that's why you see sometimes the contrast between some good moments that come from preparation and practice and some poor Counter-Strike from situational Counter-Strike and those moments where you're having advantages and are just not communicating very well and not closing out rounds.
I don't know what that's doing. Pam? Who's that? Never heard of her. Who is she? Anyway, yeah, let's talk about Gamer Legion and the fact that they were almost beaten by FlyQuest. Almost, Ash. But it didn't.
I think there was some
Toto საინტერესო მაჩები დაიწყება აბა შემდეგი კვირიდან, ანუ 2 დღეში, 5-ში.
Kind of in Snacks style, they just kept doing it.
6-ში იქნება წესით უკვე 3 დღეში იქნება, კაროჩე რა.
It was a close one there. I think the game that was close to me was the NRG one because it all turned on its head with a force buy loss, and at that point NRG had a really bad start. They turned it around, it looked like they were going to win the game. With FlyQuest I felt like they were kind of given some rounds because their game plan worked better, and then eventually Snacks outcalled them at the end of the game.
Yeah, let's dive into some of those examples then from FlyQuest yesterday. You've got a couple to look at from both games, right?
Yeah, so example of good preparation, what a boot camp can do for you. First gun round, this is set in the game plan before the game started. If you're 3-0, we're doing this round. Top mid smoke early on to deny some vision. You're going to see 3B opening. Maybe they see this. Gamer Legion, like a lot of teams, if you're down 3-0, CT side, Inferno, you're going to open 3B for that banana control. Just some utility smoke, molly HE to sort of try to keep them there as long as possible. This is a nice little HE so that JKS's teammates can walk through the smoke with vision, and then just the A execute sort of comes in. You can see that it's only 2 defenders in the bottom side as they're hitting it. Third one will have to come through the smoke. Not the cleanest of executions, but they get it done and win the round, right? And that's it, and that's very nice. And we have another example can go south for them when rounds sort of break down. So here, early aggression from backside, gonna find a double kill, 4v3 situation, right? They have the man advantage as we see Sinners going towards that B bomb site.
Energy smoke-ება გვინდა დღეს, ბერვა smoke-ება გვინდა. კიდე კაი, ბერვა და ბეთმუნ ერთმანეთს არ დაეჯახა. და გლადიატ, კაროჩე, ბერვა ბეთმუნმა რომ მოიგოს და gaming gladiatorosმა წააგოს 3-ს უკვე ვსვავთ.
Individual mistakes, Natic giving a 1v1 fight in a 4v2 situation, big no-no. You see Ins do the same.
გამორჩ, პრო ვეღარ იყიდი, აღარ არის ბილეთები. ვიღაც სხვა გადამყიდველისგან თუ იყიდი, თორმეტს მინდა და წასვლა, მაგრამ magis გამო რომ ბილეთები ვერ მუშაობენ.
And these are just the fundamentals that come from rust, you know, not having the official reps in, maybe a little bit of nerves, you know, at the major and whatnot. And we've seen sort of the same thing happen to some extent.
Yeah, and that's the thing with FlyQuest, right? That was a narrative coming into this. Is okay. I think they were boot camping for a couple of weeks in Europe prior to this, but it's been a season of literally having to compete in Asian tournaments, right? Which no surprises that you might be a little bit disjointed, a little bit outside of what's going on the server, right?
Yeah, I think they also mentioned that they've been doing theory whilst they've been in different regions, and I think that like that's the sort of thing you can't do on the server. And I noticed that the team it was varied and everything, and I think all those things you can do on an empty server. When it's like a 4v2, you're here, you're not playing much games, like you feel more emotional in some of those moments, and that's where you think, I have a timing, I'm going to peak, I'm going to be the hero now. And in a close round like that,
that's going to be key for this map, because Mirage, a lot of it is going to come down to, you know, post plans on how are you going to handle things, how clean are you going to be in your retakes. And I feel like with the way these two teams have been playing so far in the tournament, it's going to come down to who can minimize the mistakes, right? Like who can mess up the fewest of those rounds, and the team that can do that will come out on top.
I feel like it's going to get a little bit scrappy. It's kind of classic in a best of one as well. Do you have a clear favorite coming into this, or do you think it's pretty 50-50?
Not a clear one, but I'm leaning towards the side of FlyQuest.
აგარი მეიჟორი გვექნება ძალიან რა, იმენა ძალიან მაგარი გუნდები არიან. ალბათ ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე მაგარი ტურნირი იყო რა. ტურნირი იქნება უფრო ისედაც კილნის ტურნირი ძალიან მაგარია ხოლმე.
Don't you worry about who I'm taking in this game. I'm just here for the fun. I'm here for the party. I'm here for the action. Yeah, I'm here for Grim. He's got that dog in him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. Yesterday, he was quite beastly, Jason, especially in that second game, right? He was able to farm. He looked really strong.
Yeah.
I'm hoping we get to see that level of Grim today because this is a conversation about NRG. It's like the move for Grim seems like it's a no-brainer. That move should make them better, but they've been struggling to implement him into the team properly. But when he's playing well, they look so much better.
Yeah, it feels like this team is going to kind of escalate based off him becoming the star player of this team. He's got the star roles, but it doesn't feel like he's fully taken on that responsibility of being I am the guy. Maybe we see it develop here in Cologne. Other side of the server, FlyQuest. Their impressive play yesterday to put them in this situation with NRG, and now we go live on Mirage.
Yeah, plenty of utility coming into this one for FlyQuest. Heaps of it for story. And ins. We'll see what they decide to do as FlyQuest go heavy towards B. Bro's going to get up into the apartments. He's got the dual Berettas at the ready.
It's the bait setup with Nitro as well, so Nitro wants to take the attention. Sonic will have a fast rotation also from the
backs away. Now it's done with the Berettas. The answer to that is no. JKS able to take him down. We've now got Vexite moving into the site, and Nitro cut away from the defense. A quick flank from Sonic around the backside, but this really feels like this is where the round lives or dies for NRG, and now he's spotted.
Yeah, he has to get a kill from this flank. OC and Grim going to start making their move, but there's so many crossfires. They're going to peek out. Good shooting from Grim, and we're in a 2-on-2.
He's getting kills. Now Sonic pops out of the apartments. Okay, even though they know about Sonic, he still steps up with 2 from apps, and Grim and Sonic get them back into the round for NRG to steal away the pistol.
That's actually wild. How does FlyQuest not get those kills? Grims goes untraded. Sonic saves the day. That kill out towards
Sonic one is the crazy one, right?
Yeah, well, he knows. I think he realizes when he's getting in this fight, he's coming on this flank. That play, well, let's start here, because this actually should have been a much cleaner defense. Nitro gets that kill at range. Man, when you see your dualies player close up like that in the position of Bro not get anything done, you're really, really worried. But that kill is everything. Because Story doesn't want to commit to the fight on him quite yet. So he takes that one window of opportunity that he has to have a quick shot and just drills it. Lovely pistol, but that's early frustrations for FlyQuest. Yanko just mentioned, like, minimizing the mistakes you're going to make. And that's a round that slips away from FlyQuest they absolutely should have had in their pocket.
Well, because they have some extra cash to play with after that first round, they at least get a Galil out and Tech-9s and Kevlar, so they can go into this round with some potency available, and they're going to be going directly towards the A site with the 2 mid-smokes now fading away.
A lot of M4s on NRG, so you're missing kits. There's only one of them available on Nitro. You're going to be missing utility to activate a retake if this hit is successful from FlyQuest. And most of your attention at the moment is pulled towards middle.
Well, all that mid-utility is gone, and now you'll start to realize, NRG, that nothing is there. And it's going to be a direct hit towards this A site. So we'll see all those blue dots on the minimap start to move back in towards this A defense. And FlyQuest have got to go now. So they pop out of the palace. They drop into the site. They put flashes, layer upon layer of them, towards Bro. And that holds him back. But Sonic's got the kill on JKS. So first blood drawn. That was the one player with the rifle. So now FlyQuest has to fight towards CT. And OC's going to hold that not even like it's needed, because OC gets all 3. And then Grim comes in for the final. So NRG do not concede a player.
Yeah, nicely done from them as well. No panic when he comes in, realizing they're out of position, also understanding the plan retake, so nobody needs to try and do anything crazy. Grim just holding on to stairs the entire round. So you get the bomb plant, but I think you're feeling if you're FlyQuest, it's not entirely worth the investment of the armor.
No, you would have liked to.
Yeah, not limiting any economy from the NRG side. That's a painful loss, but at least you have the plant to kind of recoup some of those losses.
That should only get better here if they're able to keep casualties at a minimum. And we were hearing Ash talk about it in the pre-show today, you know, highlighting some of the games for some of these teams in the opening. And the MR12 BO1s, when you start in a hole like Liquid did yesterday, it's so difficult to come back into the game. So if you're FlyQuest, you pretty much have to win immediately when these gun rounds start coming out and get some sort of foothold in the game, especially when you're letting NRG build a mountain of cash up.
I think the thing with FlyQuest is going to be, you know, watching that game last night, various points, like they should have been able to keep control and actually win that game and outlast them and take that win to go 2-0 after their overtime victory over Sinners. I think, you know, like you have a situation where I think they could dig themselves out of some adversity. Missed opportunities is the name of the game, it feels like, for FlyQuest. We've seen the same similar things out of NRG over the course of the past few months.
Slight block there, they smoke from OC, so they can hear over the top right of it. to come out, so begin to spray away with his teammate in Bro. And together they've taken the first 3 kills of the round, but Netic, double deed inside of middle. Some damage at least being inflicted. Sonic goes out, drops in, so it's all Netic, and then he gets take his second of the round. That's 5-1 start here for OC, 4-0 for Sonic.
I like watching NRG at the moment these past 2 rounds, and granted they're up against Pistols, unarmored in round 3 and armored in round 2, but they're being very aggressive at the point of attack. They're peeking, they're fighting, they're shifting over, coming up with plans. That's like a mid-round, mid-clear with 4 players kind of swinging from different positions, so I like seeing that out of NRG. We get the first look at FlyQuest's offense as the guns come out. Full buy for both sides. 5 AKs across the board. And a little bit of mid-presence and mid-aggression for the side of NRG. Sonic's got deep information. Bro peeking off short. And on timing of seeing nobody from FlyQuest swing top middle, they just kind of bail out of the setup. So no harm, no foul. Just some spent utility. I think FlyQuest as well maybe put a little bit nervous on the back foot to start this round with that aggressive stance, seeing that smoke down underneath window, wanting to back off and let the aggressive stances fade away, but it's chewing a lot of time off the clock. NRG didn't get any kills for it, but I mean this round is basically played at the 1 minute mark now as FlyQuest make their first move.
And just going through the motions, getting utility in towards connector, and then boosting JKS up into the window room while that smoke is still up, but it fades away now. JKS looks the wrong way, and that's gonna free up Bro. It was Twin getting the kill. Now Story able to find the follow-up at a 4v4. 35 seconds. Nitro coming forward. Ins gonna fall to nothing because he gets both kills and fells Nitro and Bro in one foul swoop. So you've now got Vexite stepping in, and much better here for FlyQuest in the killing department. You've got Sonic now, the only player that can do anything about it, and does not deny the plant, but certainly does damage onto the planter. And then catches Story under wood. Information picked up on Ins, and Sonic starts to realize just how difficult it will be just around this corner.
Mains გატროლეს ეს რაუნდი. პირველი ბაი რაუნდი იმენა. აი პირველი ბაი რაუნდის მოგება იმენა ისე გეხმარება რომ წინ წახვიდე. ეხლა წარმოვიდგინე ეს რომ მოეგო City-ს 4-5 და მე-5-ზე კიდე ბაი რო აქვს, იმენად მაგდენი ფული არ აქვს რა.
Always got an angle for it, grenade, utility, all flies in, Sonic going to be forced off that defusal, but keeps them pinned, keeps them busy, and takes a few kills on the way out the door.
Yeah, not too bad of an attempt from Sonic, making it a little bit dangerous. I mean, that's them looking at that early aggression, backing off a little bit, and never throwing an execute. This is FlyQuest kind of taking space, losing a player, but then just kind of sliding into spots, right? Like just walking up con, traversing in towards window room, walking up short as well. This is a nice opening kill, but Ins is the winner of this round. Just takes down the peak. The follow-up kill is unbelievable. Bro can't trade it off.
Yeah, it's crazy. Ins gets away with a second there.
Yeah, frustrating I think for NRG in that round, but again, with the way that FlyQuest played it, there was no indication.
ეს best of 3-ებიც არის, მაგრამ best of 3 არის მარტო გავარდნის თამაშები და შემდეგ stage-ზე გადასვლის თამაშები. ეს გვექნება 4 best of 3, მაგრამ ყველა 2 best of 3-ს უნდა უყუროთ ჩვენ რა წესი. ერთი გვინდა რომ gaming gladiatorები გავარდნენ, heroic მოიგოს და მეორე გვინდა ოიმე. არ გატროლოთ რა. მეორე просто 3 თამაშია вообще-то. კარგად გიოშე რა. დაიწყო 3-2 stage რა უკვე რა
unit applying pressure to the B bomb site. I think they recognize Bro sliding over from short here in the footsteps. Don't want to commit to anything. Didn't get the fight they were looking for.
არა, ბილეთი არაფერი არ მიწერია.
FlyQuest readjusts back into something a little bit more default. Again, right around the 1 minute mark. 2 players top mid, Story and Vexite. Netic and JKS coming through the underpass. Ins is going to be waiting outside of the A bomb.
Ten dialogue წერია 0-3-ზე?
So it looks like Grim and Sonic going to get a little bit more.
3 თროლები რო დაждდეს ორივე იდეალური ხატაო. Вообще 3-ვე რო დაждდეს დღეს 0-3 და 3 თროლები იდეალური იქნება.
Going to make quick work with the Galil. 2 kills picked up. Good peek out from Nitro. But it's not enough to feel comfortable if you're NRG with the final 35 seconds. A pack of FlyQuest players inside of Connector and one inside of the red. Position for Grim, but they're going to start looking towards him. He's alone. He's the only player here. He has to play his life. He has to stay alive and make it uncomfortable here for FlyQuest.
They think he's going to be in the ramp.
Rush,
inside of A ramp, an aggressive stance. The rotation is here.
Yeah, they're all towards CT, so net being sent flashbang up. Doesn't need it for the first, certainly needed it for the second. So it's JKS against Nitro. Nitro goes in, charging, not wasting time, but JKS tries to step into the fight, but it's Nitro to win it in the 1v1.
Nicely done from Nitro, calm and composed, swapping out to the AK-47. Good trade on OC's death. And the captain's going to step in for a big-time clutch. You mentioned it. This would have been a reset round, breaking the economy of NRG. So save from Nitro to step up here in Cologne.
Also, Nitro was mentioning ahead of this game, the story for them has been losing clutches. And every clutch matters so much in these big ones. And so Nitro's just picked one up for his team against JKS. You would favor JKS in a 1v1 against Nitro. Nitro confident moving forward, getting into a strong position.
Yeah, I mean, I like the aggressive play, too. He knows with the bomb being planted, only 8 seconds left, it was likely just going to be a stick. So make sure he pressures forward so that JKS can't go anywhere, can't leave those boxes. The fight is, he dictates that the fight is going to take place at the plant spot. And very nice for Nitro. 4-1.
You've missed that chance to break the CT money if you're FlyQuest, and now you've taken the economic hit, so you're down to 2 AK-47s and pistols on 3 players.
Not ideal, is it? Not ideal in any way.
On
some level, a plant and economic damage here would be great. If they continue coming to this B bomb set, I really want to see OC have a nice round at the off of short. He's going to be able to turn and help Nitro out, and Nitro's going to need that assistance.
And they come. Straight into the B side. It's going to be OC taking the first contact. JKS dead. Nedic also, and OC's got a second. Finally, Vexite and Inns getting involved here for FlyQuest, but it's going to be difficult for them to actually get anywhere near the bomb site with that bomb because OC is still here cutting off the apartments and they're out of util. They've spent it all, so OC can't get flashed, he can't get blocked, and so he gets a free kill, leaving Vexite on low HP. No bomb plant again here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, there's the round I wanted out of OC. Nothing crazy, obviously, like a nice pistol rush, pretty simple.
What?
That sucks. Shot in the face. But just hitting the shots from short, getting that all warmed up, and the support over to Nitro is very well done.
Close range.
So
it's the HP, man. It's the HP that's going to be really hard. He's got to pre-fire Grimm's position.
He's got the AWP, and Grimm's already in the market, so he's got up the angle here. Flash into the market. I think the tougher angle is actually deal with Bro here, just in a tight left. Yeah, and Bro's just going to be in such a strong position to close out that fight. So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate for FlyQuest not to even get the bomb plant, so they're going to have a buy, but that would have tipped them just a little into a better territory in terms of being able to get more utility on story, and Nedic wouldn't have had to go to a Galil, but...
Well, they were trying to double push to peak the angle of Cat that OC was holding. You could see kind of Vexite with the Tech-9 just barely seeing his shoulder, but not getting a clean look at it. So they wanted to at least force him off the angle to be able to get the bomb plant, but again, OC hitting some nice shots in that round with a triple kill. So punishes him at the end of the day. First time out for FlyQuest as they talk things over. They had that like $1,000 to $1,500 residual cash in the bank after investing in the previous. So going to be able to bring out a pretty intimidating buy. 3 AKs and an AWP. Galil on Nedic. But this offense has yet to get cooking in any significant way. 1 round win, 5-1, 4-round lead for NRG.
Yeah, part of the conversation around NRG as well over recent months has been their T side, so it's been pretty weak for them. They've been really trying to figure it out and improve upon it. And they
look great and T sides look terrible. Then it's the other way. So now we're just trying to find the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, is there a balance we can find? Oh, so far so good on CT side, 5-1 up. Let's see if FlyQuest can get back on the board again.
They got a sound cue on the Molotov. And now information on Inns at top middle. So middle of the map firmly in the control of NRG, but will it last as Story steps up to the plate?
Oh, they walk right into Con, so OC into the scope. Barrel spotted as well. The silencer of Grim just peeking around that corner, but it's pulled Story into a false sense of security as he steps into the open. Sonic's ready for 2, racing his way to a double. Now here comes JKS, trying to alleviate some pressure from Palace. Lands that shot towards Grim top stairs. Sonic has to come back into this with Nitro and recover a 2v3.
Yeah, and actually they seem a little bit confused on where things are going. Sonic picked up the AWP. Wants to get that shot, double scope, just sees the top of the dome, but can't land it.
The flank coming in through the apartments is still a long way off over in that B site. JKS inside of Sandwich, Nitro slowly stepping towards clearing it. JKS wins that fight. Netic has to hold on. His teammate now arriving on the flank is the insurance policy. Sonic is preoccupied, looking down onto default. But you've now got Vexed out towards CT spawn, and Sonic jumps up on top. Smoke is the factor here. He throws it down. He's going for the last chance on the defusal grenade into the smoke. Sonic going to be taken down by bullets instead. And a second round secured. It's close again from FlyQuest, but at least breaking through to the round win.
Yeah, now they've put actually NRG in a really awkward decision that they have to make because their money is right on the edge. So they're going to have to decide if they want to buy or sit one out here.
Boys, I just want to give us time to break the momentum and give us time to breathe, okay? I can feel like it's getting a little bit hectic right now and stuff, so just feel free to call what you want to do, Josh, but just take this time to breathe, boys, okay? It's getting a bit hectic and whatnot, so yeah, take a sip of water or breathe.
Yeah. Aaron, long-timer, Azur, I should say, long-time teammate of JKS and Australian legend, I guess I would say.
Why me?
FlyQuest calming him down. Now we have a very
Sonic, I'm sorry.
Very hectic because Sonic has just taken 3 kills in quick succession.
Yeah,
Sonic is having a great game right now in Rush. 12 and 3, and he goes into the side of the smoke. Vexite going to be taken down. Nitro with a CZ through smoke. Vexite dead, Ins alone, has to pull and he goes inside of the smoke. He's still got his health. He's got another kill, and he's got that cover, but he took 90 damage through smoke again.
Man, NRG just trying to win the round right there inside that smoke, because you have an advantage. Why are we trying to just spam down? Now Inz has gotten a crazy situation where he might be able to steal it away.
The damage that he takes, right, is the fact he goes down to 10 HP in the last second, but he's picked up information on OC.
Yeah, but it's all about timing now. Like, now he's gotten away to the B bomb site. He'll have plenty of time to plant this bomb. OC's not going to realize it's at the B bomb site until it's already gone down. Nitro's far away.
He's got nades too. Smoke goes down towards short.
Don't pick up smoke on the dialogue.
OC's going to love that.
It was always going to be tough, but yeah, that's a nice one to give over if you're NRG, you're loving the ease in which that goes out, because that clutch is feeling very tense for you in that moment.
Well, Sonic again, another great round from him. He really has been a really strong player for NRG since he's returned. And
he plays some really scrappy
positions as well. He's
doing a very good job. We saw him in like in the
mid-steps, the aggressive mid-steps. He's that
guy who kind of like swings between aggression, right, based off who takes
contact, looking towards underpass, ძალიან ძლიერი გუნდია რა ვიტალიტი რა. ეხლა წარმოიდგინე ვარჯიშის გარეშე რა აქნეს და როი ვარჯიშები მე რა სიზავენ. მე 50 ლაიქის მივარტყა თავიდეთ ასება.
Well, Hero AK for Story. Everybody going to be on Tech 9 here for FlyQuest. Not really catching any wind here. Just very stop-start. And the T-round success. Here goes Story down middle. That's the 1AK gone. Again, it's Sonic just ripping the hearts out of the chest. Nothing for FlyQuest can do against this guy.
Yeah, he's one of those players I feel like has those games where like you see him like when he starts having success with these kinds of pushes, it just continues to build and continue to mount for whatever reason. He's just so good at building momentum. And obviously right now it's a nightmare for FlyQuest to deal with because he's taken 2 of you every single round at the very least.
Where's Kim Yuchtebit? Rommel Tamar Sukurot, him and his
his next fight. Jiggled out, got the information, doesn't put
himself
he puts himself in a position where he's completely exposed. So again, it's Sonic you have to rely upon. He's having to deal with fights on multiple fronts. It's a decent job, but challenging, but unable to get another kill out of it.
Boys, it can't be like this.
Missing out on a lot of opportunities here, but it's still a 2v3. It's doable. As Nitro slips into the smoke, Bro comes out from short, plant from Netic. He gets it, but the headshot from Nitro at the last second will deny his reposition. So now you've got JKS, a 1v2 coming through. The M4 now picked up, and he slipped in behind them.
They're taking so much time, the smoke is going to fade.
Yeah, it fades away. Bro considers looking towards the jungle, but JKS does not peek. He does not give away the information. And now they're looking the wrong way. JKS out with one. Challenges against Nitro, but another 1v1 falling in the favor of the American.
Oh, man, so many timings. JKS plays that so well, had their back turned twice and just couldn't get the double spray down. Nitro just moves behind the boxes. I think JKS thought he might have got him low, might have got him into red to switch out to the Tech 9, commit to that fight, but equally remember, bomb's no longer planted for him, so doesn't want to get into that game of is he defusing, is he not defusing. But another round that's so close that just goes against FlyQuest.
You can't keep missing out on these opportunities, right? The fact that you're in this best of one territory and you're letting NRG pull away the winning these clutches, you're missing out on these chances to break them.
I mean, this is one of those games that's really frustrating if you're FlyQuest. Each of the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds of play have come down to 1 or 2 players surviving for the winning team. Everyone close, and if you're FlyQuest, you're sat there feeling like this game is close, but the score doesn't reflect it. You're just waiting for that one round to turn the corner, and the really angry thing is we had it earlier, and then NRG won the 4 spot.
This could be the round again because NRG had a close come out of this, and they don't have a lot of residual cash left over. So if FlyQuest can get the break here, they can still make something of this half. 5 rounds still possible.
Okay, well, we're going back to mid 4 players. This time we're not getting that aggressive stance out of NRG. Sonic's not swinging for any kind of crazy fight at the moment, just chucking nades into the smoke, but the timing of this might just wreck NRG.
Look at this position. Inns just slipped straight through jungle. Sonic surprised. Inns couldn't double up, but Vexite's right there behind him. And now panic in the comms, I'm sure, for NRG, realizing, okay, we've lost a lot of the map very quickly. Nitro's going to backtrack. If he does, he exposed himself to that story off that's waiting for him. And Grim taking off top wood, so you have to rely upon OC to go massive. Now he reveals his position and just the one. Close to JKS, but Nitro wins the fight every 6th round. And look at the HP here for FlyQuest. Nitro could clutch again.
Very, very cool round from FlyQuest, but surely not another one with an advantage goes against them. And I think we're going to be playing this smart. JKS hiding up in Palace. Nitro's going to have to commit if he wants to clear that position. Vexite disappearing into CT spawn. Both of them not even toying with the idea of taking fights with this HP.
Well, they've got to be thankful that those utilities go towards the wrong positions. So low that at HE, if it goes towards JKS, the molly, it removes him, but it doesn't. So JKS comes out off Palace, eats the flash, but eventually gets that kill on Nitro, and FlyQuest have finally broken through and brought that money down low again here for NRG.
That was much more akin to their very first gun round of this game, where they just kind of walked into position and walked into map control without really indicating too much. Here they're just throwing out utility a bunch of different places. I think there's a miscue here. Sonic watching window. He's got a teammate up in the ladder room as well, so both of them watching the Energy gamer legionis gaswa, MIB gaswa, heroic M80 so he had to move position, so causing some miscommunication, causing some mistakes on the energy side.
Gamer legion ma ueჭარნა
წააგოს this again back to pistols.
Well, Sonic just nips in the 5-7. He's still a threat, and now he has an AK-47.
მანამდე ქონდა Fnatic Soldiers-ზე მოგებული და მერე გააუმჯობესმა Astra გააუმჯობეს Astra.
Yeah, I like that for the Mo. I can't believe Sonic still wants to fight, playing behind the Molotov though.
Let's see. Oh, can you? Oh my God, Sage! That's nuts! He perishes in his own flames, but that might just be enough to give his team the chance. They haven't been able to get better weapons, but that's huge.
Because of the pistols, because of the utility. But I think what you see right now, everyone hustling over to where Sonic gets that triple. Plenty of AKs on the ground there. So who cares? We're gonna have a 4-on-2, and we're gonna have rifles when we come in for the party.
That's some action movie shit right there from Sonic. That's nuts.
I mean, he knows if he falls back to his middle, he's likely dead. There's going to be some kind of FlyQuest presence. He's armed with an AK-47.
AKs now, Jason. Yep. Just picked up 2 AK-47s. This round is on. Ins and Story coming through. FlyQuest have to pick this up. Sonic is about to be their nightmare.
Yeah, but you still got to play this smart.
Oh, steps up first.
Grim
goes first. The spacing not great. He's trying to spam through the wood now. Bro, he's got the USP. Should take the next fight here. Inns don't go down. USP's Inns gotta be Story for the clutch in the CC from Nitro. Silences FlyQuest, and it's Sonic, who's just a superhero right now.
Yeah, he's having one of those games, isn't he? That's an unreasonable way to get a triple kill in a round like this. 2 force buys that NRG have won. FlyQuest have now lost 2 clutches to Nitro. You've lost 2 rounds up against pistols. This one has no armor behind it. This is just insane. You just don't ever expect it. JKS is chucking the flash for the end of the Molotov, and he's just that is the craziest idea, to swing into the flames for the fight.
სხვა გზა აღარ ქონდა, დამძრეული ქონდა ყველა ვარიანტში იმას Sonic-სას.
Last hope for FlyQuest. A 4th round, you can do something, but a measly 3 just seems so unlikely. And P7 for Vexite, Tech 9 for
ყველაზე კაი, ანუ მეტი გადაწყვეტილების მიღება არ შეეძლო რა უნდა გაიკეთებინ. ხო. და რა მაინტერესებს შენ რაც კი წერია ეს ეგას
As Bro, first kill's good. Vexite to trade it. Check out what's inside.
არაფერს არ იგებ, უბრალოდ медали არის, რომელსაც შეგიძლია გამარცვა, ანუ ოქროსფერი გახადო და ასე შემდეგ. გამაზე უბრალოდ დაიმოც ვეღარ აიღებ. ყველაზე მაქსიმუმი კოინი რაც არის, მაგას ვეღარ აიღებ. ეხა აიღებ გოლდს მაქსიმუმ.
Nitro is still here. OC
აკეთებს და როგორაც და თო რა ხდება ჩემი სადი.
OC's trying to hang on. Nitro connects the spray, brought very low, but you still now have a 2v2.
სამიცალი დაიმონდი
down onto default. Nadik is starting to burn, has to back away into the firebox. Story with the right
ნახე,
low
კიდე აგებენ ამ slow-ა ისიც მაგრამ.
He's still got his health. He's still got the AWP, but he can't
რატო გაკავებ ხო იცი რომ low-ა.
Yet to be seen if it's going to be enough from FlyQuest.
გამარჯვეთ.
The South African that is springed NRG to an 8-4 lead.
მე ვასლაიქს ავიდეთ ნუ გეზარებათ რა. ნია ლაიქ. ყველა ეტაპი უნდა დასვა. კარგი, დაიმონდის აღება არის ყველაზე რთული. პირველი stage უნდა დასვა 5, მეორე stage უნდა დასვა 5, მესამე stage უნდა დასვა 5, მერე play-off უნდა დასვა quarter-finali 2, ნახევარფინალი 1 და გამარჯვებული უნდა დასვა სწორად. მაგდენი თუ გამოიცანი, მერე იღებ მარტო diamond coins. მე მანამ დავშევერი იღებ. აუ ამარა სამი კაც დაიჭირა ლაინას. მადლობა შენც ასე. ნუ რიტოქი არა ცუდი ანგარიში სიტიში გადავიდნენ თან. კარიგანას რო შუბზე იარაღი დაადო და star player და თამაშო ერთი ტურნირი პლუს კადეში გავა, კი, შეუძლია თავისუფლად გავა. ანუ იმიტომ რომ star player როცა ხარ მთელი გუნდი შენს გარშემო არის მოწყობილი ხდები? და როცა IGL-ი ხარ, შენ ეწყობი მთელ გუნდს, ანუ შენ ქოლავ რაღაცას და ის რასაც გეუნება, ანუ შენი მოთამაშე, მე იმის მიხედვით აკეთებ რაღაცას, ან შეიძლება პირველი შეხვიდე, ან საპორტი იყო რაღაცა და ასე ვთქვათ. შეიძლება კარიგანა გავა ერთ თლიან ტურნირზე ვერ გეტყვი პლუს კადეში გავა თუ არა, მაგრამ ერთი თამაში შეიძლება გავიდეს კადეში. გაქრომ მოხდები ყავი გეკნემ პლეიოფში. არა, დაართული. აქ რომ მოხდები უკვე გამარჯვება არის ჩათვალე რა. ძალიან დიდი გამარჯვება აქ რომ მოხდები, იმიტომ რომ ფენის სტიკერი გამოდის, ქვეყნის სახელი გაგავს და მაგრამ ძალიან რთულია რა, აქ მოხდე ძალიან. ევროპის top 15-ში უნდა იყო რომ აქ მოხდე წარმოიდგინე. ჩვენ რო ვიყოთ ეხა აზიის კონტინენტად რო ვითვლებოდეთ რა. აი ბევრად მარტივი იქნებოდა გასვლა ამ ტურნირებზე. როგორც მონღოლების შემთხვევაში მოხდა. მე მოიხოდნენ მონღოლები ხო ხედავ ეხა უკვე რამხელა კონფიდენსი აქვს. ავდაჯერებას იმატებენ რა მაგრად. website-ს ავეყავთ ხო? წარმოგიდგენთ რა მაგარ ანალიტიკას ვეთებენ ეხა უყურებთ. თითოეული მოთამაშეს იმას აჩვენებენ რა utilities იყენებს რა. ეხა მაგათ ეს ტიპი რა utilities იყენებს. შუას აფლეშებს, კონექტორის მოგზაგდებს და Windows-დან მოლავს კონკრეტულ ადგილს. და უკვე იცი სად შეიძლება რომ დადგერო, აი რა არის შანსი იმის რომ დაგანეიდოს რაღაც. ეს ყავ თავები ხო? თორი. ხო არა. ავეპე რომელი ყავს? თორი არ არის ავეპე. მე ეგრე მახსოვს რომ ეს ტიპი ავეპე. João Vieira. Justin Savage. Agora está fora da guarda aqui.
Oh wow, there's the first bomb frag. Nico gets a double. There's still 2 players left. They got no health on them. 13 and 3. Oh my goodness, how does he do this? How does he do this?
რა ედიტები აქვს თვითონ ძალიან გაუთები არიან. ESL ყველაზე მაგარია.
I was a little worried coming into this major with the results that NRG have had recently, but things seem to be turning around now that we're here in stage 1. 8-4 lead over FlyQuest.
Magis გვარი მქონდა Red Dead Redemption-ში.
17-8.
იმას რო თამაშობდი
This guy can do no wrong. Everything he chooses to do inside the server right now is going his way, and it's ruining everything for FlyQuest.
დიდი ხანი არ თამაში ერთი კვირანახევარი
and it's an 8-4 lead, and now NRG switched to the T side, which have been
ნადირობდი და მაგრამ მისწორდებოდა ნადირობა იმენა.
So it's not over just yet, but it definitely can go the other way. We'll see if FlyQuest can get a pissed around to allow themselves that dream of a
ნადირობა მაგრამ დასწორებს აი Red Dead-ში მენა ნადირობა რო გამისწორდა ისე არაფერი.
Let's see how brittle or how strong FlyQuest can be. Remember, they've had some heartbreaks. They've lost advantage rounds. They've lost multiple clutches.
Oi,
now they at least got the attack coming right at this aggressive setup with Vexite and with Netic.
Ui, ბოლომდე უნდა დამალულიყო, გაეტარებინატო. არა რა, ჩვენთვის კაია, უკეთესია. დავაი, Sonic-ი გულავით მა.
That's 3 kills clearing out the site, and Sonic is definitely not slowing down.
No, he's having no issues, is he?
რეალში არა.
Happy to just step
არ შემიძლია ცხოველის მოკლა. როგორ უნდა მოკლა ცხოველი?
All game long. So a 9-4 lead, the pistol round victory on the T side, the economic advantage. It's starting to look bleak for FlyQuest.
რაღაცა საჭიროება რომ მოითხოვდეს იმას რა ქვია ყოველს მოკлау კი არა გაუფატრაო მაგრამ აი ეხლა ის არის არაფერში არ მჭირდება უბრალოდ ნადირობა ესე პროსტო ასასწორებლად და სიამონებისთვის არ მოკლავ რა საინტერესო იქნება რატო არა
21 kills now for Sonic
losing both
pistols. Liquidity მენა მახინ
we were going to get there. A lot has gone wrong. Actually, now that I'm holding tab, FlyQuest have yet to win 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
It's all been just isolated, and they've had 2 breaks, which is the crazy thing. Like, you felt like there was moments where FlyQuest could have gained control of this match and kept it close or taken a lead, and those opportunities just slipped away. Yanko highlighted on the desk. I'll bring it up again.
ხო, ეხა იასნია ნადირობა გაასწორებს, ანუ იმაში გაქვს რა ქვია, გენეტიკაში აქვს ადამიანს და მთელი იმაში არის რა ქვია, შესისხლში არის ნადირობა, ეხა მთელი შენი წინაპრები და ყველა ნადირობდა ეხა და რა თქმა უნდა, მაგის ის რომ სურვილი ქონდეს, ბაზარი არა ნადირობის, მაგრამ ეგაა რომ უკვე იმდენად გამარტივებულია საჭმლის მოპოვება რომ არ გიწევს რა ეგ რო იმენა ინადირო და ეხლა თუ ნადირო თუნტო ნადირო პრო просто სურვილი დაიკმაყოფილო რა რომ მომიწიოს ეხლა და საჭმელი არ მქონდეს და რაღაცა ცხოველი კი არა ყველაფერს მოკლავე რა დავადი просто ეხლა აი არ მაქვს რატო შემიძლია რომ წავიდე და პორცი ვიყიდო და შევჭამო ანუ არ მოყვა მაგის გამო რაღაც ირემს არ მოყვა მაგის გამო
is the best player and he's not supposed to be that doesn't seem like a problem right now
გამონტერები ცხოველები არიან მართალია
I mean, the concept is like he's like the really aggressive like space taker playmaker that kind of sets up the guys coming in after him. Works on the plays he chooses to make. He just gets to take all the glory today. 10-4, double digits for NRG. 3 rounds away from moving into the 2-1 scoreline of this Swiss bracket.
აბიჭო ზოგისთვის შეიძლება იყოს ხელოვნება რაღაც ანუ იქ როგორ უნდა ჩაუსაფრთხე რა ქვია ყოველს იქ და შეიძლება რატო არა თორე ანუ დიდი შეავლებებით ეხლა სანადიროდ წასვლა რა ანუ მუღამი ექნება დარწმუნებული ვარ ეხლა აი თევზაობას უჭერს კამანდა მუღამს ბიჭო თევზაობას რაღაცა პლეანკეში უნდა გადააგდო და 2 საათი ელოდო როდის წამოიგება ყლეთევზი რაღაცა იმას ანკეში მაგას უჭერს ხალხი მუღამს ეხლა და ნადირობა იქნება ვაფშე თესლი გადავარდა იარაღით რო დადიხარ და ნადირს ელოდები და აქ გაიარა და აი აქ მოჯვა ბოლოს 15 წუთის წინ და აი აქ გაიარა რაღაც ნაკვალებია
and Sonic with another one. JK is going to die. Bro's got the other. And Sonic not too far off, dropping Netic as well through that smoke spam. OC's with him. And that will be 11-4 for NRG.
And not even inflicting a whole lot of damage in these two rounds after losing the pistols. So Money's going to be in a very happy place for NRG. So FlyQuest have to get this comeback on late, Merlo. We've got to grind down the economy, and you're going to be 7 rounds behind when you eventually get started.
Something რაღაც თამაშობ ხოლმე იქ აქ მუღამი რაღაც ირემსო დააგდებს რა იქ უნდა გააწყაძმა და ხორცი არ გააფუჭო და რაღაცა და ეხა რეალურ ცხოვრებაში ვარ და იქნება
it is the missed opportunities. It's like the
way არც მყავს კამანდა ხდები ვინ დადის სანადირო თორე დიდი სიამოვნებით რატო არა რაღაცაზე სანადირო ხიტოზე სანადირო მაგრად მეზარება ეხი ჩიტების რამე ცხოველზე სანადირო წავიდოდი სიამოვნებით დავაგდები რამეს კოჩი
capitalization and execution is not
არა ეხა ის რო არ გაქვს რა ქვია მოთხოვნა რო არ გაქვს მაგის რა არ გაქვს რა გენეტიკურად ეხა ყველა კაცი მონადირი არის ზოგადად ადამიანი არა მარტო კაცი ქალიც დათუნია ძმა ეგრე არ არის ის არის რა ქვია ეგ შუშები იბლარება მერე თამაში ანუ ფრისტაიმზე არის მარტო ეგ გამჭირვალე მერე იბლარება
deployed into middle for NRG smoke towards connector and window as Nitro moves up. Vexite's just walked out. Bro's got that kill, so Nitro doesn't even have to reveal how close he is up short. Has to be reactions instead for Netic, and certainly reacting fast enough. Story combining in here, holding out the opponent's potion. It falls to OC and Bro, so a stronghold here from FlyQuest.
Yeah, really good hold. Really a lot of clean looks for the energy side of things.
Bro
and OC hustling on the way over. Netic committed over towards B, so just JKS here playing top down. Netic can have support from short.
ორივემ თუ გატროლა კაპუტ უეჭველი დამძრეული მაქვს ერთ-ერთი მაინც უნდა გავიდეს
needs to get this kill on JKS very very fast. If you can knock him out and have an easy avenue into the bomb site with that kill, you have a chance, but a smart play from JKS.
არა, იმენ არ შემიძლია. აი, ერთადერთი რაღაცაა, რასაც ვერ გავაკეთე.
Drift away and play it safe, preserve his life.
Like his Chris's khara raundis gatuva
towards jungle, flash towards the stairs. Bomb plank going to be coming in here for OC. You can't drop this if you're FlyQuest, and they won't. So Inns and JKS come in and clean up the final two. It will be the 5th round secured here for FlyQuest.
A very clean first gun round for FlyQuest on the CT side. That'll give you a little bit of hope that they can make this work. Pretty convincing victory in this first gun round in the second half. Story gets to keep his op, upgraded to 3 AK-47, so defense is going to get a little bit stronger. You've chipped away at some of that money on the NRG side of things. Still going to have a very strong buy, still going to be able to drop with plenty of cash, but a little bit closer.
Inside
the B bomb site. Late play towards A in the 2v4 doesn't work out whatsoever. So NRG buy back up for round 17.
თევზები უნდა გაფარმოს ძმა ვაგერ კაცმა. ფარმო ხო თევზები? რა თევზა უყო? კაროც ორივე მეიმედება, წეს ორივე უნდა მოიგოს. აზიას რო ვეკუთვნოდეთ, ბევრად მარტივი იქნებოდა ჩვენთვის მეიჟორზე გასვლა. ბევრად თან ძალიან. Marto მეიჟორზე არა, ბევრ ტურნირზე. უამრავ ტურნირზე გავიდოდი თუ უფრო მარტივად. აზიას რო ვეკუთვნოდეთ და ვინ შეხვდენა ევროპაში იმას მოუთხან პატრონი.
Letting kind of milking those nades on the FlyQuest side of things. This is always, as you can tell, finished towards the A bomb site. Bomb is dropped there. Letting Bro have some time to try and find a kill, but that op scares the hell out of him. Good damage dealt. OC steps up next.
Yeah, Molotov's gonna force him a little further back. He does take a tag of it as well, so audio cue given out.
Sees the trajectory though.
Actually steps out bravely into the fight against OC. Takes an op shot, but through those breaks. So JKS is able to take some damage on board, but remove the AWPer of NRG. Now with 35 seconds left, Sonic's come out with a headshot. Story's dead. Sonic's got him. And he steps out of the open, finally puts it to an end. But Vexite has to step up, and he does. He gets two, but he's still hiding away. Bro searching for it. He's got 25 seconds. If he gets this, it's a 1v1, but the CT rotation has arrived, making this so much more difficult for Bro. He maneuvers it well. Big headshot, so close to Netic, but just about standing tall enough to get another round here for FlyQuest.
Big save for Netic. FlyQuest building back into this, and that's finally, I think, the opportunities for NRG to keep buying and keep challenging this gun to waste. Very admirable attempt.
ალბათ სათეზაოდ როცა ხვალის ასწორებს, რომ იქ რო ზიხარ და ბაზრო პეგასტორებს, რომ აი თევზი დაჭერის დედას არ შევეცი.
Yeah, I mean, they had the information that both players were low. I think OC recognized that he tagged JKS, so they wanted to apply the pressure right there. Really hard fought to get into this situation, but a lovely clutch from Netic. Finally, one goes the way of FlyQuest in a 1v1.
Yeah, it's good as well because it takes everything away for NRG, right? They're just down to Deagles, so you'll see a 7th here coming in from FlyQuest. But still such a long road back into it. More buys you got to deal with coming up eventually here for NRG.
It's starting to build up some confidence for the first time in this game. You know, the heartbreaking thing is this is a best of one, so you don't really get a chance to recover in the series, but probably for the first time in this match, I would imagine, we heard the timeout called by Alzer earlier where he said it feels like things are getting chaotic, feels like things are going too fast, everyone needs to calm down. It feels like this might be the first time where he feels like things have settled down, where FlyQuest can just kind of chill and play their game. So a lot of time being given for these Deagles to find some clean looks, which gives plenty of time for FlyQuest to chuck a flash and allow Inns to get a double kill.
Yeah, get Sonic up into the window, but Inns is waiting for it. Waiting for this push out from Sonic. Do some body shot damage to him. Just drop back.
Pick
them apart. So 2 towards to finish off his prey. So 3 from Inns, 2 from Story, and a 7th round for FlyQuest.
Starting to feel like you're going to need a second player on NRG to step up along with Sonic now at this point to get this game over the finish line. He's still done some good work in some of your pieces and some of your executes, but you're going to need a couple more, one or two more guys to step up in those rounds to be able to actually secure the bomb site. 11-7. Grim towards the A bomb site in Palace. 3 players coming middle, OC, Nitro, and Bro. For FlyQuest, it's an aggressive round. They leave middle wide open, no presence whatsoever because they want to activate Inns and JKS down ramp. Grim is going to hear that from Palace and call it out. So NRG just falls right back to the A bomb site to see if they can exploit the information that FlyQuest gained. FlyQuest called nobody home, and you can see Inns, Story, Vexite all backing off towards middle without any presence from the T side. I feel like the attack is going to come elsewhere.
Is 9 rounds wins წურავს მებო 13-ზე რო ავიდეთ ჯერ ჩვენ და მე გაწუროთ თქვენ 9 რაუნდი არ გაწყობს ეგრე
Execution flying through the sky.
It's all about how clean can you get through this.
Much more direct hit. JKS starting to backtrack.
Oh.
He's already out 28 HPs. He drops down to the site. JKS preoccupied. So Bro able to get the trade, needs a second and he can't get it. Trying to slip out towards the site. To get the better position and FlyQuest starting to feel like
სამეზდობამდე კაი 9 რაუნდს გაგიწურავ და იმას ქენი სტილში შემოდი რაღაც პატარა გაგიწურე პაჭტი აგე რაღა გინე ხამ რაუნდსაც მოიგებინე
9 Struggling to find some opening kills on them, and now might be the time where you kind of spread things out, play a default, look for some picks early on. You haven't.
It's you imena imას მოლოტოვი რავი ნეიდი ყველაფერი მოხდა აუ ფორსავენ დაინძრა თან მგონი იმათ მე მოიფსი ლაიქს მივარ ყავიდეთ ასე ნუ გეზარებათ ლაიქებს მიყავ ეხლა თქვენ თუ 100 ლაიქს ბოლო 6 კაცი ვინც დაალაიქებს 100 ლაიქამდე მოგემატებათ 5 სანტიმეტრიც მე მეტი რა გაგიყო დღეს აქციები მექნება რაღაც პატარ-პატარა
Pistols for NRG. Tech9's bought up with armor, Deagles, a little bit of utility to try and activate this team on a low buy. They won 2 of these in the first half, but this is a different FlyQuest it feels. They've powered up during this stretch. It's been 4 rounds in a row for FlyQuest.
ბეთბუმზე უფრო დასადებია თუ ბიჭო რომელს ეთამაშება ბეთბუმი რომ გეიმერ ლეგენდს რომელიც ეთამაშება
Sonic Bro also dead and FlyQuest started to get some confidence too, getting aggressive towards the ramp and have just cut apart the game plan there of NRG. Yeah, immediately have to fall back to plan B and I just don't even know if they have that available.
No, not in a round like this. Not with just these pistols. Like if you had a hero AK, if you had an AK-47, couple of them.
Hey, Gagi or Magda, she not kill back and forth.
At this point with the pistols, you're kind of just going to have to commit in the 3v5.
ბეთბუმი ეთამაშება მაშინ ბერვა უფრო ბერვას უფრო გავწურავდი რა გეიმერ ლეგენდი кайხოძე არიან არ ბეთბუმიც არა აი ხარჯმა დავალაიქე და 65-ზე ავედი ვა სააღო ძმაო შენ გენაცვალე, შენ ქონი, შენ უნდა თქვა კაცი ყოფილვარო. ეგ 9 რაუნდი გაუტურეთ. და ეხლა ჩვენი მოგების დროა. აბა მე ბოლომდე ტროლავ თუ აბა მოიცავსი. იგოს იმას ვერ ის, საოპეს ვერ ის თორე იგოს გიჟივით ის. ერთი. დარი, აი აქედან მაგ იმენა დეჟავი მაქვს მოგებული აქ ეს რაუნდი.
Eventually bringing him down is Netic. So
ეს ამე კაი თამაში კი არის რაღაც ბეტბუმის თამაში არის კაი. ემერლიგენი ბეტბუმი. ისეთი არაფერი რა შემდეგ სეიჯამდე სანდღეში დაიწყება უკვე მეიჟორ ჩათვალე პირველი სეიჯი არაფერი ახლა მეორე მესამე არის უკვე
not even really I mean 4 rounds in a row not even close to a plant not even close to the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean it's just the fact that you highlighted it last round, the fact that these direct hit rounds where they're just hitting into the bomb sites, you're just getting broken the second you walk out the first choke point.
And they haven't switched it up still. It kind of feels in a way like it's all they've got.
Now
they're going to pick up the pace towards middle, jumping right through the smoke. Vexite is aggressive, but I don't think he realizes.
Trying to pick it up, but Sonic has come in, and this change of pace here from NRG into middle has worked out perfectly. Nitro in the middle already, and 2 go down. And we were talking about the
comeback for FlyQuest.
Wait. How are they going to handle this situation? They don't know where Story is. So Sonic is just going to have to run far ahead of the bomb. I like this. Low HP, he'll clear things out. OC's following it up to come to the B bomb site.
Doesn't pull the trigger.
This could be okay, spotted. Now they know where he is. No reason for OC to spend any more time here.
Yeah, gonna shift that bomb, and Story also took damage from Sonic, so he's just gonna hold on to the AWP.
Ara, qualified.
Oof. I was worrying me a little bit.
I got energy მოიგოს ახლა. მე
trigger discipline let
გვინდა ჩვენ სამი თროლები უნდა გავწუროთ დღეს, ბერვა უნდა გავწუროთ, ბეტმუნი უნდა გავწუროთ.
Literally a jump scare from Vexite. Like he jumps up, boom, headshot straight there. He gets spots him all up cat.
The reaction shot from Bro has got to be nasty. He pinned him against the wall in the middle of the air. It's crazy. Nice switch up out of the timeout from NRG though, just cranking up the speed and the pace that you attack with.
Turnirzea quali exorti თუ რაღაცა არის stakes მე მგონი.
Switches to overtime.
Yeah, the nice thing, I mean, look, it's never going to be in a good position when your opponent's at 12, but the nice thing is that 5-round run at least got them close enough to where a 3-round run to force OT is believable.
Especially because the way NRG squeeze out another T round is by the fast play in the middle of the change of pace catching the ball.
And you hit that shot.
That shot was ridiculous. Oh, it was literally the last second as his head was going back down again. And then Nitro gets the lineup as well, and you've just won the round with that.
On that rotation, you always feel like you have the time, but when your mid-defense gets taken out so fast the way it did with the shot from Bro with the trade at the top you kind of lose the sense of the information of that scaling of how fast they can get in towards window and be prepared for you at the murder hole.
Oh, 0-3-ის გასაწურია gaming
gladiator. Chance, perhaps the last chance for Azza to talk to the team here on Mirage in this best of one. FlyQuest, they have 3 chances to force other time, otherwise they fall to the 1-2 scoreline in this Swiss stage of the Cologne Major.
ერთი რაუნდიც მე დახურე და გადავედი შემდეგ თამაშს დავა.
There they go. And again, at least FlyQuest had plenty of money built up, so are strong buy to give this a good go to try and come back into the game again. It's aggression this time up middle from FlyQuest, and it's working out. And Nitro falls down. We've got Story trying to hold on to this B pressure, and they're already out the windows. They're already down into the site. JKS is out of position, but he gets back just in time from short to get that kill on Grim. So Sonic steps out. JKS has won this fight, and OC is left alone 1v5. So FlyQuest changed the pace this time. And NRG don't handle it. Their reaction is to try and get out towards the B bomb site. FlyQuest had enough reinforcements of JKS coming back in on short to make an end to that attack.
It's the correct response from NRG to pick up the pace and go towards the B bomb site with that level of aggression, and they had the room to work with. I think they were a little bit surprised at how fast FlyQuest rotated and readjusted to close the gap. I don't think they were expecting those fights as soon as they hit the ground at the B bomb site, but that's where they were. Good layered utility in mid for that piece of aggression.
This is it really for NRG, right? You've got a buy here, no money in the next, so this is the fight for overtime, essentially. FlyQuest giving themselves a great chance to close it into the bonus rounds. The pressure again, fast up middle. Inns gets his gun out. Smoke goes down, and these last few rounds have just been an absolute brawl. This time, no early deaths, just early damage towards ins.
Well, I mean, that's how it's worked on the T side for NRG. The kind of more calculated strategic rounds have gone against them pretty emphatically. When they've gone brawly, when they've gone just straight, fast, up middle, has been their most success.
Look at this from Vexai. He's pushed down through ramp. He's got a good position early on into the round here.
Now the question becomes for NRG is, do you have a game plan when you don't find kills off that very, very fast push down mid?
So you're closing the gap.
Bro, არ დაგაუწდეთ სკინები წერტილი ჯიძე, ვისაც სკინები გაქვთ გასაყიდი, ან სკინების დათრევა გინდა შეიტანეთ, დადეთ გასაყიდად. უსაფრთხო საიტი არის middlemani. ათვალე თქვენ სკინებს ყიდით და ფული არ გეკარგება და არც სკინი არ დაგეკარგება თუ ვინმე უკან დაიბრუნა რო რამე. Facebook-ზე რო ყიდით სკინებს და ასე შემდეგ.
You have no idea in the middle of the map of how they're grouping up and what they're kind of aiming for. Here's the salvo of utility popping right around the 45-second mark. Everyone has shifted away from the B bomb site, but now with Netic's push because of this position, now they have some true information they can act upon.
Ins is coming back to the murder vault, and they've already got Bro in the window. Oh, this is going to be tough for Ins to make anything happen here. Even if he gets one kill on Sonic Crossing, Bro should just peek out. In fact, Bro, reaction. So important he finds that headshot. 4v4, FlyQuest trying to fight on, but Nitro's arrived towards jungle. Netic with an essential jump, Vexai has died towards ramp. Grim turns and fights towards CT1, and it's a 1v1 for the map. In time, just enough of it to put that bomb down for Grim. Netic, can he save FlyQuest? Can he give them one last chance? Grim taps out.
Oh god.
Flash over the top.
Nice.
Close it for NRG. A 13-10 win for the North Americans. That first half was so strong, led by a brilliant performance from Sonic. It looked like it was all collapsing in the second, but not enough from FlyQuest as Grim closes out the
1v1. Puli ცოტა ხანი თანამ ეს სკინი არ მოგივა შენ და მერე შეგიძლია გატანა Liquid M80 მოიცა და გადავხედო რა გვაქვს ჩვენ დადებული Discord-ი M80 გვიწერია M80 გვიწერია Liquid-ის გვიწერია ამიტომ
Yeah, you did it. I mean, look, that's the way it goes. Those are the breaks. Very well, very confident. I feel like individually, NRG came into this game. We got Stiko down with Sonic after his electric game.
Sonic, congratulations, first of all. I don't know, I don't have this confirmed, but this might be career high
next
or
time
at least for CD side career high performance. Tell me what is going on, why this happened to you today. Was just feeling it?
Well, I don't think it was my career high. I think I had a better half as Falcons.
All right.
Dust 2, I think I was 21-5, I think, against them. But yeah, it was a good game. I think I owe it to the HLTV commenter. He told me that he has a feeling Sonic's going to have a live game, and I read that, and I was like...
HLTV is always right? I have to ask about this play in underpass, which kind of swung the whole game.
Line Vision-მა შარკებს მოუგო, Line Vision-ი ნახე 2-1 გადავიდა.
Because while burning full HP, you killed two guys, and those were kind of those important kills that swung the whole round.
I calculated it because I knew I was getting pinched from mid. Because Bro was like in window and he was smoked off. So I knew I was just going to get pinched. So I had a feeling they wouldn't just, they would probably be fumbling some nades around if I had my molly up. So I was just like, fuck it, I'm going to die. May as well just go with a bang.
It worked out really well, but I have to say, because in the end it got pretty close, and again, the same situation that NRG is being played with, those T sides are a little bit rowdy. So, how are we working on this throughout this tournament? I spoke about it with Nitro as well, but give me your own opinion. Are we sticking to the game plan, individual prowess, what is there?
It's a little bit difficult because, I think for us as a team, maybe the individuals face a bit of pressure. Some guys... I'm the kind of player, like, I can't always, like, stick to the book. Like, when you're playing against an opponent, like, you got to tweak your strategy a little bit, maybe, like, change your timing on the strats and stuff, and when people are timid, they tend to want to, just stick to the strat, like, on the book.
but that doesn't always like work out in the end, and you tend to look like you're playing a bit robotic. So I think that's a bit of the trap like we fell into this game. You could tell like FlyQuest had a very good read on like where we were going. We were running into the A stacks. We weren't really like we weren't playing the whole map out.
ხო, ანუ თუ ყიდის skins ეგრევე, ან თუ ყიდულობ skins ეგრევე მოგდის ინვენტარში თამაშობ, მაგ ერთი skin-ით ერთი კვირა. მაგრამ თუ ყიდი skins ერთი კვირა იმპულს ვერ გაიტან, იმიტომ რომ რამე იყოს და უკან არ დაიბრუნო და ასე შემდეგ და ასე შემდეგ, ორივე მხარე რომ დაზღვეული იყოს მაგ თემაში.
We'll get into that insane moment in just a moment, but yeah, for FlyQuest it looked like they were turning the tide. They made life incredibly difficult for themselves. Janko and NRG capitalized on that.
I mean, they ticked about every single box of what you cannot do in a best of one. You cannot lose, you know, both pistols. You cannot be losing anti-equals. You cannot be losing all the clutches all the time, and unfortunately it was too much for them to overcome in this series.
Yeah, and NRG taking full advantage of that. Some great starts, some great moments from them. Ash, did you expect NRG to be coming into this one as fired up as we saw him in Sonic as well?
I had them down as favourites because they won the last game, and I also felt like they were better against Game Legion than FlyQuest were. However, I don't think the best team won here personally. You lose both pistols and you lose 20 on the T side basically to win because of the momentum they had.
Let's talk about the moment. This was insane. Like, imagine having this audacity to go, I'm going to run into my own Molotov. I'm going to have the time to actually spray down 2 of these players as well. This is insane.
I mean, despite everything, it seemed like FlyQuest finally caught a break towards the tail end of the first half, right? They were able to break the economy of energy, and now you're looking at the game and thinking, all right, if this ends up being 8-4 all of a sudden, right, they might have a chance. They win pistol and convert, they're right there. They've almost tied it up, actually 7-5 really, and Sonic just, you know, good spawn, 5-7, I'm gonna go down, all right, get the first kill, not too surprising, 5-7 can get that done, and then as he said, he felt the pressure from mid, sort of threw the molly, just risked it in a sense, rolled the dice that they're not going to be ready for this caught incredible timing because JKS was also just throwing the flash, kind of expecting a player or knowing that a player is there, and he just beat them to it. And after that instant story, unable really to clutch out in the 2v4 scenario.
How tilted would you be, Ash, if somebody put that off against your boys?
I mean, that's the sort of thing that just kills the game for you. It tilts your players instantly. It's a huge swing round as well. Like, it's probably the worst thing that can kind of happen all of the time. So I'll be fully tilted.
You could tell it from JKS's face. Yes. And man, they could have really used him to step up a little bit in that half. I mean, there were a couple of clutches in there that you sort of feel they're destined for JKS to win. He's done it so many times, especially the early one against Nitro, you know, in the reset round. I mean, that could have changed the flow of the entire game for FlyQuest. And unfortunately, you know, their players just couldn't necessarily deliver when it mattered the most.
That's the thing, like, credit to them for trying to put up a, I'm not going to call it a cosmetic comeback because there were some kind of more compelling moments on that CT side, but the fact that they started off so lackluster, we can talk about it, Ash. You had a moment from that first half of FlyQuest where even if they had the advantages in certain situations, like more players remaining alive, still kind of slipped out for moment, right?
Yeah, things are going wrong. So I think actually the NRG game plan was conceding middle and starting CT side, and then later on coming back to fight it. It actually wasn't working at all. I think this is one of 2, maybe 3 times where the trades go in favor of FlyQuest. And it looks like the round is just there to be taken. Go finish it out, and this I think it comes back to a 3-3 because of a very unlucky timing here where Grim skill ends. And it just feels like the decision making again, it's just off because the reaction is good, come to 8 towards CT spawn, and here you want to go plant default, make sure you can't die from the round, you have compensation. But it's strange because Vexite takes the path in where instead of using his smoke to like pass around with his teammates, he runs up towards the round, but then he runs like backwards, not clearing it as well. And it should be just an easy plan, 3v3 CT spawn, and instead it comes down to 1v1 and he wins it.
Like, he seems completely oblivious of Grim, who's, you know, still alive, just killed your teammate, right? I mean, so yeah, just some communication breakdown lapses in judgment as well at a key moment, right? Like in a best of one, these reset rounds are so important, especially after you lose pistol, and then in that 1v1 in the end, just Nitro getting the better of JKS.
With FlyQuest now being in that 1-2 pool, how much is your faith dipped in them, Yanko, considering you thought they could be taking this best of one?
I think it depended, you know, I said they had to have 2 wins from the best of ones, whether that's 2-0 or 2-1. I think in that scenario they would have been able to make it through, but I think now having to win 2 best of 3s, and there's still some good teams that will be decent teams that will be in that pool or potentially in the 2-2 game, right? It just feels like they're making, you know, too many mistakes to be able to win 2 best of 3s in a row, and also we are unsure about the depth of their map, right? At the moment, like granted that they did play 3 different maps already in these best of ones, but you know, they did lose 2 of them.
Well, best of 1 haters, you can almost rejoice because we've only got 1 more coming your way. That's going to be going down after the break between the Liquid and MIBR right here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026.
ანგარიშთან წააგესა, ვისთან წააგეს თორე, ანგარიში კიდე არა. მეორე თამაშად ტროლავდნენ ტაილოსთან თორე. აქ MIBR-ის თამაში იქნება, კაია. აი, ანუ ამ წრუზე დავჭეთ. ჩვენ გვინდა MIBR versus Team Liquid. Let me see. Liquid versus MIBR. MIBR. მე ასევე სკინებიჯზე შეგიძლიათ ჩემთან გააკეთოთ პირადი ტრეინინგების თემა თუ გინდათ რომ რაღაცაში დაგეხმაროთ და ასე ვთქვათ. ასე შემდეგ და რაღაცეები გაიაროთ და განვითარდეთ კაუნტერში, ვისაც სრული გაქვთ, შეგიძლიათ დაჯავშნოთ. არ იქნება პრობლემა.
Letney, the coach of MIBR, is here with me ahead of your best of 1, the last best of 1 of this stage. I wanted to talk to you about yesterday because it felt like that was not the MIBR we know, and I wanted to ask you what happened from your POV.
Yeah, like yesterday was a bit like roller coaster of emotions. On the first game, I just felt like we were not in there, like, communication with individual decisions. We were not proactive to like in the map. Some and then, you know, it's B1. And they just kind of snowballed into bad city half, and that's it, kind of.
Can you give us a little bit of an insight? What did you do or say to the team to make sure that into the best of 3s you go with a 2-1 score?
Yeah. Like, I wanted them to reset most mentally because, like, it was a tough loss. Of course, we expected to win this first game, like, a bit easier, but we got stunned, right? So I wanted us just to be, like, on the same level and with communication and to be present, like we were on PGL Bucharest, on CAC, you know, like, so we kind of know what we need to do, like, in those situations. So I think we're also kind of growing and, like, it's just mostly for us, it's mostly about communication, being present, making pre-plans and being proactive. And if we are, you know, like, not good at this at certain point, like, then we are struggling a bit.
I want to scope out a little bit and talk about your coaching profile because that is pretty impressive. You've been part of 3 big organizations. And when I look at the regions, every single one was different part of the world. So it started with Tylud and G2 Academy team. Now you're here in MIBR. Does this give you kind of a better understanding of how to build rosters from different regions, because right now as well you have different region and chaos to thrive in? So do you see this as an advantage, because it's quite uncommon what is happening with you?
Yeah, I mean, working with different regions, you can see like different cultures and how people are reacting, how, for example, like you know, like
best of
the way of thinking, the way of living, and
like
best of emotions and everything, you know. For example, now like in Brazil, Brazilians are very emotional, and like when it, you know, like I never felt this like in previous teams, this like I don't know how to explain, but fire, like hype, you know. But yeah, passion, I would say. And I mean, yeah, like it obviously gave me like some experience, you know, like, but I think it's international team, so it's kind of common.
It's time to show that experience right now, though, because best of 1 ahead of you and good luck.
Remember, child failures. ო რა ლამაზია ნახე. აუ. ამას მაინც ნახავ ერთ დღეს არა უშავს. ელს თუ გამაზე კვადროს ნახავ. მედია ჩატარდება კიდე მე. ტურნირი ელმში. გერმანი. Na.
Stewie's on his own, but look at the time! Look at the time, there's 7 seconds of gun at one! They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more play! Stewie's won the round, we're going to overtime!
It's Liquid, it's MIBR, it is time to dive into our final best of one of Stage 1 to see who will inch closer to that coveted Stage 2. I want to dive right on into this from maybe a slightly different angle because we have the pleasure of having Ash, who was playing, or coaching rather, Shuei for a long time in Game Legion. It was almost a year on that roster, obviously making incredible waves in Paris, but I just want to get to know him a little bit from outside the server, right? He was in MOUZ NXT, didn't get promoted to the main MOUZ roster. Why did you guys want to pick him up on the side? Game Legion.
Well, it's actually that exact reason why you said. I had a talk with him and it felt like he had a lot of fire and motivation. He was pretty angry, I think, that that's not how I'm taking him. I think there was maybe some promises in there that they would take him. It didn't happen. And
MOUZamde
the way that they were playing as well, they were very successful, but the way they played the style, it looked like it's something that could transfer to Tier 1.
And it did, right? You made waves in Paris. Talk to me about that moment, that you knew you were making it to playoffs and then making it all the way to the grand finals as well. That must have been incredible for both of you.
Oh, it was magical, and then having that upset against Heroic as well in front of the crowd. Everyone cheering for us because they obviously didn't want Heroic to win. We had Kios, that was having that crowd behind us was an incredible experience, and I mean, he was a massive part of that. His calling was incredible for the whole event.
Was it surprising how well he was doing so early on, right? Because it was only, if I'm getting my maths right, it wasn't like, you know, too deep into playing too many Tier 1 events as well for him. Like, how did he keep so calm in that moment? You think anybody would crumble under that pressure, no?
I think he has a really good personality, for it to be fair. He's the kind of guy who it brushes off him a little bit, and I think he has that leadership quality where he's a bit of a leader of men, and you can see it in the server. Like, he'll say things, he'll hype his players up, he'll say like, I need this guy now, guys, and these sort of things. Like, he knows what to say to people to fire them up when you have a close game.
And then Yanko, MOUZ come crawling back, as they always do. They took him off you. Was that all right? You forgiven them for that?
Maybe.
But I think that's where we were kind of shocked, right? With the whole beginning of last year, MOUZ removing Shuei. I don't want to get into the reasons for that, but we were all looking at him and thinking, okay, what is next? Surely somebody is going to be picking him up. And I think that's maybe where we've been in this Liquid project, because the name value should be
shocked by the timing of the change, because the season has already started. For one, like, why didn't you just do this during the break? But there's another thing as well, like, your stock is incredibly high if you're an IGL and you're young and you're not a complete bot, right? And I think that's what made acquiring Shuei very enticing for a lot of teams, and Liquid got him on a loan deal, and after a month they signed him to a long-term contract, so they must have seen something, you know, in that short span of time that gave them a lot of confidence that he is their guy for the foreseeable future. And this was also before they made the coaching change. So, right, so Flashy comes in and the IGL is already set. That can sometimes make for a weird dynamic if you don't see eye to eye in the way the game should be played, right? And it's just been such a turbulent time for Team Liquid. They haven't had, you know, they're like the anti-Vitality. We talk about the top 4 streaks, the historic run, like Liquid has the historic run of not making top 4, you know, at this point in time. And the one time they did at Fisher in Belgium was Twisted's last event, and they were just sending it. Like, they were 0-2 maybe, or 1-2 in the Swiss, and they just decided, listen, we're gonna play fast every round, like on T side. And they made the semifinals by doing that and just sort of letting caution out the window and everything like that. So it's definitely been just going back
to the Flashy point as well, did you always see eye to eye with Shuei? Were there any points where you kind of had to step in and go, hey, this is how we should be doing things?
I mean, this is always going to be the way it will be on every team, to be fair. Like, you want to have disagreements as well as coaches and in-game leaders, because if you're not having disagreements, you're not giving your opinion enough, and there's never going to be a time where you're thinking like, he's doing the right thing, or he should be doing more of this. Like, you need to be constantly communicating.
Wouldn't it be bad that sometimes you think he's doing the right thing?
Yeah.
Sometimes some alignment would be nice.
It would be nice. Speaking of nice things, I was reading the NAF interview with HLTV before coming on set here. He was saying, nice to start off with a win, I guess, but like, bro, I just feel sorry for Liquid because like anything is up. Surely this is rock bottom. Like, surely what we saw in Atlanta, that was rock bottom. No?
It's hard to judge because they made a roster change, right? But just in terms of like looking at the body of work over the course of the last couple of years, like it's just been sliding around that bottom really in a way to the point where, you know, no one really...
Line Vision beats like, Sharks on Beast.
Oh, it's Team Liquid, so we always have expectations from them. No, like, really, and it's up to the team to sort of earn it in a way, right? And then to get some good results under their belt, to actually just play some good Counter-Strike for starters on a consistent basis, where you can be like, all right, finally this is moving in the right direction.
I guess that's a question I want to pose to you, Ash, because sure, we saw Shuey having success with like the newer up-and-coming players, obviously coming from that academy, but when you look at Liquid, you know, you've got your veterans on there in Elysian and NAF. Do you think, obviously he's got a lot more experience now since the Game Elysian days as well, but do you think he has the authority to be kind of dealing with some of those players that have really been there, done that, won here in Cologne as well?
I think having success with that Mouse lineup will have given him that authority, and they will be listening to these things, but there's so many different things that can happen. Like, you need players who kind of fit into the way that you want to call as an in-game leader, and if you've got other players who, I need to do this, I want to do this, or I don't have enough of a voice, like if you don't get the balance of the lineup right, it doesn't really matter sometimes how good you are as an in-game leader, because the team is just built in the wrong way. And I think we even saw it last year when, the year before, so when Vitality was struggling, they had the pieces, Spinks was there, it felt like they were saying, we can't work with this guy, and the results for what they were expecting were really far down, and that little change in there, I know it's ROPS, which is kind of a big change, but it can make all of the difference because it just fits the dynamic so much more. So they should be understanding the more they're with him, what they're lacking and what they need to bring in, and that's up to the management and whoever's making the changes to fix that.
Balance is really important, but you know, then there's also a case of, well, Mouse
removed
from the team, like you had a makeshift IGL in had a makeshift IGL in Broan, but no, they were better, like they were more consistent, they were the second best team in the world, they were not that with him, granted they struggled to win events, but you know, I don't think they would win that fully if there was a Vitality of the caliber that, you know, no one is winning a lot of tournaments in this era outside of Vitality. And for me it was always a little bit of a red flag, like if Mouse removes him once the season is started, like that's a serious sort of conviction, you know, that's a serious call to make, and what could be so terribly wrong where they decide to do that. So that always makes you know, raise your eyebrows if you're considering it, if you're a different org.
I love how the dramatic video music just came in for that. Like,
it's great, it made your point a lot better.
Mirage, no surprises, a best of one favorite. We should probably talk a little bit about MIBR as well. Yanko, you put them through as a 3-0, obviously not going to happen, but what have you got as a prospect for MIBR on this one?
I think it's just they've started to put things together, you know, an international roster communication was going to be an issue, Alan Z coming in as an IGL, right, like instilling his system and his way of playing the game, Brazilians getting used to that, and it seemed like, you know, they were starting to hit their stride. I thought they had a good balance of playing events and then taking time off so they can review and practice. I thought they were going to get boosted by their opening game against TDU, right, and then that was going to help them get through as 3-0, and then also just some of the firepower, right, like Insani first and foremost. They said maybe the best player in this stage, and Clem still maybe somewhat inconsistent, but Kaz, when he's on, he's really good.
Well, we're fired up to get this best of one on the road. Jason, are you believing in a little bit more North American magic?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm glad that you're on the camera still, to be honest with you, for an extra 5 seconds. That was fun. Yeah, I don't know. Let's party. I like what I saw yesterday in terms of NAF and Elige, the top 2 performers for Team Liquid. I like that the veterans coming into this major and delivering amongst all the difficulty that this
Bytelabs სოციალური მედიები არის აღწერაში და წააფოლოვეთ ეგეც ვისაც არ დაგეზარებათ.
The individual powers by like a really strict adherence to strategy and game plan. I'd like to see that change today.
აი გათამაშებებს აკეთებ ხოლმე რაღაცებს და შეგიძლიათ.
That is going to be a first call here for MIBR. MIBR, but they're walking into a setup of Elige and Naf. Looking to hold on to this B side of Elige. Oh my God, Elige just got 3. He just ripped him apart and then just run on his own. That's damn cool.
აი გრაუნდა გაიკეთებინა წეგან იმასაც რო გაატარა. ვარ გაატარა პირველი კაცი უოჭრნა გაატარა.
You see a player there, they can't hold back on that first shot, the player jumping out window. Elige just waits. He's like, there's a better fight coming.
It might be GG.
Might be GG.
ოჩნა გაატარო პირველი კაცი რომელიც ფანჯით
That's it. He's feeling good. Everything for step 1's going well. Might be over.
Liquid have a magical way of, turning that on its head. But yes, I'll tell you as someone who stood behind the Liquid team, when it made me feel a lot more comfortable as a coach.
Yeah, let's
see how he keeps that.
I think I came into this stage, and I think a lot of people did, with high expectations of MIBR. This is a team that a lot of people have had 3-0 after looking at Batboom and having to play with a stand-in. I think a lot of people went towards MIBR maybe as a team they felt more confident in. But yesterday, they just looked so flat, as you were highlighting. Like, we didn't really see that individual level that we know they can get to. We didn't get to see Sonny play very well and Klim show what he's capable of.
Yeah, I think a lot of that confidence in MIBR came in the previous 2 events they played. CAC and PGL Bucharest made the semi-final, or got 4th in CAC. Quarterfinals at PGL Bucharest, lost there. But outside of that, it's been mostly kind of like regional qualifiers and regional events. So, I think people saw those 2 results and are like, all right, they've put it together after this long season, but it's just seeing some inconsistency right now with a team that has probably language, communication issues with all the different rosters, gone international, brought in some new people just 4 months ago. Good trade from Venom, but with just the Glocks, there's really no chance at anything past a bomb plant, which does go down. That's very nice for MIBR. Yeah, they're going to love that.
All right, some extra money. They only lose ultimate. I think for Team Liquid, out in Atlanta was maybe some of the more inexperienced came from the likes of Naf, and that was very strange for us.
I don't want to talk about that game.
but that's the last mirage I have in my mind of Team Liquid. So I'm hoping things got sharpened up in between then and now.
Yeah, that was a brutal one. That was the one where they just. That one against Gamer Legion in Atlanta when Rez just walked out the B halls with a Tech 9 and just dry killed Naf and Elige, and I was just like, those 2 players, really? That's how we're gonna lose this game? Well, let's see if the fortunes have changed as they head into the major.
AKs are out here for MIBR. And they're gonna go quite heavy towards middle. 4 players towards top mid at the moment. Klim gonna be supporting with utility. Sending his players out around that top smoke. LNZ the first to wrap it. Straight through the cloud. All the way down.
Liquid's prepared for this. They don't have like any crazy aggressive trap setup, but people in the fight here for mid control. Ultimate blinded, but Elige Nares 2 more kills.
And well, Naf now MP7, trying to position himself well enough to take a further fight. He runs into the open, and Venoms handles that no issue. So Team Liquid collapse on that B site. MIBR into a 3v2.
Smoke up in the window, Ultimate and Mob sliding over. There is a kit on Ultimate, a little bit more utility to work with, Flash and Molotov, but they're just going to have to make their play now. And already been spotted.
At least in front of the smoke, but I'll just cost him his life. Out goes Mobs, running out of bullets. Mobs able to get it done. 2 kills picked up. He has to go for the reload himself. Time is ticking. No kit on his back. He's got this 1v1 against Breno, which he will not win regardless. Breno steps up for MIBR's 1v1 into their first round win.
Yeah, it's a big time clutch. Well done from Breno. Just holding the line. Molotov doesn't bother him whatsoever. Unfazed and drills the headshot. Very close round as MIBR runs out of bullets down the stretch to make that retake possible. Elige is going to be kicking himself here, feeling like he should have gotten at least 1. What a snap from Venom Zera. Naf under so much pressure, forced into the open. And Malb's unable to complete the clutch, but another buy for Liquid. They've got the AWP in Ultimate's hands.
Bringing the energy early on with their first round victory for MIBR.
It's
pretty quick towards this A side. They've got utility lined up ready to go. The smokes will start to fade away soon in middle.
It
looks like there wants to be a point in this round where MIBR, once they get Insani and LNZ into a comfortable position where it's going to start looking like that constricting, that split onto the A bomb site through Khan with LNZ coming. It's where Ultimate's AWP is positioned for the A ramp.
Well, they have got them into Carmel. At least.
Much men void that they get the
to only got the one trade out from Klim. AWP for Ultimate to chime in. And it's done so quickly enough there onto Breno. Now Insani has found the gap to move through into this B side.
This is actually the next Naf is just sliding over now, but if he tries to force himself out of market and is unaware of the possibility, this could just be a free kill for Insani.
He looked away.
He's not checking, missed shots. Naf
copila
no kids, and
you're not number one. ითხოვდა რა ვქნა ძმა ვოიდ ითხოვდი ეხა და რა გავაკეთე.
Kind of rely upon the rifles of Shuain Alish.
ბეტბუმს აქ ამის მერე იწყება ეგ თამაში ეს რომ მოჩება მერე იწყება ბეტბუმის თამაში best of 3.
And you've got no kit.
And Ultimate still hasn't budged from the A bomb site. He's starting to move now, but as soon as someone goes down on this flank,
yeah, you imagine Klim gets one.
He's
going to pick up both Shuain and Alish. That's the round. He's going to go save this AWP here for Ultimate. So he's going to march away, carry that scope on over. But MIBR, that's a strong start from Klim. Scoreline now found for MIBR.
Almost too successful on that initial defense between Mobs and Ultimate at the ramp because MIBR realizes they just kind of stuffed this attack. We can't get a call, 2 players went down at ramp. We just need to back off and find something different. Naf had cheated a little bit too far. They fully kind of committed to the concept that MIBR would be committed to that A hit, to the A bomb site. Really nice play from him. Plan B in the round for MIBR, and it saves the day.
Yeah, good to see Insani in the play to make plays, get space, and find the fallback plan there for MIBR.
You can feel again you're locked in, just like yesterday. Just keep it up, guys.
All right, Ultimate with the AWP, the only weapon that Liquid will have in the round, smoked out in the window. It's going to get broken for him, but nothing to see on the other side. And Ultimate, really the only player has a chance of turning this round for Team Liquid. See where he chooses to get aggressive. MIBR out of spawn has called a heavy lean towards the B bomb site. Doesn't look like they're interested whatsoever in changing that idea. Bomb site's wide open. It's just Naf back in market, but the priority for Liquid will be keeping Ultimate's up on the board. So no resistance really at this B bomb site.
Well, the Utah flying into the B bomb site, no resistance whatsoever. So MIPR can have an easy time of things, marching into the B bomb site. Venom Zero now going to be unleashed with a Mac 10 and make himself some money. And that'll be MIPR taking the lead here on Mirage.
Yeah, 3-2. Very quick since the gun rounds began. Rattle off 3 straight. Money comes back for Liquid, so around this off they'll have the enforce. And see if they can change up how they want to approach this and put a stop to this attack from MIBR. Yesterday, MIBR lost to Thunder Down Under in their opening game, and then went on to beat Tyloo in overtime. Team Liquid was being big in their first match today, but dropping a close affair on Dust 2.
Let it go to Dust 2.
I think teams are starting to learn that, right?
Yeah, they're looking.
It was funny. We were watching that back at the hotel, and we had just got done casting that boom on Dust 2. And the question that Stico asked him was, "Why do you think?"
Well, that's sorry.
Don't they know you're really good on it?
Yeah, honestly, I guess they're just also feel comfortable on the map, but boom.
It's one of the issues for Liquid as well. I mean, we just kind of laughed about it too. This going to Mirage, it's not like any kind of crazy win rate for him. 56% win rate in the last 3 months for Team Liquid, but it's the best win rate they've got in their map pool, which just isn't really there. Still trying to find out what their home comfort is going to be.
Yeah, you know, second best there is Inferno, 50% win rate, and Dust 2 at 36%. So, yeah, Team Liquid have been taking quite a few losses recently, as we all know. Insani going to be waiting around the top mid-smoke. Moves out after that nade break. In the meantime, though, some util and some players now dropping in towards this A site. You've got Venom Zera, who's leapt out of the palace, straight to a kill on Mob. So you've removed the default player, and now you've
cheat!
Quickly, and Ultimate couldn't get away. So he burns to a crisp inside the connector.
God-tier flashbangs from MIBR in this round. Malves was so blind as well inside the bomb site. Wasn't even firing bullets as they streamed out of Palace. Couldn't see a damn thing. Ultimate so blind that he had to back off. Didn't even realize he backed off into a Molotov. This is a completely different style. Yesterday I felt like they didn't have any ideas. They didn't know how they wanted to open up rounds. Didn't have any ways to get some opening kills or an opening play. Now it's just been like grouped up, timing aggressive hits.
Kay ხარ კლიმენტ.
Klim sent off to catch a couple more Liquid players with no mercy, at least. Naf being able to hold on to the AWP for the time being, and he will carry it over into the next.
Dicey though. He was well exposed on the other side of it, so he gets out with the AWP, but nothing else for Team Liquid.
Here's the flashes being sent out. You see Mobs blind, as you were highlighting, Jason, and Klim's flashbang proves to be the God Flash.
Yeah, I mean, having those openings, that style of opening kill entering into the bomb site is just God tier. That makes the hits so much easier to work with.
Now a timeout taken here for Team Liquid, letting Flashy get on the mic.
Yeah, they need to figure things out quick or else they're going to get buried. We saw the difficulty that FlyQuest had kind of crawling out of a hole from the first half. Well, this is Liquid on the CT side now getting buried by MIBR. So again, you have that AWP that's brought forward. It's managed to survive the last few rounds of Team Liquid losing. And at least in this round, with some of the money built up and the losing bonus grown, you can put some MP9s in the hands of the Legion and you've got a few pieces that can work with that AWP to be dangerous.
მადლობა დონაციისთვის. არა, პაუზა არ მაქვს, დავანებეთ აუკოს ამ. რა პროსტენაზე ვიყავე, მაგრამ მაგას არ ვარ. დავანებეთ აუკოს.
You need these MP9s now to deliver.
მადლობა დონაციისთვის.
Well, the Legion is going to stroll on into the crosshair of Insani. Flash will set up.
Oi.
Mobs has got both. Tries to get away, but his hard work is done.
Ultimate's here.
Yeah, he's going to step to the side of that smoke, but the Molotov comes in to prevent that from happening, so it's got to be Shui. And that 5-7 to devastating effect and puts Klim into a clutch.
Yeah, that is the exact kill they needed out of Shuhei, to give Ultimate the courage and the timing to walk through the smoke. Now he realizes that Ultimate is still there as well.
We've heard a lot about Klim. A lot about him. Expectations are high. Hasn't necessarily had the opportunity to show it yet, but now in a clutch into the
Klim.
Surely not. Ultimate backs away to the top of the stairs he goes, and Klim has to be precise, has to be perfect. Now down to just 2 bullets. Ultimate and the Opera Team Liquid does pull through, does prevail, but Klim comes damn close.
They needed that clutch, Liquid. They absolutely had to have Ultimate deliver that. P250, Shui under the balcony. Everything falling into place for Liquid. They needed that one. Provided by Shui, and then he relocates underneath the balcony, and Ultimate is able to step through the smoke, save the day.
ნაფლაი რომ ყავდეს გუნდში სამჯერ დავახტოვდი, აი სამჯერ მინიმუმ. ეგეთი ემოციო ადამიანი იმენა რა.
See what he's able to do with it now. Heads out towards middle. We'll be checking towards connector, but no one from Team Liquid coming to challenge him just yet.
Ultimate starting to get mobile on the map, starting at the B-bomb site this time. Letting Naf stack towards the A-bomb site, playing inside the cubby. Hidden from the kill feed, Alige is going to be on short. And MIBR still yet to make a move, make a decision. Klim and Insani going to rotate back through T-spawn, joining up at the A-bomb site. Again, it looks like another hit of this A-bomb site. And it feels like at the moment, Liquid are kind of like more worried about the mid-pressure than anything. Naf has slid back to stairs instead of being in cubby. So Mobs is all alone and isolated when the utility eventually comes in, and this attack is going to be more focused on the players streaming out of halls.
Strong start here from Team Liquid. Klim doing what he can, but it's not enough to keep his team competitive in this round. 4 seconds left in Team Liquid. A 4v2, and they stole out MIBR towards ramp.
Yeah, big difference now is the opening kills go the way of Team Liquid on these AAs. They're the ones peeking in during the execute. So Klim's got to back off with the AWP, caught in the open.
Klim
couldn't get away. So
Ultimate just to peek out and get the final kill of the round in back-to-back. So that's going to be 4-4, a timeout force from MIBR.
Yeah, money's disappeared. Money's gone away for MIBR in those 2 back-to-back round losses. So Liquid have broken the economy, given themselves a little bit of breathing room. Very strong, convincing win there in round 8. And a chance for them to string 3 together, build momentum, and really solidify their stance on this CT side.
11
kills on Clint,
14 გაქვთ ხო ის რა ქვია დრაგი მეთქი ბლეა
And this time no one can get anything going coming out of Palace, jumping out with the execute flashbangs this time, not blinding anyone. Naf is prepared for the fight. Stepping into round 9, it's a tie game. And MIB are going to be fighting with pistols. No armor, just a couple deagles upgraded.
აი ამინდია ხო საკატაოთ იმენი. მშვენიერი მშვენიერი.
These pistols move into middle as a pack. Shuei not wanting to expose himself to being peppered by 1,000 paper cuts. Just stays behind the wall.
Yeah, no movement from MIBR either. We're just chilling. We're hanging out.
Well, Shuei once again just peeking out for info. This time mobs from Con will join him and display a little bit of damage towards Klim. It's been an enjoyable start to the game, to be honest, from both teams. There's been good individual moments.
I'm curious what MIBR is going to look like in their next gun round, right? Like these, now that Liquid's shown they can stop these hits, they've stopped it with a force buy, now they've stopped it with a full buy. In the previous round, like, does MIBR continue going with that, or do they feel like it's kind of run its course, or they want to shift things up and change something a little bit more default?
Zamtari milchevnia milionjer asaketebs chemisa. Oi, dafарმა ეკოფრაგები და კი ავიდა 14 ფრაგი.
He's 14 and 5 at the moment. We're getting to see
სიცხეს იმენა ვერ ვიტან რა.
Okay. Shuei and John coordinating a little. I'm trying to think of
9Z, აბა რა ხთ 9Z რა არის? ნახოთ აბა 9Z რა არის?
Like I see we are just you know, like a bit going before the flashes. I see we are tilting a bit. Just bro, stick.
Charge move. Showing in the MIBR side. I think Shuei and Elige, the last thing I saw them work in tandem was some aggression up middle. Didn't really work out.
საკამოთი მაგრა დასწორებს. ჟაკეტით რომ უნდა იმოძრავ, მაგრამ თბილისში არ გიწევს ჟაკეტით მოძრაობა. ადმე სოფელში მაგრა დასწორებს.
They wanted to swing and
ზამთარ ხო რა ეგრე სიცივე უფრო მევასება ვიდრე სიცხე რა იმენა არაპროდუქტიული ვარ სიცხეში ზამთარში იმენა ვცოცხლდები
I mean, we heard Latney talking about the fact that they may be going 4 flashes at the moment, and
yeah, that one made him feel good.
Yeah, we just კონდენსი ხო გეუნე კონდენსიონერი ვიყიდე და ჯერ არ ჩამირთავ სამი ისეთი
ამბები. So far, was that A execution with Klim's flashes. And the flashes with the strength we were talking about for them. So MIBR just tighten that up. They're looking good in the flash department. Ready to go.
Oh, შედი, გარავინ არა აბიზე.
Ultimate who's backed off now to short, but his eyes turn towards the opponent. He realizes they're charging in. And Ultimate is picking 2 apart. Out of the sky, 2 MIBR players fall. 55 seconds left. Bomb going to be planted. Insani the man to confirm it. And now a 4v3 with Team Liquid.
I think they kind of know the position of Insani inside the site. They're saying one might have crossed over to market, but all 4 Liquid players are here on short, blocked off by this molly. Now,
აიო დააცრო გადაცილდება მე. არა ზაფხულში და აგვისტოში დაგვერხა მაგრად და ივლისში ვოჭველი ისეთ სიცხეები იქნება რაც ეხა დაისვენა მზემ. ერთიანად გაანათებს, კარგი ხარ ელენ ლუნუძე. დაეხმარეთ. კარგი ხარ. კარგი ხარ კლიმენტ. კარგი ხარ კლიმენტა რა კაცია და.
Showing us what he's made of here on Mirage.
Keep into the bomb that Liquid didn't have all the seconds they needed to clear out every corner and every angle. They had to hustle to get that defuse started and gives Klim exactly what he needs. Elige goes down, caught in the open, blinded as he's committing to a spray. Ultimate does everything he can to bring this round back into contention.
And then Naf, his 2 kills on the retake. You think it's like it's going to be enough? They had to get so far. That smoke was blocking them for a long period of time, and Team Liquid run right to Klim. Ultimate straight back to opening. That's going to be Insani, who stepped behind the top mid smoke. It should be pretty safe behind that, but Ultimate is just blasted him right through it.
Yeah, I think Ultimate just took a shot. I think the window smoke was up as well. He just fired one off. Elige grabs a kill. So 3 players left alive for MIBR. There's the swing from Shuhei inside the flames. He just wants to survive and get away.
Now fly out
as the double up setup comes to fruition.
Okay.
And much better here from Team Liquid. You're now down to just Venom, Zero, and Klim. The round is basically just started, but it's the AWPs that have proven very effective. MIBR's Bane. Klim is going to play underneath the window, but he can't do anything about it, so he's going to slip away into the underpass. I mean, I want to see that from Ultimate's perspective, to be honest.
Yeah, like exactly how that kill came out.
შენ სიმში გაქვს დაბადების დღე, აუ, რა მაგარები ვართ ეს სიმში დაბადებულები, მოკლედ. არ შეიძლება თო. ამდენი ნიჭიერი ადამიანის ერთ თოში დაბადება არ შეიძლება.
Snap nails it.
Oh, okay. 4 kills in the AWPs in this round.
That's a good piece of information over at MIBR.
Unfortunately, I mean,
right? The solution usually get into the bomb sites, force those ops to retake into awkward fights. I think when you go to a low buy like this for MIBR with all Tech 9s and upgraded pistols, you're kind of thinking you're going to go fast anyways. Yeah, he just took a shot. He just took a shot.
Well, you're going to take that, aren't you? So that's giving Team Liquid the advantage, the lead of the game, 6-5, and they should be taking 75 on Tech 9s.
I like this. I think this is the right call too. Get the Tech 9s, attack NAF. Your secondary operator. Bomb site usually it's going to be one solo defender, just the operator, because they want that rifler to be able to shore up. NAF's got a lot of pressure coming his way.
Oh, he really wants at least one chopper. Red is out. He's not in position. He gets overwhelmed. And now you've got MIBR flooding into the B bomb site. Felt like the most obvious idea that MIBR could have thrown in, but it's worked out very well for him. Playing down range with the deagle. It's going to be 6-6. Ultimate and Mobs have to pull off a 2v4.
That was an opportunity there that they needed, and Sani finds it coming through the smoke. Between Liquid and MIBR ends tied 6-6 headed into half.
მეც მინდა სადმე წასვლა წელს ბიჭო და ფიქრობ ვერ მოვიფიქრე ვერ სადან გერმანია მინდოდა მაგრამ გერმანიაში რა ვნახო თქო მე ვფიქრობ მეიჟორზე მინდოდა წასვლა და მეიჟორის ბილეთები რო ვერ დავითრია მაგიტო გერმანია გაიმაზა წესი რაღაც ერთი კვირით რო წავიდე სადმე არ დალიო გერმანია ასწორებს ხო მაგრამ მე არ ვსვავ არაფერი და რა გერმანიაში მეიჟორი მინდოდა ერთი ეხლა ვნახავ ვაფშე ივენთები სად არის კაუნტერის შემდეგი აი ზაფხულის მერე მალტაზე არა ყველაზე მკიდია აი პარიზში შეიძლება აუ ეს შეიძლება თო საფრანგეთში სვედში მაგრამ არა ძმაო მაგ მინდა საფრანგეთის დედა მოვწყარ ღირს აქ წასვლა ვაფშე მაგარი გუნდები კი არიან რო რამე Navi, Vitality, Spirit, Falcons, Furia, აუ ყველა კაი გუნდია, არა და აქ წასვლა იმენა თემა იქნებოდა. 12-დან 23 აგვისტომდე არის, მაგრამ პლეიოფი რაიმეებში უწევს. ვაფშე მაგას ვფიქრობდი საფრანგეთში. აი საფრანგეთი მოჟნა და თან კიდე მაგ ტურნირზე წასვლაც. რო ეგ თემა იქნება გადაო. ასე ილაპარაკე არა ბათუმში არ ყოფილვარ წლებია მე გადავ მაგ თემში ხელფასი თიმში რომელ თიმში ხელფასი აქვს აბა მისიაზე ხوارი თამაშები ო, აფრიკაში და საფრანგეთში ერთდროულად ჩახვალდა. ძალიან დაბალ პროცენტს იღებენ, ძალიან მოგებული ფულიდან ძალიან დაბალ პროცენტს იღებენ, აი რა ვიცი. ალბათ 80-20-ზე იქნება, ორგანიზაცია წაიღებს 80 და რაც ის რა ქვია, მოთამაშეები. Zera.
6-6 heading into the second half. MIBR and Liquid facing off. One of these teams goes 2-1 into the Swiss stage. The other goes 1-2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. This was a brawl between these two teams.
It really was.
Really, both these teams fighting back and forth through the first half.
It was very clutchy. It was individuals popping off. I mean, Klim obviously leading the charge here for MIBR, but you had Elise step up in the pistol round, then Molbs and Ultimate took over for the rest.
Look at the hard carry mode that Klim is in right now. Yeah. 16 kills. Next closest is 6 on Venom and Insani.
Zera.
Yeah, it's
David Marcelo.
Brawl, it's about to happen right here.
Now straight away into a shoe. Elise gonna get the trade, but Insani's next up. Elise out from Palace. And that was the combination that won the first pistol here for Team Liquid as well. Naf and Elise stepping up over towards B on the CT side, now towards A on T side, and Elise is locked in. But he's now running away back turn, so Klim once again. Could it be another carry to a round win? Behind the triple boxes as Klim has a shot at this. Jewel Beretta is tracking him. His Naf has slipped away, but there's a smoke, and the bomb is not. For Naf, so he realized he had to be confident and step into the open, and Naf closes out the pistol round.
Naf needed to win that round might have actually just destroyed Liquid if they ended up losing it. And these are the kind of the situations that I think have kind of capped how good this Liquid roster can be. That makes it not reach the heights that it feels like this roster should be able to. Is what are we doing? We've just secured the bomb, so we've just forced the defense back. We're in a 4-on-3. We don't need to take this. Why are we aggressing? Why is Ultimate out in the open dropping his smoke? Why is Elige pushing in towards jungle? Boys, secure the bomb site, get it planted, and just play the angles.
Great questions. But Naf has just saved him. But MIBR with the damage they inflict, they feel like they want to go for this and get a good force buyout. So Team Liquid going to go for a simplistic hit towards the side while smokes are up in middle. And Shue trying to join them from short, so he's already up here with a M10, but he gets stopped. Team Liquid, they're crumbling as they try and get towards the B side. There's too many players here. For the CT side, you've got to start carving them up, but it's Brennan who's on the boosted position. This boost box is going to be strong until he's cleared by Ultimate. The Naf comes in with a headshot. Team Liquid have recovered it, but again, it's down to 1v1. This one. Again, it's against Naf. Naf had the better of him in the pistol, now looking for it again. Use the word brawl to describe this game. Well, again, it's continuing into the second half. Klim getting ever closer. Now just waits at bench. Changes the position again. This time Klim's got it. Klim wins it. What a recovery.
Nafam ერთი უკვე მომიგოვდა. ეხა აღარ წავაგებ მომაკლაჩსო.
Liquid, you know, you win the pistol just about, but that round Klim is stolen away.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you just run right into the stack if you're Team Liquid. Yeah, you know, not even no finesse to it whatsoever. This is exactly what MIBR did to you in the first half as well. Like hitting into this B bomb site a couple of times, especially on low buys, but you just get stopped cold. Naf can't win this one. Klim is a monster, dude. He hits the long-range MP9 on Ultimate as well. All the way up towards the balk at the B halls.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Klim, who, you know, I said yesterday, I hope this is Klim's breakout event. Like, I hope the Major will be his moment where he can show all the hype that's been around him, because he didn't have a great Budapest event. Obviously in the Major last time, you know, went out 0-3, but he's actually showing us much more is capable of here against Team Liquid today. 21-10. He's got an AK-47. He's also the utility bearer. So let's see what he can do.
Maybe not a breakout performance yet, but certainly eye-opening. Doing to Liquid what Sonic just did in the first match against FlyQuest.
Დაჩი სად მოკლა რე, ანუ დაამოღამე. შორტიდან მოკლა ბისახში, კალაშას ესრო და იჩემისა. ემთან რომ დიდი გული ქონდა ალტიმეიტას, აგერ კლიმეტაც მა. ავეპეთი კაცი არ ყავს კლიმეტას მოკლული, არ და ავეპია. არ არის ავეპეტო. ავეპია რა, ეს ტიპი. მე როგორც მახსოვს ავეპია.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
No, ეს კაილანაფია, მაგრამ არავინ არ არის. ეს მე მგონი ორივე სწავს, თუ შემთვარდება. აუ, ხო ორივე სწავს ეგ. რა დროს გავუკეი ორივე სწავდა ხო ვიცხარ.
First 3 kills.
დაიწყო მაინც. ნაფა ნახე მკვდარია და კიცაკე.
Ultimate Tetris and Klim's just going to move out and take that final kill. So MIBR into the lead of the game. Team Liquid
timeout.
They do not have enough money for a buy in this next round, and so they have called the timeout.
Yeah, starting to get to that point where if you're Liquid, you want to see this offense really get cruising. You want to see this offense give you like 2 or 3 really good rounds so you can feel like you settle in, especially to recover from losing the second round of this half after winning the pistol. So Flashy wanted a chance for a talk. Shuhei gets a time to align the team together. We're gonna have a talk this next round, not so much of an investment.
Bytelabs-ის ოფიციალური მედიები წაfollow-ეთ Instagram, Facebook-ი რამე რაც წერია აღწერაში.
I want us all to take a deep breath and do a little water break because we are getting a bit frustrated for nothing. It's a best of one. We need all our effort into winning.
Focus
on the win in this best of one. Too much energy being spent on complaining, on being frustrated, being angry.
Heard Azza take an identical timeout on Mirage in that last game we just seen from FlyQuest.
Even heard Letney take one for MIBR at the start of the first half as well.
Emotions starting to really pile up here for Team Liquid. I mean, you can understand that have been one frustrating rounds. Slow things down. Return to a state of calm, and so MIBR will be taking a 9th round here. I mean, this is wild. Look at the kills. You got 22 on.
Oh, it's
no one else is double figures.
Yeah. He's the engine.
Liquid მოტუწაგო 1-2-ზე გადავა.
The second player to step up behind Sonic.
აქედან ერთ-ერთი ის არ გვაწყობს საქმე, წაგება ორივეს მოგება გვაწყობს, ამიტომ
here's the move.
ორივე რახან ვერ მოიგებს, მარტო
მიწურა. Should be an easy shutdown for MIBR from here. So we'll go into round 17. Guns will come back out from Team Liquid. And we'll see what they were able to kind of work through in the timeout at the start of this round of how they want to play these rounds moving forward. There's no AWP on the field for MIBR. Liquid will be aware of that for the moment.
Liquid იმენა ორგანიზაცია დასაშლელი რა.
That'll change moving forward, but for this one, round 17, they have an opportunity to work the map without having to go up against the AWP.
Klim up into the ladder room. Still wielding that AK. Shuhei. Flashed into the top mid play. He'll get in behind the boxes just as that smoke fades away.
A very quiet round so far. Alicia's in position, looking for a jump. Lovely nade from Insani. And now we start being proactive on the map. Breno and Venom clear out A ramp, see nobody home. Naf is playing it very passively, out of vision. Mid utility for the next step for Shuhei Ultimate and Alige. This trio meant to take mid control, but there's a lot of bodies from MIBR coming for the fight.
Nice Venom. First
two go the way of MIBR, make it 3. Oh, it's so disappointing. Such a long build up here for Team Liquid. It's just falling flat. There's nothing in the round. Monk's doing what he can, but it's just the apartments, and the NAF will be unleashed. But 3 seconds left, and the bombs drop the middle, completely surrounded by the remaining MIBR players. So this round goes absolutely nowhere for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it actually looks silly, but I mean, that's due to the proactive nature of MIBR. I'm not going to put it all on Team Liquid. I mean, you go in and clearing out A ramp, you see nobody home, you feel no pressure at A, you feel no pressure at B, it's quiet on the map. So Everyone's kind of aligned for a mid trap at that point, and as soon as Liquid throw that utility, the window smoke, the con smoke, that's when the CT flashes start raining over. And Liquid's making their play pretty much immediately in that first salvo of util. So everyone's exactly where MIBR expects them to be as they collapse down in the middle of the map.
Meijors around the face.
Face guards maybe around the AK-47 of NAF. You can see on the face of Elige as well, Liquid's starting to run out of opportunities, getting to the end of the runway.
Yeah, it looks like they might just crash and burn. Towards top middle they go. Venom, oh, clean headshots coming in from Venom, spraying down 4. Mobs will put an end to Insani, but Venom has dropped back with that low HP. The round's already won. This again goes nowhere for Team Liquid. 11-7. Klim just stands in the fire, confident to take the fight. He also survives.
Yeah, just took a breath and he's like, I'm swinging for this fight. Screw it. Whatever. Timeout for Liquid. Their third and final. Previous one just to try and calm the team down going into an eco round. Now you got to do something tactical.
Yeah,
4 rounds behind MIBR, 1 away from securing overtime.
Ელენზიმ ბიჭო გუში რა თამაში ითამაშა.
It's going to be out in the hands of Ultimate. You got 3 AK-47s full of utility. Naf's going to be back onto a Galil due to saving the weapon previously. Problem now is that you don't realize it quite yet, but the AWP is in play for MIBR too. There's the switch up for the CT side. He's been rifling for most of this half.
Wait, მოხვედი. აბა ვინ მოიგებს? ბეთფუნ მოიგებს ხეს ვოი.
The big green for the close.
დიქტატორი თარამდე ხმინდა მანდ.
5 rounds in a row for MIBR after
losing
the second half. Liquid have not shown up on this T side.
Not at all.
Monte იმიტომ არის stage 3-ზე, რომ მეტი ქულა დააგროვეს ლანებზე. ანუ რაღაცა დაბალი დონის ტურნირებზე წავიდნენ, მოითამაშეს, მოიგეს და მაგითო. არ მოგწონს? უნდა მოგწონდეს. არ გახსოვს ჩვენი იმის აქვია დევიზი ჩვენი სამყარის ქვეყნის სწორო ქვეყანას ხოველები. At least
MIBR are giving Team Liquid a little bit of mid-control to work with this time. Instead of being so suffocating, at least Team Liquid will have that to work with.
Well, I mean, the last time we saw it, they gave him this kind of space, right? It's almost like they wanted him to take it and then in the mid-round slid into that mid-trap. Here, they've kind of focused on the extremities, cleared out A-ramp yet again, just like the previous round, but that aggressive flash and peek from LNZ to kind of see what's happening at the B-bomb site. Now, at least show some presence. Make sure nobody's pushed. This allows Insani to rotate back and play like he's going to be quick rotate towards the A-bomb site. $35 seconds as Liquid go to the next round of utility and start making their move.
Rankis თემა, rankis მიხედით იწვევენ max stage-ებზე რა, თუ top-ში ხარ, top 5, top-ში ხარ, პირველ მესამე stage-ზე ხარ და ასე შემდეგ რა.
The second kill, the third as well. Mobs has just won the round.
All right.
Yeah, that's brilliant for Mobs. So again, I was just highlighting how there was no one there to save them for Team Liquid. No glimpse of hope. And Mobs arrives.
Well, at the execution, actually started attacking in. Everyone distracted looking elsewhere. But yeah, lovely to see him step in and just grab you 3 quick kills, make it as easy as possible.
10 წამი გავიდეს და დაწერე თუ მოგეხსნა ბანიება.
Here's the first. You could see the Alper train towards Khan. Breno fighting towards Khan. Venom fighting towards Khan. And Mobs is able to get 3 kills with nobody paying attention to him.
Საზონის ავტონომიური რესპუბლიკა კი. მან გვაქვს დევიზი ჩვენ რომ რამე თუ არ მოგწონს, უნდა მოგწონდეს. წინააღმდეგ შემთხვევაში ქვეყნიდან გაძევებული იქნები, ოღონდ ჯერ მოკლავთ და მერე გაგაძევთ.
Plenty of money. So buy coming up right about now. Get that all pound for Klim if you desire.
Monte არ იქნება მესამეზე, იქნება მეორე stage-ში იქნება Monte, კაცო, მესამეში რა უნდა.
If ever get that break, that economic break, it's going to be at a really painful timing for MIBR, right? Just depending on how like weapons are saved and stuff, but they could break them at a scoreline like 10-11 and then it's weird.
let's just, I love that you're all contributing and calling, guys, but we need to stick with one direction. We cannot have 4 people calling different stuff, okay?
There's the other side of the pressure too. Some people shut down, some people just start rattling off all the different ideas as they go. Everyone feels like they've got the winning call. So LNZ saying, I appreciate it, we need it, but let's keep it in check. A-Exec from Team Liquid.
Oh, Bruno forced into the open again by good utility. It's once more. Mobs were
successful. რაც ქვია ბიჭო აგერია ნომერი დაწერილი. მოკალი შეჩემა ავეპეთი კაცი არ ყავს მოკლული ტიპს ავეპეები არიან ესენი. აუ მოიხოდა ის სმოუკი სადაც. თუ გინდათ რომ სმოუკები ეგრე ტრაქში არის როლოდ გაიარეთ კურსი ჩუჟოისთან ზმენო. მეტი რა გითხრა. ოპირაიტი არ უნდა გინდა რომ დამეტოს. ანუ გინდა რომ დამე ჰეიტერი ხარ ხო? აი ვირუსაც ბანი დაადეთ 24 საათიანი. გინდა რომ ბანი დამედეს ხო? აშო ჰეიტერი გავაძრეთ. რაო ფინალისტი ვინ იქნება? რაც ქვია ფინალისტი ან ფინალში ვინ გავა?
Klim, they've switched into a double op setup. Klim was a beast on the AK. Might want to get it back in his hands. 2 rounds that he's been using the AWP these last 2. Both of them have been wins for Team Liquid.
Yeah, hasn't been able to get involved. I mean, this round he tries, you know, to have that smoke towards CT. It's a good idea to try and pick away, but they were so ready for it. And once they just sprinkle with him with utility and damage, he can't do anything for the round.
Yeah, it's also chaotic, and when you take that peek as the opera, you're also cognizant of as soon as you fire that shot, that's going to punish you for being in the open.
Yeah. And also 2 rounds back-to-back now where Bruno has been mollied out of his position immediately. He hasn't really been able to get comfortable.
Venom Zera.
Venom Zera's position.
It's risky.
Yeah, well, I'll go out on a limb. Elige is a really detail-oriented nerd.
კარგი ხარ, კი, ელიშ, აი მე ისეთი მთვალი იყო. ანდერში.
Well, a 2-man advantage now for MIBR, so they've gone out and hunted that down and been disrupted towards Liquid's T side that is finally starting to get going. They've been handed a 3v5.
That's been a really cool philosophy MIBR's had throughout this half. Just a lot of that disruptive play has been more geared towards a ramp, double nading, flash peeking it, getting that information.
გაიღალეთ სმოუკების აცილებით. თქვენი სპრეი ტრაქში მიდის? გაიარეთ კურსი ჩუჟოისთან და დახვეწეთ ყველაფერი.
Momentum and just get annihilated in round 21. 3 versus 5, you're going to have to try and recover.
Liquid's მოგებაზე დადე? ადაო. კიდე გაქვს რამე დადებულია Liquid's გარდა? მიდი. აი. ელენზი სავაპეთია უკვე სო. დაასევით.
B-bomb side just got smoked out. Footsteps to run away. Naf and Ultimate going to come back to it, which leaves Mobs to his own devices in middle. So how aggressive does he want to be? You have to make the decision if you're Mobs to try and be a distraction or just try and be a lurk for the late round.
ჩუჟოის ვერ აჯობებ. ხეზე ასვლას არ გასწავლით. ყლეზე მკიდია.
By the scope, so Mobs actually gets into the last shot from LNZ, so you may have to
ავეპები ძალიან სერიოზული ყავთ იქით გუნდში. საღოლ ძმებო? საღოლ სერიოზული აქვს.
There's Ultimate again, and it is a 3v5 that is happening right now. Klim has come back over with his op.
Bravo. უმაღლესი დონის ავეპები ამ გუნდში. ჩემზე ყლე ავეპეს თუ ნახავდი დღეს არ მეგონა.
He lands the shot and he finally finished off by Naf, and Klim has nothing to do here. He can't win this on the AWP. So he's going to start retreating, and Team Liquid with a massive 3v5.
That's unbelievable that's actually come in. That bomb site was stacked as well. There were 3 players there, one coming short quickly. That was not an easy 3 versus 5 to win. They done it with style. Everyone's surviving. The setup that MIBR switched into has now been, 3 round wins in a row for Team Liquid against the Alp and Klim, double up for 2 rounds straight. And this time both Alps miss critical shots. That switch into the dual op has just, it feels sold MIBR down the river these last few rounds. Still so much money to play with, still a buy coming in. But this will be a round they look back on and wonder how the hell it happened. And a timeout that makes a lot of sense for MIBR. A round loss like that is going to crank it into overdrive. So a conversation to try and chill them out in a very important round right around the corner.
Mincago, Pito, Liquid Yari, go to the
3 in a row has been brought low. But Cash is gone after this on 4 players.
Wow, Ahmed quebrado. How is Kalas they dark motquli chasuli.
Flash blight into the ramp. Not gonna spot anything early on. But Team Liquid, here they come. It's direct, it's simple, and it's straight towards the A side early. Trying to get out of the ramp. So the overview on the right side of your screen, just watching how those smokes land on the side. MIBR plays in front of the smokes. They're going to go into the open. And they're really doing a good job at stopping Team Liquid from getting out of the ramp. But here they come now. Taking Breno down. Shuei's falling without anything. Venom Zera and LNZ lining up a couple. They've spotted ultimate head into a sandwich. They need a kill here, Team Liquid, and they need it now, and they just can't get it. So MIBR do a good job at holding the wolf at the door and not letting Team Liquid pass Tetris.
They had to have known the defenders were going to be close by, but I think MIBR said, you beat us here a couple of times earlier. You've burned Breno out a number of times. He's having a tough stretch here at the A-bomb site. Bring some extra bodies over. So well prepared for this, and Liquid never got a kill that allowed them to take space. Every single fight they took is stuck at that same right at the top of the ramp. MIBR just keep them funnelled.
And a huge relief as they get to map point. Oh, there's going to be ultimate.
Აქ ოვერტაიმები აიწევა ნახე. 19 ლაიქი. ძმებო, უხრესი მადლობა დონაციებისთვის. ძმებო, ეხლა აი ამ 19 ლაიქს 200-მდე ვინც მიარტყავს 8 სანტიმეტრი ემატება. კარგი, 8 სანტიმეტრით გრძელდება რა. რაც გაქვთ, იმ 8 სანტიმეტრი დაემატება. დაფიქრდით.
Oh, it's LNZ reacts faster as Mobs is more accurate.
Აი მე და სადაიჭირა ორი კაცი საწყალი ელიშა და უბრალოდ
that double kill has flipped this right back to even odds again.
What a huge advantage, just hand right back over. Thinking maybe that with that push from LNZ, they had shifted a 4th player to the other side of the map. They saw 4 defenders at the A-bomb site last round. Maybe that was the line of thinking. Another tough recovery of a round. Breno slides into the bomb site. Off angle.
Hey, guys, დამთავრდა ბაზარი. So, დავიდა Liquid-ის სახში. აბა რა, ბიჭო. აუში სახში ეგ ნუბები ეგენი მე რომ ებლატავებიან და stage 1-1-ლებიან ეს სირები ესენი face 0 იმეშვებიან.
Perfect accuracy, breaking apart Team Liquid. Just a slow start in that second half. Klim won some essential clutches from IPR. And that was enough to give them just that little bit of an edge that they're able to close out versus Team Liquid.
And they did need a second player to come step up with them, so a shout out to
and
help MIBR sustain this victory. Tough loss for Team Liquid. Good fight for a number of times, but the T side really sketchy early on. They seemed like they were getting a hold of it, but just a little bit too late. We're going to head down to the desk as Freya's ready.
We are indeed, yes. Stylish end out to this best of 1 from MIBR. Cements them 2-1 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2026. As Dinko aptly said, kind of a slow start to that second half for Liquid. Ended up costing them, Yanko.
Definitely so. That second round was just a disaster, really, after winning pistol. You know, Clem bringing that one the long range MP9 first.
Then შემდეგ გათამაშებაში მოხდები. მანამდე დალაიქებულების გამიმაში მოხდები. შენ გათამაშებაში სტრიმის ბოლოს არ იყო, მაგრამ მანამდე დალაიქებულების გათამაშება. მაგათ ემატებათ 4 სანტიმეტრი სადაც. აი ნახეთ აბა შემდეგი თამაში. შემდეგი თამაში გვაქვს ჩვენ Gamer Legion versus MIBR in 7 minutes. They
play very good, so I'm very happy to say that.
We were just talking about the Klim clutch that obviously didn't happen in the first second pistol round, and the round after he managed to get that 1v1 versus NAF. What was that reaction like?
It was a really good feeling to see him pull that off, and yeah, he had a really good game, so I'm very happy for him that he had this in a major, which is obviously nice for anyone, you know. It's just a joy to see.
I just wanted to ask you before we dig into this game, you know, yesterday you lose the opener, right? Then against Tyloo, you have a big lead, it goes into OT. How important was it that you were able to sort of not let that one slip away as well and come back and win it? Yeah, just tell me about that.
Oh, it was obviously very important to like bounce back on the Tyloo
game. That and ჩვენ ქვეყანას რო შევქმნით, მან დაიმენა შეცდომის დაშვების უფლება არავის არ ქონდეს რა. აი ყველა დაუბრუნდეთ ვაფშე ვინმე შეცდომას თუ დაუშვეს.
You know, you wake up and you realize like you need to
ენერგეტიკები არ მევასება არა ცხოვრებაში არ დამინდება.
The best thing that could have happened, you know. And in the end it's only a best of one and you have to win 3 games no matter what. So I think it didn't like do that much to us.
I just wanted to ask as well, that round near the end, I'm not sure what the score was, where you had the B read with 3 of you there. So a bit of hobby hopping maybe going on as well.
მაგალითად ჩვენს ქვეყანაში თუ სიტყვა შეგეშლება,
because that's the sort of one there the game
feels like it's the
rotation really good. And everyone was just missing the shots and the round gets away. What were you kind of saying?
სიტყვა თუ შეგეშლება, ეგრევე დამოგახშობენ ან გილიოტინა.
Like we played good, but we just fucked up the advantage. Maybe gave them a bit too much space, like almost leaving the whole map for them. And then like I just missed every shot possible. And it's just
method გითხარ როგორ არ უნდა გაიტილტო.
It's as simple as that. So it didn't really bother us actually. We kind of reset it insta.
These guys were pretty hot on your T sides as well. I think we can go into a round. You've picked out Yanko. What have we got here?
Yeah, we can forgive some of the individual performance because some of the calls were
მე ვამუღავებ ხა მაგას რა. ერთი კვირავს ვცდილობ რომ აი ნაკლები ვიგინო.
I don't know if it's
streams-ets და ზოგადად counter-shit რო თამაშობ ნაკლები შევიგინო.
In this round, but it turned out he just
found a ton of space. ხდები რომ უფრო მეტი ფოკუსი გაქვს მე თამაშზე რა, იმიტომ რომ ენერგიას სხვა რაღაც სირობებში არ ხაჯავ.
So talk us a little bit through it.
I mean, we started with this default because we knew they didn't have.
მაგრამ ის რო სულ შეიგინო შეუძლებელია.
Maybe the call was
ეგეთი რაღაც კონტროლი ისწავლო, მაგრამ ის რო აი არაც მარ შევიგინები და არ დავიტილტები და რაღაცა რუხა ბაზარი არის. თუ გინდა რა ფსიქოლოგი გყავდეს და 15 ნაშა.
Usually Insania has this like space to do exactly what they did now. And it like the call itself wasn't what we wanted initially, but it was kind of like an adaptation in the mid round and then we just had like to go back, which worked out perfectly.
გააჩინა რაზე იგინები ეხლა. ყველაფერზე თუ იგინები არა, მაგრამ ნერვები თუ მოგეშალა უნდა გამოუშვა, რომ შეიგინო.
1v1, so like he just took a lot of initiative, didn't have like the
Beber 500 ლარი დაუდე გლადიატორების ერთიანს
like these where you don't see it all on the stat sheet but that have a ton of impact.
You were complimenting it a lot, Ash. You're very fond of it, right?
I think the round we just saw then was probably the best round we've seen all tournament on the T side. Like I like the way that he pivoted round, the bomb goes back towards B, Insani's activated. Then I think that was nice. But actually, in general, I think the calling that's the best T side for sure.
I
have a round ready, but what I kind of loved was I think the first round was a mid exploitation, like a prep round where you went to a B split. The round we just saw then, and after that, pivoted straight into this execute, went out, and I think it was a great time up on screen now. Is it's just the space is taken really quickly. So Insani's in middle here, and I think he's the one activating you guys and telling you when to go because I think the Molotov comes in the second one in a second. So I'm not sure if this is a call that's from him at the second or when this Molotov misses now. But I love that it's just straight into CT spawn. There's no hesitation. And the space is taken. I think in the games we've seen so far, this has been lacking this like secondary part of the round.
Yeah, like this thing was one of the things we had in the game plan because we knew that. They usually like to start like mid and ultimately it's like rotating around to ticket and then this round is like perfect for that and we kind of expected Malbs to be alone A, especially with like what happened at least that's for myself where I feel like I maybe thrive with my calling where I kind of can get a good feeling of like what will they actually do in this because with the economy, if you call your basing or if you base your calling around it, it's kind of easy to read the game because they can only do so much, right? And now we just went to like a straight A exec, and yeah, he was alone like we wanted him to be.
Simon, I just want to say as well, like you were having a pretty rough game individually. How did that feel for you as calling? Because I know in general, when in-game leaders are kind of down, I think it was 0-7 maybe at some point. Yeah. Usually in-game leaders can go into the shell a little bit. How did you kind of feel in that moment? Because you were winning rounds still.
Yeah, no, it's something I worked on, like since I'm still kind of young and inexperienced. Like it do happen sometimes that you get into the shell, but it's something I worked on last year in Heroic, for example. This game I didn't maybe feel it. I don't get it like calling wise that I get affected by it anymore. But maybe these games is where you realize, okay, I don't need to do any good plays for us to win. I can trust my teammates to do it, and I maybe focus a bit more on the supporting. You know, maybe don't try to take too much space from them, which is usually what I try to focus on in a game like this.
I wanted to ask you before we let you go, real quick, how has it been working with Letny, my old teammate as your coach?
No, it's been nice. Like, we kind of now built this like foundation together from the start because we were both new pieces in the organization, and we have a really good relationship, and it's really easy to work with. Like I think he's very nice that he wants everyone to be a part of like the part of the what you build, like everyone is contributing, and he still has, what he wants from everyone, but he's also very open to like what people are kind of feeling, which is maybe like some people are more strict, like for example Saw that I had is very more like strict, and for us that's working kind of good because we're very young players. You kind of have to like, you cannot play a full structured CS if you're not experienced players, so I think that's suiting us kind of well.
Obviously, you've got an opportunity. We've got two opportunities to be making it through to stage 2. At the moment, we don't know your opponent, but there's NRG, there's Limvision, there's Big. How do you think your chances are now moving into best of 3s?
No, I think it feels good still. Like we've been having a good uprise like the last few weeks or the last 2 months since Bucharest. So we feel very comfortable in this like level that we're playing now with all these teams like Big and what you said. So we're just kind of looking to like grind ourselves up and like prove that we're actually better than those teams, and then obviously we want to make it as far as we can and like try to get tested by the bigger teams.
One last one before I throw to break. It's Gamer Legion versus BetBoom coming up after this. Who do you think is going to be the first team to make it through?
I think Game Legion. I think they've been playing very solid lately.
You've got an extra fan in us. There we go.
Who's better in practice?
I think actually Game Legion. Yeah. I don't think BetBoom has played so
good
versus us in practice.
Gamer Legion-მა კარგი Gamer Legion-მა თუ მოიგო და იქით მოიგო M80-მა ჩემპიკებს აქ განზრეული აზრი აღარა აქვს უკვე მენა კაპუტია უკვე всё.
We're going to throw things to a quick break before we let the action ensue, and this is going to be a big one, a qualification best of 3 between Gamer Legion and BetBoom.
ერთ-ერთმა მაინც BetBoom-მა მაინც მოიგოს ან ბერვამ რა, ერთ-ერთმა მოიგოს. Ahora მოუგებენ ძმაიმებით არიან მოსული. მადლობა Will Smith-მა, ჯიგარი ხარ. გადრეს. მეხსიერებას რო უშლის ეგ გააძრე. იცოდი სანამ დაიწყება ჩემ თავში ხედა ხოლ ამაზად ვარ. აუ მაგაროჩი ტრაკებს. არა, კარგი. ალამაზი ხარ. არა, მოსარწა. აუ, შამხელა გემი მოდის, მაო, სად გამოეტიე შეჩემ. აუ, რა კაი ადგილია. ნახე სარბენაც, ასეინოთ, ყველაფერთვის კაია რა. აბა ჩვენი რა არის მტკვარიტო. რაყლე მდინარე გვაქვს. ებზე რა ხდება. ჯერჯერობით კარგად მიდის ყველაფერი, თუ BetBoom-ი მოიგებს და თუ ბერვა მოიგებს, ყველაფერი ჯდება იდეალურად და Gaming Gladiators-მა უნდა წააგოს დღეს. ნახე ბიჭო, ორი кацი დადის უკალაკში.
Here with Rez, Gamer Legion won 1 out of 4 pistols yesterday.
Let's talk
about that, Rez. I know I said it would be a little bit harder of an interview, so let's talk a little about yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, best of ones is always harder, I think, when you don't get the pistols, and that's something we've been working on a lot for this major, and we had a really good stats before this, and I mean, a weak start in my opinion, but hopefully we can take them all today.
What was the breakthrough at 5-1 when down to FlyQuest? What was the momentum shift there for you guys? Was something said? How did you guys come back right there?
We took a timeout, and we just said we had to be more aggressive and show some balls, and that's what we did.
And sometimes that's exactly what it takes. You've seen a lot of CS since the CG Epsilon days. What is it about this Gamer Legion lineup that's got you all on the same page? What's making you feel right at home?
Right at home. I mean, I think I have a great group of guys next to me with a lot of experience now. And yeah, I just feel very comfortable with the experience, I think.
You've done the Cologne play and dance, albeit a few years ago. What's different about this time for you, Rez?
This time I'm going to hold the trophy.
Bet. Anything you want to say on your own behalf or Gamer Legion before we get this one going?
No, I mean, it's a good start in a major. 2-0, that's what we wanted and expected, I think. Now we just want to finish it off. We are 3-0.
Thank you so much, Rez.
Thank you.
I'm here with Zorte before their matchup against Gamer Legion on the other side. How you doing today, Zorte? How you feel?
Today, I feel good actually. Like the best day, like maybe like yesterday or some. I don't know. I feel like flu a bit and sick, but today I feel good.
Why is it when BetBoom needs someone, they're always calling you Zorte? They're always saying, "Hey, Zorte, come help us out." And how is it going this go around for you?
I don't know. It's actually a strange run. For some reason, we pretended to be like not the best, but we actually did a great job at last tournaments. And I don't know. It's feeling strange for me because like maybe 4 months ago I just chilling at home and I didn't think that I able to get a major, and yeah, I'm really happy with it.
So how does that system work for BetBoom currently? And what did you guys learn from the Atlanta side?
System of like standings. So basically it's all the same stuff. You just like need to do some changes in rounds. And for this event, I think it's the most hard because like we didn't practice with Lamos at all. Maybe just we played 4 practice and that's it. And we have to do some preparation before the game, and we don't have like a we basically all the time on the PCs, and yeah, this is kind of hard, but it's not like something special. Inside the game, you do some like rounds. If like every unit inside the server does a great job, and after that we just have a good communication, and that's it.
You've never played in Cologne before. You've got a good chance of moving on in this stage. Is that correct?
Yes. Last time I moved in Cologne with Magnus. Actually, we traveled here, but 2 or 3 of our teammates didn't get the visas, so unlucky.
Not optimal. Anything you want to say before we start this matchup?
Good luck.
Good luck. Thank you, Zorte.
აი ტიპია, მაგრამ მე ვასება ზორტე. საყვარელი ჯიგარი ტიპია. ამის სტრიმით რომ აქ ნახი ვაფშე არ არეიჯებს ხოლმე, იმენა ძალიან ჯიგარია. ძალიან ჩილ ტიპია. აუ რა ქალაქია შეხედე. Lanxess Arena.
Welcome back to the IEM Cologne Major, where we are finished with the best of 1 and we're heading into the best of 3 series, which also means that we now have 2 teams in contention to be the first to progress into stage 2. I'm joined by a major brain and a major champion in Peter. How are you guys doing so far?
Fantastic, you know. I think it's interesting now that we move into the best of 3s, where we're going to be expecting a little bit more of the teams and the whole randomness. You know, a lot of people don't seem to be liking best of 1s too much because the game seems to be finishing too fast, and I even think the players are excited about the best of 3. So we are moving into an interesting.
How about you, Martin? You also enjoy the best of 3s?
Absolutely. Best of 1s were good, chaotic, but best of 3s where true prowess, I think, and structural thinking of the teams are going to come into the light. And you know, I've been interviewing around, and I get a good glimpse of how teams are feeling. So it's good to be grounded in one position and right now analyze with you.
Listen, it's nice that we all agree that best of 3 is superior to best of 1. We also have a pretty cool matchup to begin the whole best of 3 conversation. Gamer Legion taking on BetBoom. Obviously, the winner will progress into stage 2. Loser still remains in stage 1 and have a very good shot at still qualifying. But specifically for this matchup, it's a game that we've seen before, you know, roughly a month ago, where it went the way of BetBoom quite handily. It was a blowout, to be completely honest. Gamer Legion could do nothing against BetBoom. Did any of you guys take any note of that?
I was taking a note of that because I was interviewing that game as well. And honestly, I think I spoke with Snacks throughout the event, and they were talking about their inability to just be, you know, a unit as a cohesion, and they were struggling with a little bit of health issues as well, and that plagued the whole team. And it was visibly not the Gamer Legion that we were seeing until that point, and then after that point as well. I think very much this major is showing that some teams came prepared top notch, and this is Gamer Legion that we kind of know, and they're pretty much S tier to what they were at that event.
And I guess the caveat to that, Peter, is that it was also a different lineup that BetBoom played with. They're coming into this tournament with a stand-in situation. Flamus, Dilladis, no Siren as well. You know, in terms of re-preparing, you know, and if you're Gamer Legion, you have this experience where you got blown out of the server. Now you have to prepare for a team that is essentially coming in with a stand-in. Can you even use that result for anything as a player? Like, would you put stock into it, or is it just one of those where forget about it, this is a new game?
I mean, of course, it's about forgetting the fact that it's a new game, but as Stico just mentioned now, you know, it is also about the preparation coming into this tournament. I think that despite yesterday looking at Gamer Legion and even Rest saying they didn't play that well, Hypex said there was a 6 out of 10 game. I still think Gamer Legion has what it takes to beat BetBoom. It's not like BetBoom is a team they cannot beat, and I'm also fairly certain, specifically with this matchup, whoever ends up losing this one is still going to qualify for stage 2. So obviously this one matters to get more days off, but I think it's a team where BetBoom, even Boom is saying themselves that they're more like a mixed team right now. At this point, the VC is just piling on them. They can't seem to be yielding their own team, and they just gotta work with what they have. And I actually think that they're doing a pretty solid job in terms of just bringing in players and having to be used to playing with a stand so many times. So BetBoom is an interesting team, but I gotta give it to Gamer Legion. I think Gamer Legion is still also, in terms of the ranking, the best team that we have right here. So this is also an important game for Gaming to keep up and pick up the pace to go into stage 2.
As you could see by the results, BetBoom didn't really break a sweat yesterday. Two relatively relatively clear victories. They really had to fight for it. I know, Martin, you picked out a round from yesterday's game, Gamer Legion versus FlyQuest, round 22. Something that we have to look out for here?
Yeah, I think this is perfect example why Gamer Legion, in my opinion, deserve to be in stage 2. It's the fact that FlyQuest here, for example, are fumbling a little bit of a top banana retake where that smoke just missed, I believe, and it's supposed to be on the top wall. Snags immediately sees this gap and he just walks by, and as soon as this all happens, Ins cancel the take because they're, you know, seeing the failed smoke. Snags immediately takes on the initiative, going in, and look at the score. 10-11. This is high pressure round. This is almost what makes them clearly win the whole game, and this is something that inexperienced teams aren't going to be really afraid of doing, but not Gamer Legion, and this is what I want to see them doing in best of 3, because this is clearly the difference maker between stage 1, stage 2, and potentially even stage 3.
See, I'll play the devil's advocate then, because I hear you both saying Gamer Legion is a great team. They'll definitely make it to stage 2. You know, they're the favorites in this game as well. Yesterday wasn't necessarily the greatest of days for Gamer Legion. I know they got 2 victories, and that's all that matters, especially in the best of ones, but in terms of what you saw on the server, Peter, the quality of Counter-Strike, we even spoke to Hypex. He also admitted to it. It wasn't the best day. It wasn't the I guess, best shape that we've seen for Gamer Legion. Should we be worried about that, or could it just be, you know, nerves of the major and day 1 starting?
Yeah, it definitely could. You know, it's in the end, it's about getting the best possible start to the major, and you just gotta clinch out the best of 1.
A win is a win,
and a win is a win, right? They have a 2-0 now, and they have 3 chances of best of 3s of making the next stage. So, I mean, you got over the limb, over the hump, right? And now you're in a favorable situation, and you put yourself there, and it doesn't really matter too much how you got there. The thing is, you know, it's about them also getting better and better, and like moving into the tournament, playing themselves in. They have some young guys that need to get used to the whole idea of playing at a major as well. So it's obviously a team that will pick up the pace, but it's obviously a team that needs to do better than they did yesterday, especially if they move into stage 2.
See, both teams played the 2 permabans yesterday twice. Inferno was played by Gamer Legion twice. Dust 2 was played by BetBoom twice. Now we get Mirage, Martin. This video Mirage is our 3rd deciding map. We get Nuke and Ancient as the first 2. Not playing a map you haven't played in a tournament, is that gonna, you know, put a spanner into this game, or is it just gonna make it even more exciting?
I think it can be both curse and a blessing, because obviously both teams played only 1 map, and that means that they haven't shown any playbook anywhere else. But however, there's a caveat to this, because they could have very well played their best map, meaning that we have kind of, you know, not the correct assumption of their true skill, and it might come handy in a best of 3s. It might completely blow it out. I'm wondering what will happen, because it blows my mind that BetBoom played 2 Dust 2s yesterday. Their best, by far, LAN map of this year. I think they have like 16-1 at this point, and it blows my mind that both of these teams they played let it slip.
Nuke, Ancient, and should we need it, Mirage. 2 teams who so far have looked great. 2 teams who are 2-0, and 2 teams who will be fighting for a spot to progress into stage 2. Instead of us rambling, instead of us talking, I think it's about time that we get this game started to see who will be the first team to progress into stage 2 at the IEM Cologne Major 2026.
Yes, indeed, Pimp. It is time to decide who is heading to stage 2. Gamer Legion, BetBoom, I would say both of these teams, it's not surprising to see them in this spot, but they had a standing coming into this, and I think that was able to shake a lot of people's confidence. And then they got those two a couple of times.
უეჭველი გასაწოლი გვაქვს. თორე მე გეიმერ, ანუ აქ ეხლა წარმოიდგინე ამ თამაში გეიმერ ლეგიონმა რომ მოიგოს ორი გუნდი გვისხავს. მე 80-ის თამაში რო ორი 80-მა მოიგოს, იქაც ორი გუნდი გვისხავს და სო GG.
Well, we got Rez already here with a USP. He's just going to be playing in front of that squeaky door. His two teammates lying wait in the side, trying to draw attention away from him. And so Rez will be able to make that happen. So he's got the first, goes out for the second, nips in behind the CT. Being traded out by Boom. They've got to deal with Hypex, and Zorte will do exactly that. So brawling their way forward here, Boom, but yet to get closer to the bomb plant.
Waiting for the next play as well. Then OPR's up in heaven. They haven't really seen Snacks yet, who's been biding his time over towards Mini. And you can tell Zorte and Magnajez, they're still just like, we want to find out where he is before we commit to anything at all. There's the peak. There's the information. And there's the kill. Now you just leave PR. 13 HP in a 1v2.
Trying to get over the top. On 13 health. He should not really be winning this now as Magnajez transitions just below him. He's distracted, and that's going to be Magnajez closing it for Boom. And a really important round picked up, the T-side pistol on Nuke.
Now, these two teams played a couple months back in April at the stake-ranked episode 1 out in Barcelona. That was a win for Boom over Gamer Legion. 13-5 on Mirage, 13-8 on Anubis. And that was also with the stand-in. Flamus was playing for him, but he was playing for Dilladez. Siren was in the lineup, so it's just one of the various Boom Pug lineups that we've seen thrown together.
One of the Flamus rounds.
Yeah, one of the Flamus lineups.
Yeah.
One of them.
He's always that. Grenade lands on towards Hypex, 72 health.
It's going to be fun to watch him follow up after Atlanta. I think Atlanta was a performance out of him that I had a lot of people saying, okay, here we go. Now we're seeing some of the, sorry, for lack of a better word, some of the hype around him. Some of the excitement
Some of the X Factor, you might say.
Yeah, you might pick a different phrase. Maybe not.
Some of the hype X Factor.
But yeah, now we get to see if he can follow it up. Now we can see if that was legit, if there's going to be a follow-up, some consistency to that play.
Opening game was good. He really showed up in that, so good to see it from Hypex.
კი. შოკას ხო ყავდა ჩამოყვანილი ბუმი ჩააკ და მან იყო პირადი შეხვედრა რევაზასი და ბუმბლასი.
With the stand-in situation has been, you're right that it costs some.
მან დაუხსნა რომ ესე და ესე კეთდება ვარიატრია და მე გაიკეთა ამანაც.
But at the same time,
კარგები ხართ ბეთბუმ დავაი რა შეიძლება მეტი რაუნდი ჭიდან
Boys is casted not so much on them, qualifying through to the next stage, more on them being a 3-0 team with the stand-in.
Yes.
This team has shown us enough over the past few months to make it feel like this is they're kind of a lock for stage 2. Same with Gamer Legion.
I think it's good that they have Flamus, who's able to be the stand-in. I mean, he's obviously had a couple of events with them now as well, playing different players' positions. But when you talk to, when we had Ash on the desk this morning, he was talking about Flamus as a player and what he brings. And obviously he was the coach of him for a little while. And I mean, everyone who has played with Flamus, or apart from VP, it seems like, really values him.
Apart from VP.
Yeah.
What are they doing over there? What are they up to?
Not much.
Not much. 2-0. But because it was a very just chill round, all the weapons invested into round 2 for Gamer Legion are right back into the action. Nobody falls on either team. A rare pacifist round that we get to see in Counter-Strike. So we come back into round 3 with the same setup. 2 scouts, MP9, UMP, and a 5-7 on Rez.
Eta Sirena roდის დაემატებათ. ხო არ დაუწერიათ იქ ინფორმაცია ამათ მეხუთე მოთამაშე roდის დაემატებათ. Вообще არ აძლევენ ვიზას. ბიჭო ისე მაგრად გამისწორდება რაღაც აი ანდერდოგმა რომ მოიგოს რა მეიჟორი. აი ძალიან ანდერდოგმა. აი вообще რო წარმოდგენაც არ გვაქვს.
Flash towards Flamus. He's going to handle PR. It's nice to have the first BO3 of the major underway.
I see a lot of them as well. Obviously, the big news, stage 3, all best of 3s. A nice change up for that most intense of the stages we'll get before the playoffs begin. Boom moving slowly outside. Rez wrapping around him, but they're well aware of the possibility. Might have heard some footsteps. Mac 10 from Flamus doing HP, but it was 2 scouts in ramp room that he was bullying the whole time. Eventually, Taliesin picks him off, but Boom now know the image on the map. Easy plants, easy third round.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of start you want on
your map.
The pistol.
არა მონესიმ და ნიკომ რომ მოიგონ არ გამიტყდება სიმართლე რო გითხრაი.
Keep the UMP. You're not going to care if one of the scouts gets taken down.
მონესი იმენა იმსახურებს და მეიჟორის მოგებას, აი ძალიან მეწოდება რა.
Well, he's made it work with the scout onto the head of Zorte. Now, unlikely he makes it past anything other than this. He's getting flanked at heaven, and then you've got one player in carriage as well. So, Boomich will remove Taliesin. Next peek is up from Secret Stairs. It Snacks is going out to do a little bit of extra damage, and everybody will go down for Gamer Legion. There's Bai is coming up next, and we've got Bet Boom here with a very strong start and a lot of money. Purchases into that straight away, then sells it back for an AK.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see him pick up the op right out of the gate for T-side nuke. I thought he'd stick with a rifle a little bit longer.
Boomish, if I'm reading this correctly, has
three armor.
3 armor.
Yeah, he's playing a dangerous game, isn't he?
All right, Boomich. Kind of tells you how.
სამი არმორით თამაშობ ბუმიჩა. ერთ კვირაში მოკვდება აი 4-ის თავში რომ მოხდეს ახლა მაგის გამო.
Well, you managed to chunk res down to 50 with the PC utility. This time, the flashbang is eaten straight in the eyes of Zorte. Flamus was able to find a timing last round, a step behind the wall. Zorte doesn't have that same piece of information. Bet he wishes he bought that op.
Hypex. Line and wait. Op in hand. And he is going to drop away just as they arrive.
It's the timing because of the smoke wall. Magnus crossed quietly, and they don't have the information.
Coming back up to deal with it, and it works out regardless. Dilladez dead. Missed shot from Hypex, needs to get away. Now PR was towards hell, but he's been mollied, and Hypex is yeah, that's a big flick. Hypex to the head of Boomich, finally dead at the hand of Flamus, and that B-bomb site is finally compromised. But the issue is, so with Bet Boom, they're down to 2 players.
Yeah, but they actually have pretty good positioning. Like a win is still extremely unlikely, but the economic damage they can do in this round is pretty crazy. This is not going to be the easiest retake in the world.
All the steps charging down towards Flamus. AK-47 primed and ready in search of headshots. Utility deployed from Gamer Legion. Moving closer. The rattle of the Galil, but it's about the AK. And Flamus has finally got his moment to strike.
Why me la flash?
Can he deny the defuse?
Why me? Τσάχο, რა რაუნდი მოაბრუნეს. Bravo.
Down on 2 players.
Everyone goes down. What a hold. Good job from Flamus, and that's less winning the 2 versus 4, but Gamer Legion played that so slow. They had the 1 kit on Snacks. Taliesin knew coming down vents was a risk, but he played that dangerous game. He was stalled out, and coming into this retake, he had absolutely no impact because of the pacing that Gamer Legion took. Lovely work from Flamus and Magnus. That's going to fire up the team when you see 2 of your guys work together like that to win a disadvantaged situation. Makes you feel like everything's all good. 4-0 start for Bet Boom. And got to be crushing for Gamer Legion in that scenario.
Absolutely, because it now puts them in a position where you invested in the AWP. The AWP gets 2 kills in the initial defense, but now you don't have it. And so you're going to have to go down to a half buy and get a couple of decent weapons out, but a real chance now for 5-0 for Bet Boom.
Yeah, the pain of the first 5 rounds when you lose the pistol, you can't convert in the second, then you lose the first gun round, and you just economically just feel like you can't. Okay, I think Snacks might have shot at his teammate. Just a timing shot, but it looked funny. Spots one up on Silo. That's Boomich. He's not giving him another look, so Snacks just kind of standing here waiting. PR over in Secret Stairs.
Oh, PR waits. 5-7 in hand. Good flashbang from Boomich.
ეს ბლაინდი რომ მაინც არ ყავენ ხოლმე ტყუებს ბიჭო იმენა ნერვები როგორ მეშლება მაგაზე რა. Snacks-ამ არ წააგებინა წინაზე გახსოვს ნავი იმას რო ვიყურებდით Gamer Legion-ს ფინალს 0 kill თუ 2 kill ქონდა იმაში ბიჭო. Overtime-ში ქონდა 2 kill-ი. ნიუქსზე საშინლად უსწია, აი საშინლად ნახე. ანუ
Boomich falls behind single. That's an AK recovery.
კუთხეებიც კი არის ის რა კუთხე უნდა აიღოს.
And now the round should be much easier as Bet Boom get control of the outer yard.
Magnajez. I want to back off now towards the top of the stairway. You've got Towson lying away to CT Ven. Now Flamus just rips his head right off his shoulders, and the plank comes in here for Beppo, and that's going to be 5 in a row collected quite easily. And we were wondering, you know, is it just us two? But nope, they're looking just as strong here on Nuke.
That's the thing, like the stand-in situation is one thing. I think in this stage, like you can still overcome these teams. Gamer Legion isn't some unbeatable force, right? Like even though if you kind of think with the stand-in they'll have the advantage in terms of being on the same page, protocols, rotations, how they want to handle different situations, like there's still really strong players on the Bet Boom side, and it's not like Flamus is some kind of like throwaway stand-in situation. A lot of potential, a lot of skill, a lot of talent.
In fact, you might want him for the roster if you can get him.
Yeah, at this point, if he's filling in for everyone and still doing an admirable job, just keep him. Keep him around.
ოპერაცია გაიკეთა. კუჭი ამოიჭრა მე მგონი თუ.
Round 6 begins up in the hands of Hypex.
არა, კუჭი კი არა მოიჭრა, კუჭი მოიჭრა.
Headed outside, wants to be aggressive towards red box behind the smoke.
ვიშეუნება გამებუტეო.
Good kill from Hypex. Magnajez is going to be taken away.
Flamus
trying to get down the vent is caught by Towson, and here they come, charging in. 3 players of Betboom trying to overrun this ramp defense. Now PR is dead. Snack's taking heavy utility damage, and that is going to force him to fall back, but Betboom also falling back, this time into the lobby.
Well, they know those kills came out, and they know that there's Gamer Legion has so much more time to get to that lower bomb site, so now going to try and exploit that fact as they rotate back up the vents. Smoke still up over in Squeak Door, and Rez is going to replenish it.
Up they go, Rez. Oh, he's fallen. Look how quickly Betboom were able to turn these disadvantageous situations back to equilibrium. Now the plant is going to be going down. Diladez committing to it. And Boomich is looking out towards the HUD, flicking back towards heaven, and now his eyes only trained on Towson. Grenade, that should kill Boomich. Oh, he actually steps forward, so he's going to survive. And then Zorte peeks out with a headshot. And again, this is a round where Gamer Legion had all the advantages in the world, but they've conceded it to Betboom.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lovely call from Boomich and Betboom. I love that. Like, you're pressuring over towards ramp room. You've lost 2 players. You showed every sign that you want to go outside. 1 player outside towards red box, 1 player trying to drop vents, 3 towards ramp room. So you understand the defense is going to shift to
stage 1 არ დამთავრებულა, bro. მეორე როგორ მე გამეკეთებინა.
But going right back to the upper box exploits that. Just a really lovely call to put Gamer Legion out of position and also separated. 3 players trying to retake the upper bomb site from 3 different positions. Betboom is multiple steps ahead of Gamer Legion at the moment. Nightmare of a CT side so far, down 0-6. A 2 versus 4 loss, or I should say a 4-on-2 loss for Gamer Legion, now a 4-on-3 loss for Gamer Legion.
Utility going in, and here it comes. Boomich and Sorte with the first 3 kills. PR doing what he can. He's done quite a bit. He gets 2 from Raptors. Hypex getting aggressive, has to clutch up. They know exactly where he's coming from, but will they expect him to be so rapidly through the doorway? It doesn't matter because his back is turned to Zorte, who just patiently waits, and Hypex will topple as he moves out desperately into the site. 7 in a row from Betboom.
That's such a statement round from Betboom as well. Like whenever you like switch up and call those like upper bust uppercuts when you have a lead like this, that's just you saying we're just far ahead of you. That's the statement of just being like we're just so much better at the moment that we don't even care. We'll come right into this upper bomb set that we know you're going to have utility specifically to stop the rush, but we'll make it through. Gamer Legion still yet to find any resistance on this first map of the series.
There's Flamus. Oh, it just gets worse, doesn't it, here for Gamer Legion. A great start to the run from Flamus.
But it's nothing crazy. Like, this what's kind of cool about this. It's like, it's just basic understanding of the situation. Just kind of upper rush and knocked them out. You know they're going to be frustrated. You know now they're low on money. So you wait for that lobby crunch, that push. You just wait for the eventuality, the chance that it happens.
Yeah, the decisiveness as well from Betboom when they decide to do something. It just seems like the moving is one organism, and it's great to see that from Betboom.
Ratsies uberavენ ძმები,
Well, it's kind of scary when you think that's kind of the area where we point to with the stand and that we say Gamer Legion should have the advantage. Is looking more like a team, is being on the same page a little bit more. His bedroom at the moment is looking like a real complete team.
Trouncing Gamer Legion at the moment.
8-0.
Yeah, but it's 8 T rounds on Nuke as well.
I know.
Like your life is just becoming so much easier.
It's 8 off the rip.
Yeah.
They haven't even had to get challenged yet.
I mean, I think they have been challenged. It's just
sure. I mean, they've been putting some awkward to overcome.
It's just lose 5v3s, 5v2s. It's crazy. This is just beautiful stuff from BetBoom, and they've got so much money as well. So down the line for the rest of the half, even if Gamer Legion start winning a few rounds, BetBoom will still have full buys.
I mean, the economy for BetBoom is fine for the rest of the half. They shouldn't have any more issues buying. Shouldn't be too many scenarios where someone is missing a piece of equipment. Second timeout taken from Gamer Legion. So pretty important conversation going down on that side of the stage. They talk over how to get started on the CT half.
Oh, ესეც თუ აუღეს იმენს
answers kind of everything.
Ისე არიან აჭრილები, შეიძლება აუღონ კიდევაც.
I think this is where you almost have to still work up that motivation to make plays like Hypex did a few rounds back with that aggressive stance towards outside. I feel like being disruptive is going to be important because BetBoom, when they've been able to control and work the map, they've had their way with you.
Wow.
The new timeout button brought in for Cologne.
Wow.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's cool.
Coach tweet.
Yeah, about the fact that the coaches were kind of using it as a tactic, like seeing when the other one was standing up. That was interesting. To save them.
All right, he's back to it.
I don't want to press it, Jason. I want to press the button.
Hey, when the show's done, we'll head over there.
Surrenderis gilaki დაამატო, ხო? აქ ვინც იგებს იმის მოგება გვაწყობს BetBoom-ის.
Snacks and Hypex. So really wanting to put some emphasis on grabbing an advantage outside early on.
Magnajazz, here he is. Ooh, sound cue, smoke hit the boot.
Why-me?
Oi, Sarichkar. Getting one on the hold.
Oi, ეს არ გაიპარა, ვერ გაიპარა outside-ზე, დაბრიდე.
3v3.
Okay, but 3v3 with 2 players low. Surely you can't drop this one. Okay, Rez is going to get backed away.
Oh, Rez,
that's going to get planted at the silo. Zorte's got an angle with the op deep.
I don't know. Gamer Legion have lost more favorite rounds, haven't they? They've lost 5v2s, 5v3s against them.
Oh,
this one is going against them as well. And it goes against them cleanly.
Three players
stay up in the 3v3 and a 9-0 lead.
How is it happening time and time again? BetBoom playing some nasty Counter-Strike right now.
Magnajazz,
did he see him coming through the smoke on the other side?
He's trying to make his way through.
Okay, spotted the shoulder. But in the 3v3, everyone on BetBoom gets one. 9-0. We have it. I don't want to say it yet. I'm not going to say it.
I know what you're trying to say.
I'm not going to say it yet.
You're not allowed to say that.
Hold it in.
I think you all at home know what he's trying to say as well. But we don't say that here.
Not yet.
Grenade towards Magnajazz. Boom. Makes it across, of course.
Yeah, that's actually terrifying. They've already expecting somebody's crossing because they've sent PR down low. He's going to be in secret, just getting to the stairs right now. The rest of BetBoom is following it up so quietly. The only benefit right now for Gamer Legion is with the position of Rez that you see in the pip there, he's saying lobby's clear, nobody's home.
Oh, there's a good start, at least from PR.
I'm going to
Just going to close those double doors, we'll retreat.
Playing with
deficits, whether it be health or player numbers, hasn't really been an issue so far for BetBoom.
Okay, little utility outside to throw a fake as if they're coming back up from secret at the moment, but they want to challenge PR. Good damage onto Boomich. Molotov is in as well, and he gets away. Okay, Gamer Legion. Now you know what's coming. You've got plenty of players here.
Hey.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Hey, that's yes again.
And that is going to force him to fall back with the Molotov
Umla,
coming
datsmardi dzმა მაგავეპეთი ტრაქში არ გაიკეთონ. აიგრე, კარები, აიღავებეთ და всё, კარგად.
Boomic does not connect the shot.
There's no more utility though for Bet Boom. They can't block anything off.
დააწყლარე Umla, კარგად ხარ ყველაფერი. 10-0
waiting in
გინდა.
behind double doors.
Კაი პოზიციები გქონთ მე. კარგი ხარ.
And you're walking into the short
crosshairs.
Razor sharp as they take off heads. Hypex starts to fall away and
აზრი არ აქვს, მა ენტრი აქვს, არა აქვს, მაინც იგები.
It's 10 in a row from Bet Boom in this 2-0 game.
How does it keep happening? No matter the situation, no matter a player advantage, no matter positional advantage, they cannot close a round out. Snacks is going to get one at the end, down the stretch.
Might
lose his AK-47 for it.
Oh, Gondor,
Stays up and runs away. Doesn't matter, really.
Yeah, you might as well burn all three. You need something.
This is the game, essentially. So, well, you can't save them for a second half.
It feels like at the moment you're not even really competing for the map. You're competing to just not get embarrassed with 0 rounds. Like, that's it. That's the goal right now.
Just get
one. A wild turn of events coming into this. Both these teams, I think, contenders. We talked about it a little bit. Contenders coming into stage 1 is the 3-0 teams. I think a lot of confidence shaken in Bet Boom. Flam is coming in to step in, but they've not missed a beat. And now against the other top dog of this stage, just embarrassing them inside the server. Round 11. Is there going to be anything different? Is anything going to change? Game Release just knocked out of their mentality entirely.
That's a good start. Again, an opening kill for Gamer Legion. There's been
open kill
it hasn't mattered at all.
They've had 5 opening kills, Gamer Legion, in this half of play so far. Just converting 0 of them. Surely now, this kill came in so early and so far away. Bet Boom's not able to kind of use any map control they gained to kind of leverage to find a way to equalize. They've kind of just got to do it from the starting position, 4 versus 5.
Snacks patient in hut.
No
one from Bet Boom stepping up.
I mean, Bet Boom's hoping for a mistake of some kind, and that's what Gamer Legion is saying right now. Nobody push. We don't need to do anything. Nobody make the mistake. It gives up a kill. Utility into the upper bomb site, top hut. Hut's gonna get smoked off, but that's all good for Bet Boom because they're coming out
charging into it.
დაიტრი orange, green orange და lime დაიტრი თუ გევასება ცოტა მომჟაო გემო.
Round win. We've got Flamus and Boomic coming in again. Advantage all of a sudden for Bet Boom. 10 seconds on the clock. Bomb plant coming in. Hypex can't go over. He can't make the play to try and deny it. And so Gamer Legion, they literally have one.
Your op has to be the aggressor, and one player has to come up vents.
One flash over the top of heaven, which is not played with.
This round's done.
They don't go with it. And yeah, there's no way to win it. They're falling away.
This is wild.
4v5
walking to the site. Have you ever seen anything like it? This is a crazy.
This is a weird game of Counter-Strike, isn't it? You barely ever see this. Gamer Legion are competing in the early rounds, like they're getting themselves advantages.
I mean, look at the fashion in which it happens, right? I think it's Snacks playing front hut, and what he misses like 10 bullets it's in the opening scaling from Bet Boom. Like it's just crazy the way it's happening when you have the advantage, you have people in position, you even have a huge advantage in the fight.
And every time, I feel like you've said it like 3 or 4 times, Jason. Like, all right, surely this is the one.
It feels like you look at the minimap and you're like, I swear, like 8 out of 10 times this is a win, you know? Like,
yeah.
They
go out and they get the job done, Bet Boom. Magnajez leaping on top of the main roof. There's another
entry
out.
Entry out,
It's insane, isn't it?
Cool.
ეხლა
How are Betboom going to win this 4v5? You even got snacks pushed up outside. It's looking good.
Hey, guys,
surely this is the one, Jason. 2v5.
Unlosable, some would say.
Unlosable. There's never even a thought of a Game of Legion round loss here whatsoever. Zorte and Magnajez not going to pull this off. And there you go. There's the one.
I'm still waiting. I'm not saying anything. He's going to get one here.
There's step one.
And the upper bomb side is open. Molotov to hold back anyone coming heaven. So Zorte is going to get access in.
On the back. He's been waiting long enough. A single round for Game of Legion. They avoid being the 13-0 here at the Major. But my God, Betboom, 11-1 in the lead.
ეს ერთი City side-დან ხო? რა ინტრიგა თუმცა აქედან თუ დააკამექიზე საუბარი. აუ რა პენკერია? მაგრამ შენც მან მუშაობ ძმა? სანის წენებში მუშაობ? შუშის ბოთლებში ვასხავთ ეგ ხარ?
Could win every single round. It felt like there was never a moment that Game of Legion could catch a break. They were getting all these openings and find themselves in heavy advantageous situations, and somehow, some way, Betboom were always knocking on their door.
And now, I mean, it is that I mean, there really is only one thing to say, which is just this less rest on the pistol rounds. It's either over real quick or potentially we'll see what Game of Legion can do with it. But the pistol round is the only important one at the moment.
Yeah, if there's a pistol for Betboom, let's wrap it up. The second one. Let's get Ancient up. straight away. Well, sprawling all across the map now are Gamer Legion, just running outside, scaling through ramp and up towards heaven. Flammus is going to descend down into the lower bomb site, and Snacks is going to be chasing after.
Because of all the different points they rushed and were aggressive at, I think BetBoom just kind of has to bail out. They can't rotate anyone over into position to kind of help. Ooh, get away with one of your Magnajaz. Another one there as well, and now they're going to start streaming in. Wrapped upon, there's only so long you could survive that.
Oh, well, the bomb is going to be planted here for Gamer Legion. Second kill coming in as well. And this is a strong start. Gets caught in vent, so Gamer Legion win the pistol round. All 5 players stay up. And they're trying to bring some energy and positive vibes to this because that's all you can do.
Yeah. Everyone's laughing a little bit at the shouting and the hyping up at 2-11, but you're playing to get yourself into a map so you can have something to feel good about going into map number 2. And this was a dominant pistol round. So take your cheers where you can get them. Second round investment from BetBoom. Eagles 5-7s and a CZ. CZ's coming back in style.
It is. We're seeing more of it.
Not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, it's
like skinny jeans.
They used to be way better, didn't they?
It was unreal.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to go back to that world.
Has a certain flair to it, a certain charm. I want to see if Boomich can show us why he's using it. Little pink thing in his pocket. Let's see how much fun he can have with it. There we go. Yep, that's a lot, isn't it? He got a kill and then 2 dinks. I like the CZ. It's a great weapon.
No, I hate it. That's exactly why. That is the perfect reason why. Okay, well...
Of course not.
I mean, you know,
did we come back?
Gamer Legion with 2 players in red, like, you still feel
really
nervous
we come back?
On this round right now. Like, I know you have the rifles, 4-on-4. Normally you'd be feeling okay, but this is kind of scary. 35 seconds left. The only benefit at the moment is that BetBoom has decided to kind of play the whole map. 2 players downstairs, 2 players in the upper bomb site. Oh my god, that nade. If the top... Okay.
There's Raz. Duladez is 5-7. Get a response of it. Flammus round the back, up the ladder. And now the AK out. Hypex low. Tries to give it to the plant, and he will lose his life. PR cannot protect him. 4 seconds, no time. Oh my goodness. BetBoom have won a 12th round in this fashion.
I can't do it. Get me out of this game.
Oh,
what's happening?
Up the ladder with a deagle. It's just crazy, isn't it? Hypex has to commit to the plant because the time is so limited, right? So, and then you just see Flammus gets away with it.
Well, it's like this being the play that wins the round essentially because of the HP. They have to take everything so slow after this, and that's what sets them up to eventually get timed out in the round. Yeah, he can't turn to address that. He's just got to hope and pray that PR is going to be able to kill him, and obviously doesn't happen in time. 12-2. 10 chances for BetBoom to close out Nuke.
Well, obviously, BetBoom having a great time.
მე პოტრე მე დავალექოთ 250 ლაიქს ავიდეთ არხიც გამოვიწეროთ ისაც არ გქონთ გამოწერილი მადლობა ყურადღებისთვის ნახვამდის
Snags walking out for the deagle headshot as Razi's connected it, but Zorte just responds before it can get out of hand. Target Zorte, you don't want to get caught there too long, and yeah, he does.
Maybe a little bit of ego fighting.
Yeah, well, it's costing.
That's all good. Still in pretty good control. 3-on-4. And really, there's not a good solution. It's nice to have this kind of control if you're Gamer Legion outside, but can you actually piece together what the winning play is going to be? Flammus taking an educated risk, saying, so many bodies outside, nobody's going to come back to lobby. I'll just ignore that choke point.
As Flammus, Telson is going to go ahead and get knocked over. Flammus with 3. And just Snacks now. That'll be it. BetBoom will be taking the opening map of this first BO3 at the Major.
In weird fashion.
A very strange fashion, but dominant fashion.
Yeah. Dominantly weird.
Well, Snack steps up. Last remaining Gamer Legion player. A 13-2 win coming in for BetBoom. Unless Snacks, of course, fighting on, finding something. As he drops down onto the side, eventually he will be cut, and it's going to be Flamus. Don't take it. What's going on? This sums up the game. What the hell was that?
They were having way too much fun. Way too much fun.
Guys, this is a major. This is a 2-0 game. And BetBoom, one map up, one map win away from securing stage 2.
Jump is thousand. That's cool.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not anticipate this at all. I thought we were gonna get a competitive game. I thought we were gonna get two teams who were going to show us that they were two of the strongest in stage 1. But what I got in this game, Martin, was one team playing exceptionally well and then Gamer Legion completely falling flat. Are you as surprised as I am?
I am definitely surprised. They refused to connect to the server, and it kind of showed in a lot of moments, a lot of WTF moments as well, if I may say so, but it was just all over the place, you know. It was just there. The body language itself is just showing that the team came with a little bit of frustration.
I think
it was funny because we briefly talked about this. If this would have been back in 18-19 and this would have been I wouldn't say a mixed team, but a team with standings showing up, you know, they would probably just been running around trying to find some openings or running through smokes to make some more chaos. But maybe they make things work by having a lot of the players just, you know, playing with what they have. Like, they know a lot of setup utility, they can play off each other. They even if they mess up a smoke wall, they can still create chaos that makes Gamer Legion even more confused. And that confusion just seems to be working for BetBoom. They seem to be taking every inch they can whenever they get these opportunities. And on top of that, they just play way better individually, and I guess that's how you also can win Counter-Strike.
It's hard to make a case that Gamer Legion ever had a chance in this matchup, right? But one thing that was going for them was getting some opening kills in the first half as well, not being able to convert. There was a lot of rounds, Martin, that wasn't necessarily too pretty for Gamer Legion. You have picked out round 4 that we're diving into it. What exactly did we see in that one?
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about for Gamer Legion before, because they were really good at finding some openings, but they were unable to just convert any of them, unlike in the previous. Yeah, this is 4v2 already, and this is just the round that you have to close. It's 3-0. You have still chance to... You don't know how the match will go, right? But the retake, they decided to go for a 3-man ramp retake, which is quite common, but at the same time, PR is locked out of the vent rotation because of the smart positioning, and essentially this is Magnus just holding him, and Flamos is just gathering all the information, but now Magnus actually steps in with this great bait. A lot of damage that is still unconfirmed, but Flamos winning his 1v1 duel. It's not even a duel against Rez. Then perfect flash is coming through the window, and then Magnus just slams through those smokes because they know that they have to get on the bomb and they have to just spam those smokes to kill the diffuser, and that will secure the round. And this is just one instance of many what happened in this game, and everything went flawlessly into the BetBoom's favor.
I don't want to take anything away from BetBoom, because I think it was, you know, beautiful team play, especially when you're two guys alive. You use the flashes, you use the bait from Magnus. Peter, on Gamer Legion's perspective in a round like this, and in general in that first half, getting as many opening kills as they did without being able to convert, at what point do we look at Gamer Legion and be like, that's simply not good enough?
Oh, well, the fact that you get that many openers and you can really convert, that is from the get-go not good enough, because even coming into today, I think they sat at the one with the highest 5v4 conversion. So yesterday they managed to actually do it. This time around they didn't, and maybe, I don't know if it's because they think that BetBoom is playing in a specific way, and they get confused about what's happening, and the fact they might not have even be prepared for playing Nuke. I don't know if that's the case as well, because the video seemed a little bit odd to us. I think that Gamer Legion just looks a little bit quiet here. They seem to be a little bit off. They don't seem to be connecting too well together, and you just need to have more out of your individual. I think Hypex had a few good moments even in this round. We did see Pia having a bad start to this specific game as well. He had a pretty poor day yesterday as well. So I think that it's, in general, the individuals of Gamer Legion not stepping up, but it's also because of the communication, because you find that many openings, you also need to be way better at converting them.
It's a bit atypical for Gamer Legion, dare I say it. The last 2 months, we've been praising them for being solid, for being stable. You know, Snacks have really found a way to utilize all the players, and you know, slowly but surely they've been ramping up heading into the major here and showing better and better signs. You know, Atlanta was another high for them, obviously going into the grand final, Martin. This was just one map. It was just Nuke, you know. But we did see them, I wouldn't say struggle yesterday, but they really had to fight for their victories. Now they lose a 3rd map in a row to BetBoom as well. You know, we saw the scoreline the last time they met. It was also pretty one-sided to BetBoom. At what point do we start to get worried on behalf of Gamer Legion in this specific matchup?
I'm gonna give a little bit of an oversight for this, that whenever they actually took a pause, it was mostly coach talking to them. It felt like the team itself, they were not communicating good enough. They were just not even there physically, emotionally, like the passion of the game, it was visibly off. And even though you're being stomped on, you have to have some kind of at least body language needs to be there. Finally, when they won that pistol, actually Tolson started shouting, which was kind of commendable in my opinion. But I have to say that this was just a dead team playing, and I hope that whatever is happening right now during this break outside of the venue, they're coming back into Ancient with a clear head and fresh mind.
Speaking of being there, Peter, one player that you mentioned we haven't really seen so far is arguably also one of the most important players for Gamer Legion. PR has not had the greatest start to this event.
No, definitely not, and you can definitely see the contrast for his last 3 months. A 107 rating is relatively decent, and then you have the event set of 067. We had a very horrible start to this event, and this game specifically, sure, it was the majority of the players that did seem to struggle, but yesterday we did see Res, we did see Towson, and also specifically Hypex playing well, but Pierre just went missing yesterday. And I think that one thing is that Pierre might have had a bad start to this tournament, this game as well. I think he needs to step it up. Like, he needs to be more, he needs to contribute more, and he needs to be playing better, because he is a force to be reckoned with within this squad. And one thing is doing it in stage 1 where the opposition is not as great, but I'm still confident that they're going to make it to the stage 2, but he needs to warm up, he needs to get into his game, because Gamer Legion need PR way more than they have right now, if they even have to have a chance in stage 2. So it's whether it's because of nerves, it's because of something outside that he can't control, it's definitely something that I've tried and noticed with PR, that when he gets like a rough start, he can have a hard time bouncing back, and he's still a young player, still a lot to learn, but I also have my expectation, because he is a prospect in my eyes.
Let's wrap up, Nuke. I think we all agree that was a beautiful performance coming out from BetBoom, BetMix, whatever they call themselves at this point, playing some good Counter-Strike. Now heading into the second map is a comfort ground for Gamer Legion, right? So in terms of them bouncing back, in terms of them coming back into this matchup, I guess you couldn't have a better map than Ancient. It's a map, they have a bit of a win streak going on. They were very strong in Atlanta, played exceptionally well. PR, usually also a great force together with Res on a map like Ancient. So is it fair to say, Martin, that we can expect a different look from Gamer Legion, regardless of their day form heading into Ancient?
Well, isn't this the double-edged sword? If PR is not having great performance on the event overall, and now we're going into Ancient where he's very reliable piece, usually.
Is this redemption this time around?
Yeah, I hope my boy PR is going to wake up a little bit and obviously put up a performance, but you have to think about it that way, that BetBoom are a mixed team, but they're just not running around headlessly and just rushing, but they're still having Ancient as a pretty solid map, I would say, even though Gamer Legion should be on the paper taking this. But you know what? Nothing works on the paper like that, especially in the major so far. Best of ones were chaos, and right now even first map of the first best of 3 is a chaos itself. This was probably most one-sided map we've seen so far.
Would it be fair to say that playing Ancient as a mixed team, as a team with limited practice, is probably not too bad? It's a map that allows you to be in your face, to be very aggressive, both on the T side but also on the CT side?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it definitely allows you to be a bit more pucky, but I honestly, when I look at BetBoom play, it doesn't look like they're playing as a puck team. It's like they've just slotted the player into that specific position. BetBoom, Boomish, when we talked with him yesterday, said that he's actually not doing anything. It's mainly the coach. He just says, hey, we need you to do this, and then the player just slots in, and it seems to be working for them, right? It's not, I don't feel like the rounds they won on Nuke was because they did some orthodox things by running through smokes or just like going for straight up duels. They played together, and on a micro level, they understood what to do, and I think that's the important thing. And I think that BetBoom has so much momentum, not only from yesterday, but also from this game. They're just going to stroll through Ancient as well. I don't think that Game League has shown up today in a way, and I don't think there's anything that's going to... I mean, it will require a massive talk that they probably don't have time to do now to play better now. I think they lacked so many things, and you can just feel that it felt like a dead team at this point. So I don't see any big chances for Gamer Legion in this one. I'm going to be completely honest.
All right, do you share that sentiment? Gamer Legion being on a 3-game win streak on Ancient, BetBoom have lost it 3 times in a row. Do you think it's more about the form today than the history on the map?
I have to believe that this is going to be closer than it looked so far.
It can be any worse, can it?
It can be worse. Well, it can, technically. It can, but I'm going to be honest, Gamer Legion is going to push this into the third map. I don't know how. I don't have the answers. Those answers are going to be answered very soon. I hope so.
You don't have the answers, but we're about to find out whether or not you are wrong or right, Martin. You're hoping for a third map. So do I. So do Gamer Legion. Now, if you're BetBoom fam, you obviously hope that you can close out this game right here and right now and progress into stage 2. We spoke to Boomage yesterday saying that he needs all the practice he can get with the team. So if they can win this game and win the next map, well, then they have a couple of days off to practice. We're jumping off to a break, but once we're back, it's with BetBoom taking on Gamer Legion on Ancient.
From leading Virtus Pro once upon a time to now finding himself back in the server in the year 2026, Snacks has played CS and Cologne across 3 different decades of the game's history. So Snacks, talk to me a little bit about this stage for you. What does it mean?
I mean, I'm happy to be here. It's a major. So yeah, I would say being here is always a great occasion to show ourselves that we are capable of playing good Counter-Strike. So for me, just meaning that I'm happy and I'm pumped, you know, to play again.
Do you find yourself in situations that you haven't seen before? I mean, you've seen the game in just about every scenario, every situation that you can imagine. But in leading these young guns, do you find to be challenging?
You know, I think it's a little bit easier than in G2, for example. I mean, I know I need to be a little bit of papa sometimes for them, and sometimes not a papa, yeah, looking at you. But I think they're very nice, you know, and it's easy to cooperate with them in the game, and I don't have any problems. I have only problems with myself, but then it's fine, you know.
Snacks, you've never won a Cologne. You've gotten really close, but no cigar. And people always talk about how hungry you are. So what is it all about here in Cologne? Tell me about that.
I mean, I can be only hungry in USA, so Cologne, 50-50.
You got to temper your hunger a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for USA again, you know, and then I can be hungry. Yeah.
Okay, so Gamer Legion coming in here as favorites. Obviously, that's nice for you. That's fun for you guys. What has that done for your psyche coming into this major?
I mean, I wouldn't, maybe on stage 1, maybe people are saying that we are favorites. Overall in the major, probably not. But for me, it doesn't matter, really. I mean, I came here, I want to beat everyone who I don't care who we're gonna face, to be honest. But about the BetBoom game, I think they're a pretty good team. Their players are shooting hard, so it's gonna be a tough match.
Snacks, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lucy, Magaria. Oh, the Maragisi. I don't know.
on here, but look at the time. Look at the time. There's 7 seconds of got the bomb. They're trying to build pyramids, but there's no more.
აჰა, სპარში შეგიძლია კიდევ ასე იგი.
We're going to overtime.
უბნის მაღაზიებშიაო, სპარშიო, იოლში, უნივერსამშიო, ევრომარტში.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major 2026. We have Bedboom one map win away from stage 2 of the tournament. Gamer Legion have to pull their socks up and somehow get back into the series. They were getting banged out no matter the advantage that they had. But now we switch to Ancient, their map pick, and things should turn around.
Yeah, they should have a huge advantage on this. They're going to be stronger on the map overall. But the question coming into this, in a map like this, is how does that first map affect anything when you just get destroyed 13-2 with no chance in these rounds, even when you were in good position, still letting them slip away? If you go back to IEM Atlanta just a few weeks back, Gamer Legion had 3 matches on Ancient: Legacy, Astralis, and Na'Vi, the eventual champions. They won all 3 of those on Ancient. For Bedboom stepping into this map with a 3-map loss streak on Ancient coming into this series. So qualifying to stage 2 would be Bedboom if they can win this, but it's a tough task ahead of them.
It definitely is, but for Bedboom, having to play with a stand-in and back-to-back tournaments, luckily that stand-in is Flammus. Man, he was playing so well even on that last map too. It's just such a great addition to this team.
I'm actually of the opinion I think Bedboom's going to come in and win this and qualify 2-0 in this series, but it's just from watching on Nuke, is like watching how much fun Bedboom was having and how much they were kind of laughing. And still playing good Counter-Strike. Like, nobody was getting, like, overextended. Nobody was feeling like, oh, we're so far ahead, I can do whatever I want. Everyone was still playing situation smart. Everyone was still focused on the objectives of the round. Everyone was still playing as a team. So it feels to me like Bedboom is just way too locked in, even on a map where Gamer Legion should have the advantage.
Wow. Gamer Legion, we heard Snacks talking about it as well, which was asked, how's it feel being favorites for stage 1? And he's saying, no, we don't really care. Like, we just want to beat everybody who we go up against. Yeah, it would be great to go 3-0 through, but we just want to beat everybody in the tournament. And I love that mentality from Snacks, and I would expect no different from a player of Snacks' caliber and of his career. We heard of some of the younger players, talking about it. What's your goal coming into this personally? It's like, get out of stage 1. It's like, maybe. It's like, that is not the mentality that wins you games. And now you need to have this mentality that wins you this map to see if you can stay alive in this series. And Snacks has to call his squad on the T side of Ancient. And so often this man likes to go away. So here we go, over to the A's bomb side.
He gets a little bit weird calling on this map. He'll call to this A bomb side 4 or 5 rounds in a row if he feels like it's the right play to make, if he feels like he's got an advantage there. 90Jazz and Flammus starting to be aggressive over towards Cave. It's a little bit late to get a jump on this exec as it comes in. Boomich is going to hear the nades. So Bedboom will spend a little bit of time clearing out middle, making sure there's no lurkers outside the B bomb site, and then they'll readdress to retake the site. No kills for the CT side, no smokes either.
At least the bomb plant secured here for Gamer Legion, if nothing else, but holding down. They've got 2 players in tempo. PR to turn into the wall to dodge any flashbangs. Res to take first contact, and PR swinging out. Eventually, PR getting a kill, but it's not enough to leave Gamer Legion in a comfortable spot. But a good shot from Hypex. He got a second one as well. All of a sudden, the shift Flammus 1v2, tapping the defusal, pulling Hypex into the open, and now it's down to Snacks. Waiting inside of Donut. Flammus into the open, chasing after him. Snacks runs away, and this is his comfort. Just drawing the timeout, drawing you around the Donut, and you can no longer win the round. And Snacks has played it perfectly. Ring around the Rosie. And a rosy face is they'll smile as they take themselves to pistol.
All right, much better start, obviously. That's going to be a good feeling for Gamer Legion. A really important pistol for them to win, just for the mentality and get started on the right foot, where you played, so far back deep in a hole all of Nuke. Now you get to play with the economic advantage early going on your map pick. Lovely shooting from Hypex with that P250. Those are some disgusting shots to save the day. Otherwise, that retake was starting to look good.
Oh, we know what Boomich can do with the CZ, Jason. He's got it out.
Of course, he buys it again.
Snacks quickly out of elbow. He'll play under the boxes.
6-7 yard.
You got Boomich and Flammus in behind that smoke here at Donut. They're going to boost Flammus on top. He'll peek just to that left side and wait for the crossing members of Gamer Legion, but as he does so, it's an audible dismount. I'll be met with bullets through the smoke.
Molotov to hold back Red Room. Zorte spots it, knows they have control. Everyone's losing HP. Gamer Legion just grouped up, playing a trade game, 4 players together in Red Room in the middle of the map. Talson waiting over at A main. No real panic yet for Gamer Legion. Zorte's been brought down to 10, Boomich down to 11, so when they decide to move, a couple players easy to clean up.
That's a good opening pick onto Boomich before he can get up to any antics. Gamer Legion looking to convert.
7% no.
Idesko highlighting how Gamer Legion have been pretty strong at 5v4 conversions. It was just another reason to add on to the weirdness of map 1, right, where they just had so many advantages and so many opening kills going their way, and just complete failure to convert them.
Yeah, I was mentioning, I think part of it too. I think I said it during the first really outplayed Gamer Legion in the mid round pretty much every single time. Anytime there was like a settle down mid round, they were able to kind of outcall and outmaneuver Gamer Legion, which is another reason why I felt like Bedboom would come into this map and be able to take it as well, because Ancient also has, you know, it's a mid round map. If you're not just getting blown up and winning the round based off like some fast mid play, the mid round can be super effective to move around and be mobile between the two bomb sites. This time, Bedboom's not going to sit back on their heels. Flash and a piece of aggression coming in. Towson's going to get caught. Nade in hand, blinded. There's another kill from Boomich. The USP's doing work, but not enough stopping power to really secure the round.
PR to finish off Flamus, leaving MagnaJazz alone, and then we'll get into the real rounds of this game. Now, first 3 picked up for Gamer Legion. Really important that they had this lead. You know, coming out of getting banged out on Nuke, you want to make sure that you come in and just try and put that to bed as quickly as possible and reset, and obviously finding 3 rounds in a row is going to help with that. But here comes the buy for Bedboom, and you're going to get the AWP out pretty early here for Zorte.
Live into round 4, up in Hypex's hands as well. Zorte takes his towards the A bomb site towards Donut. Boomich is going to run down mid and join up with him. No fast mid play from Gamer Legion. Rez, Towson, and Hypex just kind of sitting back, waiting, looking for pushes.
Zorte awaits the peek out from Heaven Snacks. Going to be the first victim that AWP has found its prey straight away.
They really wanted that piece to help them take some mid control, so they're going to be a little bit more nervous. Rez and Hypex and Towson as they start moving out. Zorte repositioned for this fight. Hypex steps into it. He goes down as well. Up difference here in round 4.
Yeah, big difference. Zorte can definitely be that. I think in the first 2 best of ones on Dust 2 on the CT side, once he got that AWP out, he was a real menace for all the teams that went up against him. Well, he's finally felled by Rez, but his advantage is still held, and they're going to cross out towards Heaven and try and finish on this B bomb site. As that is happening, you're seeing Dilladez move down the B ramp. MagnaJazz is going to start taking contact, but it's actually Rez who once again has chimed in with this AWP, so he's drawing it back to the AWP. Turns out the AWP diff is Rez on the server. He's got 3, and that has resurrected their chances of winning this round as PR turns back into the cave. You've got Boomich dead now at the hand of PR. And now it's Gamer Legion who are winning the ridiculous rounds.
I was going to say, it's Gamer Legion giving them a taste of their own medicine. 3 versus 5 conversion off of Rez's AWP. That sentence hasn't been uttered too often. Flamus, lovely shot on the first. Tries to save the AWP. Picked off. Quad kill for Rez.
He's an Albert. Well, smile on his face. He's had a good time with it, but passes it back over to Hypex.
I mean, that's an ugly round from Bedboom. I mean, for as many as there were on Nuke for Gamer Legion, it's the same kind of thing. MagnaJazz just pulls a nade out, kind of steps into the open to deploy it, gets picked off. The Rez shot over towards B ramp is wild.
How much of your opinion or prediction of Bedboom winning this in a 2-0 fashion was predicated on the fact that they would be able to continue the momentum from map 1?
I think they'd be able to continue it, but I feel like I want to see what Gamer Legion looks like if they hit an obstacle. If Bedboom like clamp down a little bit, like after you just get destroyed like that on the first map, it's so easy for your mental to fade away and disappear really quickly. It's really easy for you to get like knocked off your game in the next map. Now, the longer that this run goes on from Gamer Legion, the more they kind of steel themselves against that eventuality.
Walking through the smoke, Snacks quick to react. Flash is good as well, so Dilladez has to just cower behind the wall, hoping that he wasn't going to get hunted, but not going to let him get away with that one. And then Towson moves forward. His rifle good enough to drop Zorte.
Tell you what, it also looks like Gamer Legion on an individual level. Everyone looks a lot more comfortable and confident on this map, stepping into fights.
Yeah, especially PR here. 7-2 now with his rifle. You're going to have a 5-0 lead here for Gamer Legion. Very different story. Mirage will be the third map in this series.
This is the first time, too, like I mentioned also BetBoom on that first map, like even despite how much they were up and how much of an advantage they had, everyone playing smart. I think Zorte kind of sticking around and challenging for another fight from Red Room when he'd already provided the 5-on-3. Not necessarily like a bad play, but just like something that wasn't necessary in any way. Kind of overexposed yourself to the chance of getting picked off, and then all of a sudden you see how it collapses on the other side.
Yeah, once the first domino falls, everything just comes crashing down.
That first domino always thinks the first, or, the second, third, fourth, and fifth domino are going to save the day.
It's true. You just can't trust your teammates, Jason.
That's the lesson to learn here. Can't ever trust them.
First time out here for BetBoom.
That's a very uplifting timeout as well. There's some energy in the tunes.
Feel like I'm in an action movie, you know?
Yeah, I was thinking Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's what came to me.
Definitely has vibes. Yeah, actually, I can hear it.
There we go. That's the one.
Who's going to be Captain Jack Sparrow on the server?
At the moment, it is looking like PR, which is nice, because the desk just had a long conversation about him before this map began, about how he was going to be so critical to this team's success, how he needed to step up in his performance. So at least getting them started with a 7-2 opening here on Ancient. 5-0 lead for Gamer Legion as this timeout comes to a close. Another full buy for BetBoom on the other side. Zorte's got his AWP.
კი. ძალიან გაუჭირდება კაცო ამ მაპის მოგება იმას. ვეთქულს.
All right, Rez out of the elbow to the bottom boxes. Utility coming in to heat things up for Rez. Has to use utility of his own just to stay alive. It isn't going to dissuade him from fighting. He steps to the side of that smoke and looks for a challenge. But the challenge comes from A-Main as Zorte topples Snacks and gives the opening again here to BetBoom.
Yeah, slows everything down as well. Towson's got to give away his supportive position with Hypex over in middle to go get the bomb, which was dropped by that shot. So Hypex is on his own, an aggressive up, stepping in towards Red Room, and Zorte again repositioned towards the middle of the map. And again, gonna go for a peek, and again, gonna get taken down by Hypex.
ეხა იმათ აქვთ ენტრი და ესენი ანიავებენ.
He's just owning the middle of the map. No movement from anyone, no reaction, no proactive play, no information gathering from BetBoom. It's just Hypex kind of challenging, having a lot of safety to work as a solo op in mid. Towson's going to relocate with the bomb towards B ramp.
Oh,
BetBoom seem to have a decent enough read on this. Dilladez, Magnajez, and Boomich are going to be close by to support at this B site.
I know.
Oh, smoke up on the side of the cube. Utol's going to go flying up. Here's PR stepping forward. Magnajez to take him down. And you've got Rez dying inside of the cave. Towson trying to lay down law, but can't do much about it. And now just Hypex having to save his weapon in red. They run out of time. They get stalled out, and BetBoom able to hold on.
Yeah, I don't know how that round kind of closed out for Gamer Legion. That felt very flat. That attack never actually began. If PR is going to be aggressing towards Cube, it feels like there needs to be a second player with him if that's going to have any hope of success. Otherwise, it's like just get into the site and try and get that bomb planted and play far back in the positions you're already in. Lovely shot from Zorte to start things out. Does give the equalizer right back over to Hypex, but the read that the B bomb site is going to be the finish is perfect for BetBoom.
Blanky ნიშნავს ტიპს, რომელიც ზურგიდან ადგება. თავისიანები შედიან რაღაც საიტზე, მაგრამ ეს მე ზურგიდან ადგება, ან რაღაცა სახმაურებინ თავისიანი და ზურგიდან.
Spray down into the elbow, and Boom, of course, he gets the last one with the last bullet as well.
All right, well, another 5-on-3. Now, again, it's like a couple rounds back, we just had this conversation. Don't need to do a whole lot here. No need to go aggressive and like try and find a pick and hold an aggressive angle. These three Gamer Legion players are going to have to commit into one of your bomb sites. They're going to be coming right at you. Snacks, Hypex, and PR are going to try and piece this together. And I mean, all they have is the B bomb site when this smoke fades, right? You're not going to want to maneuver all the way around the map after Boomich just pushed down mid. You don't know what mid looks like. Don't know what A main looks like.
As they peek in, Magnajuz ripping the head off Snacks. Hypex trying to tread it back, but he just can't get anything going here. 45 seconds, 2 players left for Gamer Legion. Make it 1. There's no hope in hell here for PR. It's even being blocked in as well. And that utility from the donut player.
I don't think they'll be super motivated. So this could be interesting. PR might just be able to stand here and chill. I don't think the money's there for BetBoom to really commit too many resources to trying to clear him out and take this AK-47 away.
An AK save here would be good though for Gamer Legion. I mean, there's
ფულები არ ეყოთ, ანუ პოინტები ხო აქვს, VRS პოინტები, რაც არის ეგ არ ეყოთ რა, იმათ უფრო მეტი პოინტი.
Okay, but 2 in a row now for BetBoom, so
ანუ რა რანკის მაშინ არ იყო მაღალ რანკის სპირიტი ახლა არის.
Break Gamer Legion. What is the response going to be?
არა, ვეპი არ დაკარგო
play for a kill. Nade is out and he goes down. Nade smoke actually obscures his vision. And Zorte grabs that one as well. So yeah, now that what if this goes 3 in a row for BetBoom and then Gamer Legion's kind of sitting in a place where they don't have great money. That's where I want to see what Gamer Legion has, if they can kind of rebound from that, or if the kind of beatdown they took on Nuke has primed them to just kind of shatter and fall apart here pretty quickly.
A chance to bounce back and stop that from happening. They've got 4 rifles here in the MAC-10 for PR. That's what they've been able to squeeze out. Towson had extra cash, $7,800 to start things off, and a good grenade. Yeah, a couple of them landing over towards Boomich, so that's a good way to get an opening kill, but a better way to find the trade kill from Magnajez.
Yeah, shutting down a fast, aggressive play, turning in towards Jaguar. The MAC-10 trying to get a little bit crazy with its mobility. Diladez is going to join up here as well, as Snack slides into the angle, and he wants to challenge.
Now, Rez marches his way out into the fight. It's going to be a quick one on the Snacks. Magnajez is hungry. He wants to go forward. That's the kind of performances we've been seeing more and more out of Magnajez.
Well, it's also improvised too off of his teammate's smoke. He might not actually push it that hardcore, but when the smoke pops, he says, that sound cue tells you that I'm sitting behind the smoke. So I'm just going to push forward and again, just do the exact opposite of what you're thinking.
Well, Hypex has to clutch, and there's just no way he's going to do it. Magnajez is in such a good spot to peek out with a combined flashbang from Zorte. And Magnajez, he goes out and wins that round on his own. He's also the player to get the initial trade as well.
Yeah, I mean, I also just love it too. He even calls Diladez over to help him out over in the hole over in Jaguar. So I mean, he calls a teammate over. He knows there's going to be a little bit more contact. Great way to start the rounds. Unfortunately, not able to build anything off of it. Not even really taking that space over in middle with that kill. All right, now we have BetBoom clawing back into this first half. 3 rounds in a row. Tech9's Gamer Legion shoved back to pistols. And it's going to be fast towards the A bomb site. Rez is all a ruse to take their attention away as they scale in, but Flamus arrives at the perfect moment.
Yeah, and that's just put a stop to any hopes and dreams here of Gamer Legion breaking through and getting a bomb plant. Shadow cast against the wall. Diladez cast PR aside, and Magnajez has the kill inside of middle. So that'll be a 4th round for BetBoom, closing this gap rapidly. And a timeout taken, as you would expect here for Gamer Legion, as they have a bye ahead of this round. But this is where your question arises once again, Jason. Is this going to be the point where Gamer Legion break?
Well, because some of these rounds in the stretch for BetBoom have been pretty dominant wins. I know they've kind of been extended rounds towards the tail end, maybe some late attempts at a plant, but some of them have been like, they're just trying to get that plant right at the end for the extra money, not actually even a chance to win it. So it's time for an important conversation with Gamer Legion. You open this map up well. 5-0 start after you get destroyed on Nuke. And now you've kind of given away that advantage as BetBoom has clawed back in from the CT side. And you're just desperately hoping that this isn't a situation where Gamer Legion just disappears. 5 AKs for their attack in this round.
The util landing down into his elbow, but it's going to be again Boomich. He's just like, oh, well, I guess that's how I start another round. Great, double nade. He's going to have to stop doing that. Flamus, he's going to get the trade though, and here they come out of elbow. Magnajez blinded. Vision revealed just in time. Gets the kill on Towson, now spamming down in the smoke. Magnajez surely can't get away. He does. He gets around the corner, and in fact, he gets away with it, and he's still going back for the fight.
That's the one that got me too. Can't believe he got away. Can't believe he went back and looked for another battle.
Still got away again.
So we're all good for the moment now, but that's Gamer Legion back-to-back rounds.
But
back-to-back rounds, equalizers found immediately and now put it at a disadvantage.
It's got to be PR and Hypex to source the comeback. Now you've got a minute left on the clock to make this happen. The bomb is just outside of Elbow on the back of Hypex, and PR occupies outside of Cave. They can join up in middle. That's the common meeting point. But you've got Flammus who here at red, and right beside him is Magnajez.
Yeah, the nice thing is with Zorte having the AWP, you can kind of trust him to hold down the fort for at least one side. Good information found. Both players in middle. They didn't expect the second beat.
Well, now with 30 seconds on the clock, you're going to get blocked at red. PR is on 8 HP. And the Nadals find him. So, sent forward from Zorte. High fives all around here for Betboom, showing a lot of depth across the map. And once again, that's Gamer Legion out of a timeout into an opening kill, and they concede the round without really getting anywhere.
Yeah, this is great stretch of rounds from Betboom right now as they come back in, tie things up. 2 rounds remaining in this first half. So yeah, you check out these 3 nades. Boomich goes down again for free. It feels like Magnajez and Dilladez were like, okay, well, if you're checking 3 nades in middle, we can be a little bit aggressive. We can take a big
IGL-ი რაღაც entry რამე ანუ ყველა თავის როლზე საუკეთესო და მაგათმა შექმნა გუნდს ერთმა არქნას ანუ აზრი აღარ ექნება counter-ს ანუ დამთავრდება counter-ი ყველა ვარიანტში
sourcing quite confidently towards Cave and you're going to have to rely upon the rest and fortunately you can rely upon Flammus the rotation
დახურავენ counter-ს
Boots marching back in here from Betboom plants is secured here for Gamer Legion and that's all they'll get. Forward play stay up for Betboom. Retake is successful and the lead taken of the game here for the CT side.
Yeah, Magnajez has been playing a little bit. He's starting to get a little overconfident in that position over in Cave and Jaguar, but a play like this to be hyper-aggressive when you got Flammus behind you. I think he's more than happy to take that risk, and even if he goes down, he knows he's got a teammate to kind of shore up the gap.
Well, it was an impressive 5 rounds in a row from Gamer Legion, but an even more impressive 6 rounds in a row now from Betboom. Lead out of the half after being 5-0
down. Sniper Monesi, entry Donka.
Boomich taking the nade kills or the nade
იქით
deaths early on.
შეგვიძლია Magnajez-ზე დაითრია ის რა ქვია
6-5 for
Encorat.
Hypex back with the AWP.
Zorte ასიძახი ძალიან ტოპ კომანდის შეკრა შეუძლიათ ძალიან ის კიოსუკე კიდე ზემოდან ჩემი კარგი მოყავს მე დავები ბიჭო ანუ ღმერთს ვიცავარ თუ ვინმე მოუგოს ვაფშე მაგათ
It's going to trickle on back. He's happy to play around here, Boomich. I'm sure he's not been naded down to death.
ბიჭო ჯობნაზი არ არის ანუ როგორც გუნდი ძალიან პიზდეცი გუნდი იქნება
So he'll just maintain his position and life as Magnajez
წარმოიდგინე AWP მონესი
and this time
AWP-ში უეჭველი ჯობია ზაივოს გადაო უეჭველი მონესი ბევრად მაგარი AWP არის ჩემთვის და ზაივოს არ ვიცი რა აქვს მოვედ განსაკუთრებული მაგრამ ყველაფრით მაგარი ჰიბრიდია უბრალოდ ძალიან მაგარი რა მონესიც მაგარია მაგრამ AWP-ით ჩემი აზრით ტოპ 1 არის AWP-ში მონესი
So Magnajez is going to be on notice of someone swing an elbow.
Elbow smoke goes down, Rez moves through it. Snacks is taking damage down to 10 HP. That's the right call, perfectly set up by Flammus' flashbang. Magnajez gets 2 from it. So PR at least getting 1 kill back, opening up the A side with a second player there, and that's Boomich to close the gap on the A side just as it opens. But Snacks has opened one up on the B site instead, and he's moved deep.
But you haven't been able to clear Zorte, who's playing over in Cave. So he's still
and
if he hears Rez with these footsteps, now he's going to tell with the smoke. Flammus shifting over.
Yeah, Snacks has got that one. Flammus is going to go down. Zorte missed shot. Pressure's on. Snacks looking for the fight. He's got it as well. Zorte re-peeking into the open and putting Boomich in a clutch. So the desire for 7 rounds in a row is still there. Boomich has to win it 1v2.
It's winnable. He's got a smoke and he's got an HE grenade. And if he puts that nade in the right place, Snacks is going to eat it. But Snacks rotates around.
Yeah, that's going to be 6-6, all tied up. Gamer Legion at least securing 1 at the end of the half to prevent the 7 in a row from Betboom.
ტენის მაგრად ისროდა, მაგრამ ეგეთი მაგარი მოთამაშე არასდროს არ ყოფილა რა, როგორც სიმპლაი. არ გამომაკლევოთ ეხლა ბიჭო. ეფანემ და მამა ფლექსმა დუეტი დადროპეს ბიჭო. Absolute cinema, man. Ganja gwinda dzima dawa gazi. Mones. York, Lex. Aba. X7 იქნება? იქნება პირიქით იყოს 7-6 იყოს. Come on, c'era insieme. ნახო თავი აგარ არის ვა უნდა გავუსტრიმოთ. მე მგონია რომ მე მინდა რომ ფალკო მონესი მოიგოს. ალბათ ისე ვიტალიტი მოიგოს. არა რა match fixing-ია, queen გაფიქსავს match-ს მე გადავაგე. Oh, babe.
Welcome back to Cologne. It's the Intel Extreme Masters.
Moax, me Major da
someone to stage 2 at the end
me
of this series. Right now, a great chance that there might be bet boom. They started a 5-0 hole in that half and managed to pull 6 rounds in a row. Game Legion grabbed the last round of the half.
Which is nice considering the first map wasn't which is they bounce back to start this map well. And we'll see if they can sustain that and outlast it as they switch to the CT side. It's Boomich's turn to work the map from the offensive angle. Magnajez stepping towards elbow. Boomich throwing utility, but it still looks like majority of force is going to be heading towards A main eventually. It'd be PR to defend from over in Temple. Nice timing on the route, on the move from Magnajez.
And well, PR eats the flashbang. Just gonna have to go back in Temple. Rez moves forward. Drops back behind smoke. Plants is gonna be secured here for Bet Boom.
5-on-5 retake, no utility for the CT side, no kits either.
Yeah, so take Florence some shots into the Temple and through the smoke, but none of them connecting. Now Gamer Legion's resources starting to be gathered and congregate, ready for this retake attempt. The Jewel Berettas will arrive last through Donut, hoping they can be the surprise attack on the flank. Sorte chiming in, those the Jewelies taking the fights elsewhere, but haven't been successful. The T side winning out in the post-plant fight.
6-7
to the Donut. It's led to the head,
6-7
and that'll end up being Bet Boom collecting the pistol round to kick off this second half and taking the lead of the game.
Yeah, similar. I mean, both teams kind of essentially running the same exact pistol round. Hypex with this P250. First half, now you got the P250 and the Bet Boom side of things playing the same position. Just no real chance at getting any leg into this retake. You have no smoke, you have nothing to kind of activate. Because there's a lack of kits. So just so many bodies to find and so many crossfires set up by Bet Boom. Really well done. They take that lead right back, 7-6.
It's going to be a force buy here for Gamer Legion. Scout for Hypex. 5-7s for Snacks Towson. And MP9 for PR. Rose has a USP and Kevlar with a helmet. There they go, charging up in towards the site. Flamus is overtaking B along with the rest of Bet Boom, so they've occupied the B bomb site and no one's home. So that'll just be a safe call for Gamer Legion, you'd imagine.
I can't even imagine Gamer Legion.
Nikos ორჯერ ქონდა შანსი რომ მოიგო მეიჟორი, მაგრამ ერთხელ იმაში აქვია Cloud9-თან გატროლა, მეორედ სიმპლას ზურგში ვერ ესროლა რა.
So you've got an 8-6 lead for Bet Boom.
8-6 lead for Bet Boom and a chance to build that even further.
6-8. It's a 6-8. Why me?
Yeah, 2-0 fashion.
Damn, that's an AK-47 that hit the deck.
Oh,
so
you want to go get that, don't you?
Yeah, Magnus really wants that weapon.
It's going to protect it. Prevent any of the CTs getting towards it. And if you do want it, you've got to walk into the cave of death. Well, Magnachaz and Dilladaz taking all these kills, so Gamer Legion losing a lot of these weapons. Boomich racing after them, the MAC-10 gets another, and that AK is not picked up. It will be the Galil carried over for Flamus.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, it's obviously a bummer to lose 4 players at the end of it if you're Bet Boom with that kind of thing. But you took 4 out as well, so you know now you have that weaker buy or lack of buy in terms of lack of armor on the CT side, just some upgraded pistols, so you still feel like
have a round win for free.
Yeah, well, that's what you feel like. It's not as exciting because you did lose 4
players.
Vitality majorba ყველას რა. A little bit low.
ყველანაირი რეკორდი მოხსნა უკვე Vitality.
But 5-7s, they can always pull off something crazy.
So can MAC-10s.
That's true. And it's a pretty good start from the MAC-10.
It's not bad, is it?
I've been loving Magnachaz. I've been thinking he's great.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing actually watching.
Reformaში დადიხარ თვითონ მე აქ რო არის იმაზე.
He's 16.
ერის თავზე რაც არის.
He's got a cool mixture of like aggressive, like I'm just going to make the play right here, and then also understanding when the play to make is to kind of tuck in and just be intelligent and stay alive and wait for a better moment. It's been really fun to watch him. 3-round lead for Bet Boom going into round 16. Guns coming out for the first time for the Gamer Legion CT side. Up in the hands of Hypex. M4s otherwise. Missing kits on the CT side. And if you're Bet Boom,
ერთადერთი ავსტრალიის ის რეკორდი აქვს 3 მეიჯორი რო აქვს ედიზეთ მოგებული და ეგ მაგასაც წესი დავად.
You can actually be super aggressive if you choose to.
რეფორმას უსავსეა. რომელ საათზე დადიხარ გააჩნია თორე. ილით არ ამგონია სავსე იყოს.
Right now, the A bomb site is wide open for the taking, and the majority of Bet Boom's forces heading that way.
Once the timing, when somebody shifts back, PR or Rez, it'll be their responsibility. PR falling back into CT spawn. Rez is going to be in donut, but the hit's already underway. Utilities already in place, so you just got to focus.
Man, they're all over the site.
Αγამოთი ვერ ვივაჯიშე. თან მეტუმეტეს ხალხი სუს αγამოთი არის და კარგია. ყველაფერი კარგად მიდის გეგმის მიხედვით.
You think he might have an element of surprise that could be effective, but Flamus is so quick on the reactions, and that's going to force Gamer Legion into the save call.
I think kind of like the big bummer I feel in this game, if Bet Boom continues to go on to win this and take the series 2-0, I think the big bummer that I see from Gamer Legion's perspective at the moment in the second half is like, it's really been 2 critical rounds, a pistol round and this first gun round, and both of them you didn't play a single body inside the, or you didn't really play anyone in the A bomb site. Both of them are set up to be retake rounds 5-on-5. And in that sense, I'm like, if you're Gamer Legion, you probably feel like you haven't really been able to challenge on the CT side yet in these 2 critical rounds.
Oh my goodness, and they're also losing.
He
got all of them.
Magari gundi.
Oh.
Throw in the towel.
I just heard an evil laugh coming from them. Well.
They're having way too much fun today, man.
No way he gets all three of them as well, just as the time is about to tick on and you're about to say one extra player. Boomich does this. Yeah, the third one is just ridiculous. There.
Perfect.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that has just ripped everything away from Gamer Legion. Maybe even though there's the belief that this is even possible. Bet Boom now pursuing 11 rounds, charging into the B bombs. Our execution has forced all
Daroga.
with 2 kills. And there's Talson and PR.
No, but some likes явდეთ რა ახით გამოიწერეთ ისაც არ გაქვს გამოწერილი სტრიმის და ლაიქეთ ბარემ.
The vibe right now is like Bet Boom just hit this point where they're like, we know we're going to win and we know we're better and we're just going to have fun while we do it to close out this series. 11-6. One more chance for resistance from Gamer Legion. They'll have guns back in the next round. They'll have the AWP in the hands of HypeX, probably a timeout beforehand just to align themselves. The last opportunity to stay in this map and series. Otherwise, Bet Boom is moving on, the first team to qualify forward to stage 2 of the IEM Cologne Major.
Well, the majors are where Boomich cut his teeth in sort of exceeding expectations.
It did pop up in, what was it, Boston with QBF, with Quantum Bellator Fire?
Yeah, it was at the E-League Major in 2018. That was a quarterfinal showing with QB Fire. I mean, the Legend stage with Windstrike at the Face It Major in 2018. Didn't have a great Katowice, so we'll not talk about that one. But quarterfinal with Na'Vi, then a win in 2021 with Na'Vi in Major, and then a second place in Antwerp. Quarterfinal with Cloud9.
A lot of playoffs in those major visits, aren't there?
Yeah, so, you know, Boomich knows a thing or two about performing at a major.
I think it's been cool to watch him as well develop as like an IGL, where it felt like, remember when he was leading, when he won the major?
მეც გილოცავ. ბიჭო, ლომისობაზე ხო რაღაც ეკლესიას თუ არ ვცდები, სადღაც ადიან ხო? სხვას კლავენ თუ რაღაც. სადღაც ჩემი სოფლისკენ იციან მე მგონი ლომისობის დღესასწაული აღნიშნავენ. ვახ, ჩემი ბუმიჩა რა კაცია, მაინც მოკლატო. მადლობა კემპინგი გიგარის.
4 HP.
They pulled the Sonic.
And the Sonic died. Boomich just step up. There we go. He goes straight into the open. This time, finally, getting taken down by Rice. He's done well with the 2, but again, it's Dilladez to answer it. Oh, Dilladez looked the wrong way and got back to it.
That's a wild kill to grab.
კავთობა კავთისხევში, ხო? ესე იგი მაგიტა მახსოვთ, ხო? ანუ მაგ ლომისობას დღეს აღნიშნავენ, მერე ეგრე მან დადიან, ხო? გასაგები.
Over at A main, HypeX gonna have to step in for the retake. Only kid available is on Talson, so he cannot die to Magnajez.
Boom, into the open. HypeX picks away Dilladez. All right, step 1. But Talson, ooh, looking like he is gonna die to Magnajez, but now Magnajez has to worry about the site as well. It's just gone down. Zorte removed. Smoke goes up. HypeX doing so much work here, but he's taken away. And Magnajez knows he's done damage to Talson. He's trying to spam away, but he's not in the right spot. Just one bullet would do it. Can stop it, but Talson just sticks it. And Magnajez does not arrive in time. So one stolen away here from Gamer Legion.
Yeah, snatched away, but I don't think Bet Boom is going to be too concerned at the moment. They got plenty of money, and even in that victory, Gamer Legion lose everyone. So they're going to have to rebuy, spend all this cash. They will still have the AWP in the field because Talson can pass that over to HypeX. This one was nasty. That's the perfect moment. But HypeX really the star on the retake, grabbing 2 kills with the AWP to step back in.
დედა ჩემი სოფელია ისე ხოვლიდან ვარ.
Out into the open. We have Rez now moving.
Why?
Flamish is already through the smoke at Red Room. Rez has to find success. Switches to the AK. HypeX actually hit the collateral. Goes for the follow-up through the smoke. And Zorte, the walking wounded, retreats through middle. PR aggressive in A main, surely gets this kill on Magnajez, and he will. So there's no way Gamer Legion lose this one.
No, well, Bet Boom's doing that thing where, you know, you feel like the win is kind of right there for you, stepping through smoke, trying to get a little bit creative, trying to show a different look at him, and it just ends up looking a little bit silly. 2 players walk through smokes to their death. And now it's such a dominant round from Gamer Legion's defense that they can be happy about the fact 4 players survived, 3 kills on Hypex, money grows across the team. So if you're BetBoom, you had that economy just at a breaking point. I'm right on the edge where Gamer Legion can barely afford to buy.
So it's that idea of chasing the win when you kind of feel like it's right there. You can almost have the adverse effect.
We haven't seen for most of this half run these kinds of tactics of trying to step through the smokes, right? The question becomes, we know coming into this that this map was going to be stronger for Gamer Legion, a little bit weaker for BetBoom. Do you have the playbook and the game plan and the knowledge of how to adjust and change things up, or are you kind of just running through tactics hoping one of them is going to work for you?
Well, fortunately for BetBoom, they do have a good buy to rely upon and fall back into.
Provides
it as the words leave my mouth. So Zorte to take the opening, and BetBoom can settle into a 5v4 with a minute 20 left on the clock. Big round from Hypex in the previous. Was hoping he could get that trade kill through Red Room, but too many nades come towards him.
A lot of finishes at the A bomb site in this game. I think BetBoom's going to bring the bomb over to the B bomb site. Boomich Flamus going to start challenging Snacks and Jaguar. They line up. Nice and easy for Snacks, and that is a good indication of where exactly BetBoom was headed.
Now how do you recover this? Snacks reignites the round for Gamer Legion with that double kill.
I think actually now you look at this position of Magnajez, and if he's feeling safe and secure, you can almost use him as a pivot point. They stepped away to continue towards the B bomb site, and Zorte's found another pick. 30 seconds on the clock.
You can see Magnajez is now starting to investigate towards Donut. If he can get them some space and opening back to A, that's the path.
They're going to let him play first. If he gets this kill, they'll come over.
Spotted yet. Magnajez secretly slinking his way through. Did not spot PR.
Yeah, but this is crazy. PR's going to stop the plant.
He's in such a good spot. He's communicating
Wait, they know
to his
now.
teammates, but now they're checking for him, and they've got him. Diladez deals with PR, and now Hypex running back through CT spawn, trying to get there in time, but the bomb is planted, and Hypex hoping he can get here enough in time, but he can't. And now Towson 1v3, otherwise it's BetBoom to series point. 1 round away from stage 2 of the major.
Magnajez is a gamer. He has been awesome to watch on this map. Clearing out, I don't know if he spotted, I think maybe a teammate spotted a shadow, a leg on his screen and called it out, but at some point they turned and realized they had to clear out the big box. This is how it opened up. Rez gives away the opening kill towards Zorte, finds another pick. Those are really shallow peaks that he's taken off. But that one, hunting down PR, securing the bomb site, and puts BetBoom in a position. 4 chances, 4 rounds that they have to qualify for the next stage of the major. And doing it in 3-0 fashion with a stand-in stepping in. An impressive run for BetBoom so far. But because that previous round was such a clean victory for Gamer Legion, they got plenty of cash. AWP is back in the hands of Hypex. M4s as well. Rez and Towson a little bit low on money. And we're going to double up on timeouts as BetBoom wants a conversation.
I like that, BetBoom taking the timeout right after Gamer Legion's.
Ice him out, make him second guess the decision, second guess the call. Let him hit tab and look at the scoreboard a little bit more.
And then they'll see Magnajez at the top, 20 and 10. Boomich sitting with 15 kills. Flamus on 17, continuing to be such a stellar stand-in.
I feel like Boomich has had some crazy impact with those kills that aren't reflected in just 15 frags on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Either way, we enter round 21. Gamer Legion must win everything to force overtime.
As Hypex getting his way down into the cubby. He got that CT smoke to prevent the Molotov because he really wants to hold this position, but they're not coming this way.
He's also, he just ate an 8 as well, down to 31 HP. That's crazy that it lands right at his feet. A little bit frustrating, not ready for the jump, and now going to back off. Boomich and BetBoom going back to the A bomb site. That's where they started this half. It's looking like it's where they want to close it.
Can the PR department of Gamer Legion deliver them a big win? He's holding on inside of Donut. Rudd's coming over, deploying utility, trying to hold them at bay as they come out through the smoke. 5-7 dinks up Flamus, doesn't matter. The walking wounded, still fragging and moving in. They stand in, standing up, and looking to deliver the opening kill that will result in BetBoom moving into stage 2 of the major.
A little bit of doubt cast on this team about whether or not they could do it, whether or not they could be a 3-0 team. Playing with their roster, but Flamus into the smoke. Zorte behind the big box. And now just PR and Snacks. BetBoom will take the first step forward. They will be the first team to qualify into stage 2 of the Cologne Major. But he is back and he has found a team with his name on it.
Yeah, this is an excellent performance from BetBoom. The other challenger in stage 1, these two teams felt like the two best teams we've got in this stage. And BetBoom just shows and punishes Gamer Legion. A dominant victory on Nuke. And a strong victory here on Ancient, the map pick of Gamer Legion. Absolutely lovely stuff. Great performance. Good calling from Boomich, upping from Zorte was on point. His team looks good, so the standing situation shouldn't be making anyone nervous any longer.
No, and the other question was they got to play Dust 2 twice in the best of ones. Is that their strength? Is just how good they look on Dust 2? And I think they answered the question. This is the toughest challenge they could have had in stage 1 of the major was against Gamer Legion. And they handled them on 2 very different maps.
Yeah, I mean, super impressive to see that. I think for Gamer Legion, you're going to have a mixture of, I think a really bad day in the office, especially on Nuke. I mean, put themselves in so many good positions. I think that's going to be frustrating for Gamer Legion, is putting themselves in all those positions, all those opening kills on Nuke, and still losing so many disadvantages. But regardless, this is still a team I think everyone's going to tell you will eventually qualify through. Shouldn't be getting eliminated, fresh off that grand finals appearance at IEM Atlanta as well.
Absolutely, I think they're just going to be disappointed more so with the fact of how they were beaten today.
Especially
the amount of advantages they were finding, how well they were playing, but in the end, it is BetBoom that will celebrate today. They qualify into stage 2, 3-0.
Huge moment here for BetBoom. Obviously, Zorte, we caught up with you before the game. Nuke looked like child's play. You guys 13-2, near flawless first half. Did you feel like you had the series at that point?
I don't think so. I think they didn't expect that we picked Nuke. I think they more prefer like Anubis. But this time we just did some preparation on Nuke, and I think we just they were surprised for them. And we started with good pistol first by round, and actually we felt confident they didn't do some anti-stats, and the game on T side felt confident. Yeah.
We get into Ancient. Rez had a big op around there. Was BetBoom asleep a little bit when we started Ancient? How did it kick off?
I don't think so. I think the Ancient is the most scripted map, and we didn't get enough practice on this map. We just get some bits and bobs before the game, and I think that's the reason. And actually, we didn't prepare the positions on this map, and I think we just need some best of threes to get a flow in this tournament, and everyone in the team feel confident with these positions.
Zorte, you guys have secured stage 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne Major. Is there anything you want to say about your team, about yourself? Is there anything you want to tell the crowd at home?
I think this event is super important for me, especially because that was my dream to play in an arena in Cologne. And I think, I don't know, how we did it, I don't know, just because my team is, I don't know, everyone is super confident, super good individually. I think it's just I'm super happy to play with them. Yeah.
Congratulations, Zorte. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's head it back over the desk. Guys, what do you think?
I think BetBoom played an incredible game of Counter-Strike and absolutely manhandled Gamer Legion in this one. We're joined by Flamus here on the desk as well. First and foremost, Flamus, congratulations making it to stage 2. That was, I wouldn't say easy per se, but that was convincing from you guys.
I mean, that was a good game for us. Ancient were surprising for us because, first of all, I knew that I was playing Ancient on A just right before the tournament, so 0 prax even on that position. The only thing that I did watch some demos, and yesterday we've been I've been just learning scripts for this map yesterday. Yeah, and everything else was just coming from pure individual skill, and I mean, it's good. I put it myself on free also.
It worked for you guys. I'm curious from your perspective, because you've been standing in for the team a couple of times now. How is it to obviously to play with the guys, and now you make stage 2, and I guess you also have a little of a quest yourself that you want to be showing to the world that you can still play at a high level, so you can get a good contract. So how does it feel to be part of this team and now make stage 2?
I mean, feels great. We won 3 games in a row. We didn't lost a single map. It's good. It's always good to win. It's always fun to win. Game's been interesting. But I don't know. I mean, I had a pretty huge break when when I couldn't play, when there was no offers, and I'm just happy to play Counter-Strike on a good event. IEM Cologne. This is my actually first time playing at Cologne, so I'm pretty happy. And I played on only one great like that tournament. It was IEM Katowice, where I couldn't play in the playoffs because of the visa status. And yeah, so maybe this time I will have my chance.
It's looking good right now.
You're one step closer, obviously, to making it inside the arena. You still have to go through a lot of games and stage 2 for that matter as well. But just want to revert the conversation back to what you spoke about before. No practice whatsoever. We spoke with Boomits as well. You know, you didn't know necessarily your lineup coming into the tournament as well. Do you think there's an advantage in that in terms of, you know, playing more freely? Is that good for you individually as well? You top fragged right here, had a good game as well, but would you prefer more practice?
I think our thing that is our opponents have nothing to prepare of.
Exactly, yeah.
So in that case, we have an advantage because we know exactly what everyone is doing, and people just cannot like prepare for us because on the last events I was playing like different positions, and now I'm again switched, and they don't know because usually people are watching how this guy.
გადავრთავით თამაშზე ცოტა ხანი მოიცადე. ჯერ არ იწყება ის. არ წააგებს ბერვა კაც. რატომ უნდა წააგოს? თანამის დაიწყება ამას უყურეთ.
No matter how you get there. Moto saves the AK. That's going to be the biggest weapon they've got to take into this round. 2 Galils, Tech 9, Mac 10. They lose this one, they will have to eco. And that is Tyloo's chance to get back in the game. They can make it just a 1-round game. So this round worth 2 for Tyloo.
Tie 2.
B8-მა თუ წააგო რატო კაცო? B8-მა თუ წააგო, წარმოიდგინე, როგორ ჯდება, ეხლა ნახე. ჰეროიკმა უნდა მოიგოს უეჭველი მაშინ 0-3-ით დაждდება, ანუ დღეს უკვე 2-ს დავსვავთ. ბერვამაც თუ მოიგოს 3-ს დავსვავთ დღეს უკვე და 2 გვექნება დასასრული.
So you're keeping them at arm's length. They can't really swing at you from there. It's going to be an A play.
He's just religiously playing anti-flash. He knows that they're not going to do anything dry, or at least suspects it won't be dry. Mercury with the re-smoke. They're going for an abs pop, though.
Yeah, so action on 0.
It abs die smoke,
flash from mid.
Yeah.
Good enough.
Head of it. 0-2. Disarect trades. G solid on the site. Can't find the follow-up, though.
Oh,
counting on his teammates. Modos have just tapped out Mercury, and so now Beastick, ooh, he wanted to find the walk instead, just comfortably. As Tyloo, like you said, worth 2. That's going to be a 1-round game as they're forced to take an eco.
A timeout as well on the Sinners side. At least from my standpoint of the game so far is more just about the mental. You can be talking about next rifle round 2, right? You're going to use those 30 seconds. You can extend the plan. You can also do a French timeout after this and stay in spawn to just take some of the momentum out of the game. But a big part of this, if I'm the coach B4 right now, is just to keep everyone locked in, because you're seeing everyone get a bit more agitated. Moto, when he dies there, you know, he's adjusting himself in the seat. It was never going to be an easy round. And you've been riding that roller coaster of emotion. Damn, it feels good when you're winning. You're at your first major. You're taking on teams who are of your level. Felt like you should have put him away on Ancient. You've been in a strong position here on Inferno.
Now you
have to stomach this eco.
Void does crashes.
You're getting in your teammates' heads before they get a chance.
Void crash თუ ყავს უთხარ რომ ტაილოს გასვლა დავწერე მეორე stage-ზე.
Couple words of encouragement.
უჭველი დაევასები.
Hello. Jump spot. Kisarek just on his own, jumping with a burst Glock headshot, of course.
Really good output.
He sent for 0 and G. They shut it down. It's not the French approach.
No, it's quite quick, isn't it? So that's the second round in this half that have been complete shutouts from Tyloo. That one being the eco, understandable, but the one against that bonus, that might come back to haunt the dreams of B-Stick and the boys. That's a high-quality camera. I feel like I'm there.
Yeah, that was...
I feel like, well, I am there, but I feel like I was right there.
I felt like I could feel the texture of his mouse pad.
Well, Tyloo, this is your chance to level out the field.
Another late resurgence.
He's extinguishing Carmel. He wants to pick.
Yeah, he's posted up on the line. Oh, and he nails it on the jiggle of Kisarek. Opening kill for Tyloo.
თმები გაიპუტა რა რა გაგზმა თმები შენ თავს ვიცა ვარ თმები თუ გქონდეს აიგლიჯა თმები ტიპი
yeah okay
the last stretch they've got 4 straight opening kills
დისეთაფია ძალიან
so it's this a two-man app setup that's completely rumbled stress on you can see Shotwood wanted to go for the swing but knows he can't be swinging into 2 it's a 5 versus 3 for Sinners. These roster had a golden opportunity 7-5 half pistol. It's starting to feel like their grip is loosening.
Yeah, it's just pitter-patter. Right? It's one at a time. It's getting peeled apart. The trade potential, very limited. Shot gets something on the clear. G, he's found his third. A multi for him as Mercury takes down Shock, trying to get out of dodge, and we're all tied up. 20 and 100 loss coming into this next round of play has to be the partial. But these are the fire starter rounds, right? These rounds where you know that you can take more chances. You don't have the best weapons in the world, but Tech9 up close in your face is damn scary. And on a map like Inferno, if you can get the room to pop, you're able to cause a lot of strife. So while this doesn't look like the best to buy, and right now it's starting to slather on the rounds damn thick, Tyloo, this is what I'm talking about. The agitation, the pressure.
Well, this is the other side of the energy they brought into the server when they're winning. The energy has to go somewhere when you're not.
It's just such a tough thing with the definition of pressure, right? It feels different.
რა ფრაგები აქვს შეხედეთ 11 12 12 7 და
the judgment.
And another opening kill for G and his AWP.
They're still coming. They're still coming quick.
Flashes connect. Zero loses vision. G can't track. Zero still blind. Finds stress on. It's not looking good. It's looking great for Tyloo. Sinners, Tech9 and Kevlar gets you nowhere. Trying to catch Tyloo off with something poppy. Tyloo to take the lead.
Guys, Sinners-ისთვის უკვე ძალიან დიდი მიღწევა ისედაც მეიჟორზე მოხვედრა დღადაო. ამდენი წელია ჩალიჩობენ მაგას და მის მოახერხეს და ისედაც უკვე კაი შედეგია.
We're getting dangerously close to the elimination of Sinners if they're not careful with the guns out now.
It's similar to Ancient. Maybe worse than Ancient, because in the last 5 rounds of play, they've only managed 5 kills. So they're not able to be competitive. I understand one of those was a full eco, one of them was a partial buy, but they're not putting Tyloo under any pressure, any stress. G's got 14.9k. I know we're super late in the game, but buys will not be a problem for them. The bomb's not going down. Aggression from Mercury.
Interesting, throwing himself into the mix early with a flash from G. Supported as well from the second mid flank, and Modo's not looking in the right direction. B-Stick's in so much trouble. It feels like his death is inevitable. B-Stick will swing out, Mercury collect, 2-on-4 with info, but still managed to give them something.
Look at Kisarek in the background of the cam there. The stress is just
consuming them. It is consuming them. You're at your first major and you've had advantages. You've got an opponent in front of you. You feel like you can be an opponent that you even try and avoid in scrims.
This is an interesting setup here. Okay, Zero's now going to tuck in a little bit tighter. That block smoke will now channel them in through Boiler, and G been starting to heat up the last few.
I reckon he's got it.
Need to be a flick into this.
Will be a flick. Nails it onto Stress on. Go on, G lad, he's doing it. Doing up dirty, max cash in the bank, grabbing AKs for his boys, 12 on the board, and 5 major debutants on the chopping block.
We've got to take the timeout, surely.
Yeah,
there's one more left in the bank, I'm pretty sure.
Has to be that 30 seconds.
Because Sinners, they didn't use them in the first half.
I don't know. Do I want them to have an extra 30 seconds to think about what this round has?
Mate, your major is done if you lose this.
Yeah, that's what I don't want them to be thinking.
There's 30 seconds, one way or another, just savor the time here in Cologne. Here we go.
So much riding on a round of counter. Gets Herrick down. 74 from the early damage. Returns the favor onto Mosier and Jamyoung as the B duo. G nearly provided another opening kill. And look at Jamyoung, caution to the wind. Flash is perfect! The team play from Tyloo, it's shredding Sinner's hopes and dreams. They came to this major not looking just for the seat at the table. They and it has not been the case. 0-2, close but no cigar, twice and could be thrice. Change of util. Tyloo have that advantage and they know what they need to do here. Stresson's catching flak, 6 HP. Here comes an aggressive move with the advantage. Looking to end it is Mosier. That's got to be it. There's nothing Modo can do. A 0-3 exit for Sinners. First major for all of them. And it's going to go down like this. Tyloo the ones to throw the knockout blow. A 2-0.
Poor class here from the Chinese. 7 consecutive rounds, all of them with opening kills. They changed the tide of the battle. That first half, it looked scrappy, it looked tough. It was the pistol, it was the conversions, it was a couple of pops. You could see that energy from Sinners starting to build again, the same as what we saw over on Ancient. But their major journey comes to a close. 32 teams come to Cologne, only one can win. And Sinners, representing Europe, we're hoping to put up a better fight. As you mentioned, 5 major rookies. This is what it's all about. This is the big leagues. This is the most prestigious event. You don't get bigger and better than this. Cologne returning after 10 years as well. These boys would have been watching back in the day.
Inferno M80 და ბოლო მაპი არის Dusty.
That's the resume.
რომელ სტრიმზე უნდა იყოს B80 ასტრიმზე.
Some highlights, there's some moments. You've got Modo hitting up with the orb. Kisserek being grimy around smoke, stressing. Once he gets that room, able to really work with it.
მანამდე არხი გამოიწერეთ მე სტრიმი დაალაიქეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ დაალაიქებული. Bytelabs ოფიციალურ სოციალურ მედიას წავფოლოვეთ. გათამაშებებს აკეთებენ ხოლმე ხშირად და შეგიძლიათ მოიგოთ რამე.
I mean, you know, do we credit Tyloo with that flawless CT run? It was a deadly run of what, like 8 or 7? გადავიდეთ იქითა. რომელ სტრიმზეაო? აო, ხო, ასტრიმი გვინდა ჩვენ. არაუშო, სამათვის მაინც იდეალური შედეგი იყო უკვე. თორმეტ წუთია ჩემი გათამაშება? ავაება. მოიცავ ბარემ ნახო. რა ხდება ჩემ გათამაშებაში, ამდენი კაცია როგორ არის? ამდენი კაცი ხარ ჩართულები. 24 კაცი, უკვე თემა. რომელი ხარ, შე რა გაწერია? ეხა ბერვა თამაშობს ის არის, რა ქვია. Olo თამაშია უკვე. ეს best of 3 გაიქნება და მორჩა. აი
It is surprising, especially when they had a draw.
Was
pushed into overtime into the round one of the first day. Then the second round, obviously, that was a little bit more tough, but still was a very playable match. And to lose to Tyloo in a best of three, uncharacteristic. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of it comes down to, in my opinion, individuals not stepping up when it really mattered. And some of the players that are supposedly good pieces for Sinners, they just didn't show up, and it shows, and this was lack of experience. All I'm going to say, there are 5 rookies on that team, so it showed.
Tough learning for Sinners, you know, had a couple of chances as you described as well. Probably should have won that game against FlyQuest, or at least had the chance to. Unfortunately for them, no longer part of us here at IEM Cologne. They have been eliminated as the first team. However, we have another game coming up, you know, another game that dictates whether or not we're gonna send M80 or B8 into stage 2 of the IEM Cologne Major 2026. I think this one is going to be a banger, and I think it's going to be significantly closer than the one we just saw between Gamer Legion and BetBoom as well. We're jumping to a quick break, but once we're back, it's with the pre-game for what could be the qualifying game for both M80 and B8.
Remember in the past, people were like sitting on lands, and you sit like this, and you watch in the screen of your teammate, right? Nowadays, people don't do like this.
Didn't do that anymore, right?
Yeah.
I die so much because I lose my team.
You look a lot.
I lose.
in the past, right?
Even though I lose like so many stuff because I'm watching the screen of my teammate. Because then, if I look Zayu is like he has the overview usually because he is the op, so I know what's going on the side. I look at the screen a lot, and nowadays it's true. People don't look at each other's screen. They're like, you can dark count actually.
So the communication is the only option, or the only way for nowadays to see the screen of your teammate. He must say something. Depends what he will say. This is directly what is. How it can describe a little bit what is happening on his POV, and that's why for Ikinder I think it's crucial to have good communication.
Exactly.
Otherwise he cannot see what is happening on his POV.
Another thing that changed this topic is the fact that you can see your teammates' grenades as well on their overview. Because before, if they didn't tell what they had, how we were executing, it made people talk so much more.
Yeah,
so it's like a downside.
We're lazy now.
It's all a downside now for players that, you know what I have, check it out.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
There's even a lot of that stuff, even with the radar, right? And obviously, this has been like this for a long time now, but back in the day for all of us, right? Whether it was Source or 1.6, there was no information on the radar, right? So you had to communicate everything. Now, right, you've got the map view, you see the enemy.
The money.
Yeah,
you have to write on the money.
Yeah, 1.4K. Good habit, right?
Oh, yeah.
Money, guys, yeah.
All right, so we've arrived at B8 versus M80. One that's a pretty big one for M80 to say the least, especially on the considerations that we're talking about advancing to stage 2. Swisher, we've spoke on camera many a times. What's different about this time?
Nothing too much, honestly. We're just excited to play.
Under the different circumstances we've spoke, this has got to be one of the happier times. What is it about M80 that's bringing you guys together right now, the gel?
Honestly, I feel like we're going through our rough period, and we're just kind of getting past the yelling at each other stage, and we're seeing the fields on the other side.
So your two teammates are German. In addition, you've personally flunked out with Bad News Bears of a Cologne before. You know, it's happened. Why is this experience significantly different for you?
I feel like back then with Bad News Bears, like, right, we had no expectations. It was like, I think my very first international LAN. And I remember the feeling of like going 0-2 out. I was so sad. And then this time around, we're so much better of a team, better situation, putting up good results, and we're just super excited.
The way the Swiss system has worked out, you put up a beating on Lin Vision and Sharks to get here. What do you want to say to the world about how this has played out so far for M80?
I mean, we've played everybody who we can. We were kind of happy with our Sharks draw, and overall, we're excited to play Bait. I think it's probably the better team too in this stage as well to have drawn. We're just excited.
Good luck today, Switcher.
Thank you.
We're back here from the studios in Cologne, where we have a treat for you guys sitting at home. M80 taking on B8 in a game that will send one of these two teams into stage 2 at the Major. Both of them obviously have won their first 2 games yesterday, which is why they find themselves in this position. Quick question for the two of you to begin with. Who have you been more impressed with so far, M80 or B8?
M80. 100% for me, the best surprise of the day one. The fact that they make it through these best of ones into 2-0 pool. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, and you?
Yeah, I also got to go with M80. I think they went a little bit under the radar by playing 2 games on the B stream yesterday, but well, the fashion they qualified in and looking back at the games, they won it also in a very confident ways, and I think they showed that they have progressed as a team and they've gotten a bit more experience playing against the best teams. So I think you know, and looking at them and when they play, and also from the interviews they're giving, they seems like they've gotten over the hump of having these rough times, and now they're looking a little bit more happy. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves, and they just want to make a good run here. And you can get far at a major by having a good time, but also playing good Counter-Strike. And yeah, M80.
I like to hear that. That should give us a good matchup if M80 is exceeding expectations. A player that we need to talk about that has also, dare I say it, exceeded expectations, or at least shown progress as of late, is Sissy. We saw him, you know, first come in after a turmoil period in Bait where they played with one up at one tournament, then brought in him, and he had to get into it, Martin, right? You could clearly see that when you watch his point of view, clearly some mechanical skill, but in terms of putting it together on the server, he was a little bit inconsistent. As of late, though, he's getting better, as it's showing right here on his event stats.
Yeah, in February they filled in Sizzy, and first events it looked kind of rough. It was kind of this limbo where who is even opening for B8? Like, we didn't know these players. They didn't have any HLTV games going on, but then they decided to take on challenge called Parken Challenger Championship, and that is best of one, you know, open LAN, and I think that it was one of the best decisions that Bait did, because it served a nice stepping stone for Sizzy to actually get integrated pretty well into the higher tier of competition and actually, you know, look cohesive with the team. And then it kind of showed at the events that they attended later on. It obviously results-wise look a little bit wonky and a little bit, you know, as a roller coaster, but I think what Sizzy is showing in general is pretty admirable. And dare to say, this is a rookie, and not only the rookie, he's the youngest player ever. I mean, not ever, but in this Cologne.
Sure. I'll play the devil's advocate to that, because I buy into the argument that he's young, and he has been showing glimpses of it. The 2 games he played yesterday, Peter, wasn't necessarily too impressive from him as an individual, and the Parken Challenge as well, without being, you know, I guess with respect saying that those are not the strongest teams out there. Now we're at a major, you know, a different kind of pressure. So was that the one-off, you know? We saw the other events, you know, where he struggled. We saw him struggle a little bit individual yesterday. Was the Parken Challenge, was that the one-off, or can we expect more from Sissy?
I think, first of all, he's 16 years old. He's playing his first major.
Yeah.
There's a lot of pressure. There is a lot of, he's probably very nervous, which is fair. You know, he's we're looking at his team history, that there pretty much isn't any team history. Like, he just kind of came out of nowhere, been picked up by the streets, a friend of NPL, now being brought in to play a major and play at the highest event that you can possibly do without much experience. And that is tough unless you're like this massive generational talent, which I don't think he is. I think that he has the mechanical skill. He needs to bring more because he's also the AWPer. It's a very vital role inside of a team. And Bait also needs this. You know, it's definitely a guy that needs more time. And from all the interviews they have saying that we're spending time night and day with the coach, with NPL, or with Alex, or, you know, that we need to bring this guy up. We need to tell him what to do and what not to do, but he should not forget himself. Like, why was he brought to the team in the first place, right? But it is important that he needs to cater to a guy that is that young. But sure, what he showed yesterday, as in terms of his individual skill, wasn't as good as we have seen and what we expect of him, even if he's new.
Definitely something to keep an eye out for. Obviously, you know, playing the first day at the major as well as a 16-year-old can be a tough task in a lot of different ways. Another player I want to put a bit of focus on, and that's been a more positive notion as well, is Swisher on the side of M80. I think we heard it from him coming into the game as well. We heard from the camp of M80 as well. Seemingly they're finding their footing again. You know, they had a period where it wasn't too impressive, and I think the expectations for them, you know, were a bit tampered coming into the major. But you said before, Martin, that they were the surprise of yesterday, and man on your screen right here as well has been stepping it up as of late.
As of late, definitely, and there's been significant change in the player, you know, mechanics of M80, and that is that he switched a little bit of a position and he became a little bit more rotator on the CT side, especially after JBA arrived to the team and filled that anchor spot. And I feel that makes complete sense. I feel like Swisher is the type of guy that likes to have an overview of the whole defense of the map, and, you know, kind of brings that second calling to help out with the setups, with the playstyle in overall. You just cannot do that from anchor positions, at least on some of the maps. And I think it makes sense that Swisher is finding its footing because he's just in position to do so.
He's finding his footing, and so M80 as a team, utility being one of the key thing that you've noticed as well, you know, where they've stepped it up as of late. A lot of new stuff as well. Peter, you used to play on the Sonic, you know, who kind of, dare say it, invented it as well. How important is utility when we speak of Counter-Strike pistol rounds and in general for M80?
Well, obviously utility is super important if that's the way you want to approach it, and I even think this pistol round that we have showing right now is showing a bit of creativity with the fact that it's kind of an orthodox way of playing a CT pistol on Mirage, where they have three guys standing ready in CT to just rotate off what's actually happening, and this is something that I have seen teams do in the past, but it's a long time ago. But they just rush out of CT because they know that, hey, it's most likely going to be A because there's utility flying in. But if it would have been the B bomb side, they would have been there just as fast. So the fact that they stay in spawn and you know, just play off of rotations or of reacting of what is happening in the pistol round, that's either if it's like it's specifically for this matchup or it's like a general idea. It's just cool to see. But you know, utility regardless is a key thing for you to make things easier when it comes to playing Counter-Strike. Because if you can kill your opponent blind, or he's smoked off so you don't have enough angles to worry about, or soften up your opponents with utility, that's that life coming true.
To me, Martin, a pistol round like that screams of preparation, you know, screams of having a clear game plan as well. Is that something that you think M80 is known for, a well-prepared team, or would that be too much?
I feel like when we spoke specifically about utility, I feel like this is like a German proficiency and BIG effect coming into play after obviously Sin being on the team. I definitely like it. BIG was known, by the way, for great flash assists all the time, but there's a, you know, secret part to that whenever you're playing against teams like BIG, or in this case M80, whenever you hear a flash pop somewhere around the map, like a banana retake of Inferno, you know someone made a play around that. You cannot just think that it's clear. Someone made a play, and therefore you can speed up on the other side of the map. So actually, flashes is, we look at them and wow, it's great when people play with flashes and good utility, but it can, you know, bite them in the ass sometimes because it gives you a free read to work with. And that is where, you know, you have to play a little bit with balance, and sometimes you have to fake things a little bit more. So there's a caveat to everything, and, you know, everything comes great, but with moderation.
We need to figure out where they're gonna play. No Anubis, no Nuke. Ancient being picked by B8. Inferno picked by M80. Not too big of a surprise. And then Dust to potentially decide it, Peter. Surprised by this veto, or pretty much as expected?
Pretty much as expected. I think they've always liked to go for Ancient, and the same goes for the likes of M80 on Inferno. I think this is, we talked about it coming into the game, that it's two teams that has elevated their play styles and also become a better team over time by having more repetitions against good teams. This is kind of even, you know, this could be a potential coin flip. So at this point, I think it'd be very interesting and very predictable to see it go all the way to 3 maps and having a blast of a dust for Decider. So I don't know about you, Martin, but what's your thoughts on this one?
I'm absolutely not surprised by the veto or by the fact that this is going to be a coin flip. This is 50-50 in my eyes, and you know, B8 are coming into this pretty hot from best of ones, but so does M80. So I'm wondering how this will end up.
50-50 sounds pretty good to me. At the very least, it screams that it's going to be a close game, a competitive game, and a game where both teams have a lot to fight for. As said, winner will progress into stage 2, whereas the loser will have to play again tomorrow. For both teams, it will be a massive scalp to take the W, get a couple of days off, and book a spot in stage 2. So it's about time that we get this game live.
The stage been set quite nicely here by our desk, and now it's time to let players swing for the fences. M80 up against their best opposition so far at the Major, and yet not hiccuping versus lesser opposition. Clean 2-0 day 1. Same for Bait, a roster with high expectations coming into Cologne. This one is for stage 2.
Very exciting. I think it's two opponents that definitely deserve to meet each other at this point. We're both excited to see both of these teams perform well. We got to see M80 do it live yesterday. Very confident looking team, great protocols, especially their CT side setups complementing each other.
Mogeba Guida. Fucking Meskov. Fucking Meskov.
The red room play. M80, that is. 4 players strong. Or Bait, excuse me. Lake into the tuck. We saw that great pistol breakdown by Dupree. Indicative of the preparation M80 bring to the table. Lake tries to stay patient, but Alex makes sure that he clears it piece by piece. And now JBA is going to be under pressure with no assist anywhere nearby to help him. So good on him to drop him. Won't be able to manage the multi-kill. We've got NPL locked into the CT cubby. We've got 2 CTs rocketed over towards Donut, but it looks like a Senthiel's going to catch him off guard there as well. And now Bait looking for blood. Swisher brings it back. 2 kills to his name, a double still left to unravel. Eats that flashbang, but nobody pounces on the chance. And so he regains that vision, tries to dive behind Big Box, and it's just a game of cat and mouse as Bait will finish off this pistol.
Great use of the flash rotation through Temple, play the 2v1 perfectly, and we see a display of that aim right away out of Bait. Everything looks so solid.
Lake
dies.
JBA
in a position where he knows to get 2 at the minimum to hold on to this. Retake was so unlikely. All these spots like the one NPL had, you're kind of guaranteed to get an easy frag. And from there on, there was no chance. So M80 will buy back into this round. They've got a Deagle to pair with these 2 MP9s, a Scout to work with, and some armor.
One more low for sure, 100% info.
Senthiel tries to go back towards mid quick to find anything else, but not the case. We're going to get this move from Slacks, who's low HP with that Scout. Trying to run over towards the red room just now as the smoke fades on that part of the map. And it's not like they've really lost mid-control. Bait remain quite grouped up outside this B site, and it still has afforded M80 this 2-player cave stack. That smoke fades, they get figured out, and the MAC-10s tear flesh from bone to make what's left of this round meant to be easy.
And it could have been difficult, but now we've got 2 CTs looking to take these guns into the next round already, obviously. Doesn't look like a lot to save, but they won't be investing again, so feels like the free bomb plan is imminent. Because B is the apple of their eye. They've got, you know, Lake on a long rotation, but no one to catch. I'm with Stico that this map and this match is a coin flip for sure. I think we have seen enough from both these teams. I think really impressed by M80 to the point where we're wondering, you know, is this a series that goes all the way? And then it's a game that if you ran it back, the other team would have won. I feel like it will be.
I mean, we said it that Bait are obviously their best opposition so far here at the Cologne Major, but this isn't one of those stories where, let's call them the underdogs for the time being, M80, are up against a team that they've never been able to defeat in the past in terms of level of opposition, right? We've seen greater peaks from M80 in the last 12 months. It's a question of whether they can tap back into that ability right here, right now, versus again, a team that they can most certainly defeat. just boils down to the day. And at times for me, when it comes to the majors, the tale for Bait, and a lot of their history, unfortunately, is one of close calls, of what could have been, of overtime games and unfortunate shortcomings. But as those have racked up, historically, they've been shortcomings, and now more and more often, it's not that sob story for Bait.
They're older. They're like more veterans. They've actually got some more experience. Like they're still obviously so young. And you see Sizzy coming into this, struggling in the first few maps, obviously, but there's time for the team, and now there's actually experience. I mean, we look at Sinners, and we see kind of the opposite. The team that is new and looks very nervous at the same time. Bait haven't lost too much where it's going to affect their confidence. I think they're still extremely excited about the prospect of improving every day. And they know they haven't reached their peak, and they've made it here to the major, which is an accomplishment in and of itself.
I think to myself, when we go back one season to Budapest, I think Bait kind of look at Paravision and think to themselves, that could have been us. They were right there on that brink, but close games cost them. Paravision pushed it, secured themselves just those few more invites, and we know what they kind of ran away with at the start of 2026. Bait have had to buy their time. Bait have to begin this major run in stage 1, unlike Paravision, who they're trying to now play catch-up with. But taking this one very seriously, not trying to skip protocols. Lake will still be able to blast Sizzy out of cave. That's a gun picked up by Swisher, despite his 12 HP left over. And Asethiel and Kenzizor just going to activate on both sides of this site. So yet again, cleaning up immediately. M80 aren't able to get anything beyond that one Sizzy kill. And JBA late to the party, USP in hands revealed themselves. So a comfortable 3-0 start in another moment where Bait do not skip steps.
On the side of M80, I'm really looking forward to seeing if JBA is going to be a threat this stage. If we saw him play very well already. There's been moments where we see the talent really shine through, the amazing multi-frag potential. How consistent is it going to be is the question. Can he do it versus Bait in a big game like this? Being able to 3-0 the stage is just, I mean, it's something you just do not want to let go. It might feel like there's less pressure because you have more chances, but everybody here knows that having 2 games and not 3 is just, it's meaningless. Lots of teams have failed over and over again after getting a lead.
I got rated, Kargevi.
The M80 players swing
into
NPL. Oh, nice recovery with that off.
Couldn't see a thing.
Oh, sir. Lands the shot from Red Room, rotates instantly over to that B site where Asethiel has been just kind of piecing together a bit of a fake. It's a dangerous game for Slacks to play walking into cave like this. But he's posted up and his counterpart comes through. Sizzy crawling into the angle, will die. It's a great reposition here from Slacks. Created the man advantage and now looks to sit on top of it. Swisher's making a slight move inside of the donut, looking to still just keep his eyes on mid. Slacks wants to press the issue once again.
I appreciate Slacks. He's been everywhere on the map and safely at that.
There it is.
Another one rocks right into him. It's a beautiful round out of Slacks.
And he's now going to sit ready. That's the kind of sequence you're looking for out of your Opera early.
Oh, man, that's something he could do with no assistance. Every single one of those positions. Helped out in mid in the beginning. Rotation over to B. Safe angle on cave. First one to each line as well. And knows when he can stick around. I mean, it's lovely that it's basically no flex to do this. Every single one, just perfect crosshair placement. One at the end, just to show that he can do that too.
It's a smoke spam, 2 clean positioning, and a slight adjustment to really hammer it home. And we've got Bait right back with a response. Sizzy mantles up on box. As he looks to hold long, he hears that and sees that utility. Dangerous game. Slack on the table, and so we are just kind of stuck inside of lane at the moment for Bait. What do M80 want to do about this? Swisher's looking to take a bit of a glance around the ramp. Got to be careful knowing that op is down there somewhere.
Yeah, it's okay to having the 3 guys here, and they're also with Slacks trying to get some vision on mid, but once they lose it, it does get a little sketchy. Now their smoke will come out to both choke points. Really important they protect cave, at least for as long as possible. They're going to abandon Swisher and go for a mid retake here with 3 players. It's a normal timing to do so. Don't know if Bait are clued into this.
Cave Smoke's about to fade as well, so Swisher forgoes it. Leans back ever so slightly, finding all of this real estate. Yep. Active play. They've pieced together everything they need as that utility goes over top. Backs turn from lane. Only the single kill from Lake. Sin buys his time for a second. We'll see if this has Bait with other ideas. 25 seconds, 3 players. Headstrong up that ramp. Slacks waiting for a target. Bomb being planted. Duel here for Sin. He wins his. Swisher's been killed through the edge of that smoke, and so it stays 3v3. They know Sin's inside that cave. Kenzie's getting this kill. Now starting to take options off from M80. And now they'll extend. However, the recovery Mag and all 5 kills.
He
was the one collecting those kills. It started off with the turnaround frag into middle. And I was going to say, this is the moment for M80 where if they don't also push with Sin and then they have JBA as the other player, there was only 2 guys on the site. So even though everything was understood here by M80, they kind of needed to throw an extra player at the problem, I think, try to get an extra kill, go down 1 for 1 again. It makes more room for JBA. They might not have expected 3 to come in on the push. But obviously, when Kenzizor is going to put together an ace, what can you really do?
Hell of a time to find that kind of individual level. Great round to do it. Sends M80 into pistols and an MP9 on Sin. And it felt like M80 were making the right moves, but individually, Kenzizor that much better, at the very least, in round 5.
Yeah, that round is an example of doing, 9 things right in a row, but then I think one small mistake ultimately was the main issue. And maybe it was also the fact that, Kenzizor's first kill was such a great reaction, it was just too hard to stop.
JBA goes down empty-handed. Slacks, they know about him, and here comes that MP9 off of the CT push. Sizzy's gonna hit this shot. After missing a couple in the middle of that round, he drops Sin. There's a pause in the action momentarily. Lake quietly tucked into this corner. Hears those footsteps on the site. Ascenthiel meant to be covered. Lake tries to dive the bomb plant, but because it's covered by Alex, all's good. Swisher's late flank. We'll see if he can catch one off. Difficult shot with the 5-7. Still finds the head. Knowing that bomb planter's probably still on site. At worst, it's a double up in Donut. Now he'll confirm it, and Ascenthiel's not going to let him get away with it. 5-1 the start here for Bait. As another moment has a bit of a pushback from M80, but it's Bait that just shoved them even harder.
I like that we see that M80, I feel like, have the protocols to know how to win the rounds. The one round they won was extremely well played out of Slacks. The round obviously Kenzizor gets the ace, they get the last laugh, but it's still a good round overall from M80. They are finding the timings and the gaps, but at the moment, Bait are playing just well enough that it doesn't really matter. They are having a solid T side. Look how animated Def is in the background. He's got some ideas.
Looked agitated when this timeout first started. Doesn't like what he's either seeing or hearing.
Nothing worse than just seeing good positions evaporate, against individual skill.
Yep. The desk was mentioning, do you consider M80 one of these teams that kind of comes in with game plans, etc.? I thought we saw some good counterplay in their second game yesterday. But on top of that, Def's been around the world and back again. Wealth of experience as the coach of M80. But fast action off the timeout could have cost the body. Instead, for the time being, still M80, all 5 players up. It's just damage for Swisher to have to stomach. And a slight shave on Lake. But very swiftly putting themselves in position to challenge the
დაითრე, მაგრამ ძვირი ღირს მე მგონი თუ არ ვხედი რაღაც $600-ამდე. თუ იმას გულისხმობ შიგნით რაც უკეთია და ეგ წესი ცოტა იაფიღეს, მაგრამ ის გარდა რაც უკეთია ძვირი ღირს ძალიან ეგ ხმის ჩამხშობია. თვალე გარდა ხმა არ შემოდის საერთოდ. მე 25 ლაიქით 300 ავიდეთ ბარემ.
No counter pick by the T side off of Sizzy. Tough shot back there by Sin, but missed chance. Bomb can be grabbed if Ascenthiel wants it, but instead just
ალამაზია დიგნიტასის ჰოლოები კაიმაზე კალაშაზე და red line. ულამაზესი კრაფტია, ნახე რა ალამაზია.
Yeah, 40 seconds in a 3v5. It's
totally
possible that they could have walked back up the ramp and tested the entries, but they're also thinking, hey, we had a good try on this round. We ran through a smoke, we died. We're maybe even lucky to have 3 to save. We've got the AWP to protect. We actually don't have that much money either, even though we've got all these rounds. M80 have done a considerable job of getting kills, regardless of the result. Now, this is where Def takes a pause and goes, see, I told you. That's it.
Like
coaches don't gloat.
At least not the right ones.
ეგრე მაინც ვერ გაუფასურდება, ბევრი არც არის ეგ რო იცოდე. ეგრე არ გაუფასურდება როგორც გონია, მაგრამ გაუფასურდება, მაგრამ იმდენად არა.
Sin's always got something to say and I
როგორც
appreciate
გონია.
that.
Yeah, good. He's got something to say and he's got grenades to show us. 2 elements of his play. And I think are most certainly strengths of M80. So slight limitation this time for bait, but still. And remember, 3 players saved that last round to afford this buy. Met by a flashbang and elbow. That's going to get bait to turn attention back. 2 players just dive out of the position. It's not M80 to come away with kills if that's what they really wanted. Another moment here where Lake is whittled down slightly by Util, but he'll drop his smoke grenade and really just kind of keep bait on ice for the time being. Missed chance from the wallbang. Ascenthiel could actually be pinched by 2 players if they're able to zone him, but there it is. Second incendiary lands down to 4.
It's just beautiful.
Man advantage for M80. A little bit late on that smoke. JBA playing a dangerous game with the Opper, and Kenzizor doesn't get vision on Lake either. So here we go with 1 player down. They start to tiptoe closer to this Slacks off, which has been repositioned again.
I mean, you're walking into your death here, surely. A lot of CTs. The angle's a little bit depressed, however.
Luckily for them, Slacks gets that kill over top.
What the?
Lands that shot on Sizzy. That's great damage for
Sizzy
M80.
was also blind.
And
Slacks out of
the round by Kenzizor. Now
wow, რა რაუნდი ბრუნდება.
Swishers into the clutch.
Download
but it's also to essentially frag out on these last 2 players. They have to go for the bomb plant. Smoke fades at the same time. Sizzy could get the better of it with this op as he trails back. Just on the edge of the smoke. It's an early chance for a Swisher.
I think he knows.
Alex, low HP, just trying to keep himself into the cover. If Swisher doesn't get blindsided, you think he's got this goal. Cleans house. Despite Kenzizor's best efforts to blast Slacks off that angle, so many players on this A site, but it comes up M80.
I would have felt so bad for M80 if they lost that round. Another super solid start. All those guys on A perfect read on what Bait wanted to do. And I mean, shout out to Kenzizor for that kill because that was unbelievable. He knows he's peeking into an op. That is such a hard angle just to simply pre-fire. If he misses, round's over. Obviously, if he wins, well, they could have won. They got themselves into a pretty good spot. But the HP ultimately made the difference. M80 got to be very proud of Swisher in this moment. He's been a beast this tournament.
Highest rated M80 player coming into this 2-0 match. And for the first time, M80 secure a chance to just deal with some pistols. Desert Eagles sprinkled across the board for bait.
ეს მეორე კომპიუტერზე მაქვს შეერთებული, თავარ კომპიუტერზე არ მაქვს და მაგიტო, თორე შეიძლება დაიგეთ რა.
Their first 2 rounds strung together. Looking to peek into
თორე იმენა დამიწყებნა ძმაკ ისმა რამპი მაქვს იმენა ჩემი მანქანა რო გამოიკაროს გაფრინდება ისეთი ის მაქვს უკვე თავზე ყოველ გარეთ გასვლა თუ გინდა თავი უნდა დაიბანო უეჭველი თორე ჩაჭკეპრინე თმებით გადიხარ იმენ უცებ გასაქცევი რო იყო აზრი არ აქვს
because it was a 3 save guns in the last round into a post plant they
would have attempted
if Kenzizor didn't get his frag then they would have at least been able to save 2 guns had something of a buy now. So it's a real tie for Swisher to be able to pick up that clutch.
Gladiatorები დაიწყო იქით რა ხდება და მაპდეიტეთ მეორე თამაშზე რა ვინმე თუ უყურებთ.
Just gets Sizzy on like the last tick before he walks into the smoke. But delivers under pressure. Make no mistake, M80 closing the gap now. A one-round game after the fantastic start that Bait had. That bottomed out economy they forced on M80. After only allowing them a singular CT round win. Things are changing in front of us, but it is guns back in hand for Bait in round 10.
I've had varying success all over the map. I mean, we have seen quite a bit of variety, which is nice. I wouldn't be surprised if they want mid-late here. They're trying to run at this.
Huge damage. What's that come from? Kenzizor down to 2 HP.
Where is he?
He was in mid.
Oh, they double-naded elbow. That was the only thing I saw.
Oh, eats that. Lucky to be alive.
This is such a good start to the round for both, to be honest, because all that utility damage, but also the mid control, your quick out to B, just denying any kind of lane control that M80 might be going for. No, teams aren't.
Იწაგებული ეგრე პირდაპირ აეროპორტში მიდის. დღეს ღამესაც არ გაათენებინებენ.
Makes the rest of your round a whole lot faster when you want to get set up.
Oh,
and a Sentinel, just hearing the reload.
აი, ორი კაცი ისე მოკვდა ერთმანეთი არ დაუნახავთ, კარგია.
And they're saying thank goodness for that.
It's kind of a fair trade, all things considered. Lake attempts his timing, just off the mark.
I don't mind being Sin, though, here, because the time's starting to tick down. He can actually flank.
Yep, here we go. Activates out middle, but look, this is a stall outside of the red room. He does catch the tail end of it, but it could lead you to believe there's actually more bodies in Donut than there is. Couple more players pushing through the red room. Slacks is going to have a long line on this, but one player's already gotten past him.
Ooh, nice shot.
Hit Sizzy on the attempt to cross over. That's the bomb stop. That's the momentum drop. One missed piece of util, but the flash follows through. And unfortunately here for Bait, a setup that was looking to have legs really just kind of falls on its own face.
I think it's pretty impressive. I mean, Sin found the gap, and again, explode into all these little bits of map control. It kind of set up a spot where if they want to go A or B, they can do it quickly. But the double cave setup with the push, the trade that went down, you know, Sin smelled something was wrong. If no one was here peeking him or trying to fight into cave control, the risk was standing out in the open. And once he realized there was no one there to fight, he created a timing for himself.
Here's that double nades. Second servings finds the headshot. And this shot.
This is actually
insane.
Now Bait are the ones that are going to have to stomach this momentum shift. They're also going to have to stomach a wobbly economy in the next round. I see Tech9's coming through for round 11. Ever since that timeout, we've had a different version of M80, one that has evaporated Bait's lead, tying this game going into round 11.
Everything's been neat and tidy ever since.
Faster potential towards that B side, maybe? No, they'll still just position themselves into the lane, and Ascenthiel a little bit late through the door still eats that frag grenade, down to only 52 HP. I've had a lot of mid play, a lot of different looks, like you said. This one completely foregone from both teams, just a set of eyes on it from JBA and Donut. He's also playing with his smoke out, so he's not necessarily looking for duels. Just looking to slow anything down if he sees that presence. Swisher's gonna get burned out of his cubby in the backside. That's a little awkward. Playing with util, still able to recover the hold with a double. Swisher seems immovable. Ascentiel's Tech9 goes down. It's Alex with the double. Finds himself alone, but also gets himself to the AK and has plenty of time to try to make this magic happen.
If he wants to make it out back through mid, he could, obviously. They're still going to be able to rotate over quickly if they're even a little bit nervous about it. They don't see anything right now. So as they back up slightly, Alex might be able to just get a plant, which is huge. On half HP, certainly has an opportunity to bring something big home for his team.
Molly confirms it. He goes for the deep temple angle. He's working with half health versus 2. This is a locked-in position. Can't start moving. That shadow's going to get you done for.
They can play this kind of however they want, and it's going to be on Alex to have to peek.
See how they choose, because right now it's pistol out for a smoke onto the bomb. Oh, it's awkward, too. The smoke doesn't actually fully cover. Very weird. And the Molotov doesn't go deep enough. They fumbled a bunch of those.
Goodness, so lucky.
Whoa.
That's what
Molly doesn't go deep into the cubby. Mo, they almost just gave that away.
Definitely. Could have walked into a spray. That would have been a lot of egg on their face, but they survived. With that amount of utility, that was obviously very messy, especially again, getting into a very good spot at the beginning of the round. That's what it seems to be a consistent feature of all these M80s. We could talk about it being messy, but it's also 4 rounds straight here for M80. And a lead.
Gunning for his 7th. Kenzizor tries to sign up for that mid-fight. He will be lucky if he gets out of here, but he does manage to jump back through that elbow. And NPL up above this 3-player mid-setup. Sin's got the headshot quick. Senfield wants into the action. Second victim here for M80, and it doesn't look like Bait are going to let off the pedal. They continue to try to push. Met by smoke, grenades, and bullets. It's a hailstorm out mid that's got 2 of the 3 players.
ყველანაირი utility ქონდათ იმენა რომ მოიგოთ ეს რაუნდი. ყველაფერი ააცილეს. მაგრამ მაინც მოიგეს მართალია.
That Bait we're going to double down and try to.
მე 25 ლაიქით მივარტყად ბარემ ავიდეთ 300-ზე.
Goes out first after they failed to get Kenzizor out of elbow. It felt like you've got to abandon that plan. But it could have been.
ადამ თამაშის მოგება მაგრად უნდა ეხა რა ბერვას რა ბერვა რო დაჯდეს 2 დაჯდება უკვე გლადიატორები წააგებენ 3 დაჯდება. მე რა 2 გაგვექნება გასარტყმელი რა ისედაც დაჯდება ეხა ან რომელიღაცა გავა ლიკვიდი გავა ან ჰეროიკი გავა ან გეიმერ ლეგიონი გავა ან M80 გავა ეხა მე
Looking to just bust the doors down in the final 30 seconds of the half to tie this game up going into your own CT side. Slacks has not lost the duel to Sizzy, and that will not change here. As the young prospect of Bait is put to rest one final time on the T side. Kenzizor taken down to 1/3 of his HP. Slacks begins to start missing bullets. That opens the door of possibility. But Lake is just going to sit here patient as those flashes pop up high. 10 to the clock, back's turned to him, and he's going to put this on ice. Halfway through this CT side, Def took a pause, and M80 didn't lose a single round after that.
ეჩი ბიჭო რა რაუნდები აუყოლეს, თო იმის მე მართლა რაუნდი აღარ წაუგიათ, დაუზაი. გაუთხრა ეგეთი იმ ჩემისა. M80 მოგებას ტურა. ერთი smoke ააცილა. Let's go. This is a major.
The stage was set as Bait being favorites coming into this 2-0 game to progress into the second stage of the 2026 Cologne Major. And all of a sudden, after one timeout by Rory, Def Jackson, what happens? We've got a
Did you have to read his name
from M80. What's that?
Did you have to read his name or did you remember it?
I'm hoping that's still his last name.
No, I think it's just great. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that you know that.
Rory Def Jackson.
Right.
But hey, leader of men absolutely turned it around for them. And again, I would just love to know what he said. So I know we've got great in-TeamSpeak calm moments so far in Cologne. Let's go dig up that one, shall we? Because it did indeed have a huge effect on the second half of that CT side for M80.
მოვიდან დაიწყო 15 წამი.
Fucking go. Shit. What a half, what a half. I'm fucking pumped.
I love how he said that.
Got reason to be.
Hilarious.
Let's see what they can do on the T side.
JBA has quite an accent.
Yeah. It's map picked, by the way.
Yeah, but to be honest, they still got 5 P rounds. They just, you know, it doesn't look good at the end, but it's still enough.
Yep. It's just that seismic momentum shift that's kind of got you scratching your head. But listen, Bait play close games. It's very on brand to see them let this one get a little closer.
American.
We'll see if they can rip that hope right back out of M80's hands, who currently sit outside of this A site, 4 players strong, 1 passive over towards Elbow and Sin with a smoke grenade primed, and up and over it goes. That's going to block off Alex's angle momentarily, and so it's just going to be these Berettas, and he will track the head of JBA at least. Sizzy's on the scene with a quick headshot onto Lake, and all of a sudden, that CT lane push could threaten the back of the site. Alex wants to go through. He will execute the planter. Swisher's thrust into another clutch. Trying to just size this one up. He's got 4 seconds to take down 3 players, but working with half HP, they won't give him any room, and it's going to be Bait to pick up the second pistol as well.
These guys are monsters on those pistols. It just looks terrifying. And, well, now it's a 1-round game. No bomb plant is, I think, the tricky part for M80. That part's going to suck for sure. All that effort into swinging the momentum in their favor, and suddenly now they know that it's Bait who are going to be happy and optimistic.
Come on,
Joshy, take it.
Passport JBA.
ჯაბა
სახმარებენ
და დამხნევენ
I think it's because the poor guy got his headshot. Ripped off the moment he went for the jump. Sizzy's going to farm the easy triple with the MP9 pressed into the A main play. He'll have a little laugh. And the game off the back of this second pistol and conversion is tied, but obviously Glock's in the last so that we get AKs here in round 15 for M80.
You know, set the stage for the second half. I think we're expecting M80 to have a formidable T side. I think it's going to be well called. But I do also expect to see Bait shine on some of these individual moments. We've already seen them sort of really startle us and M80 with how good they can play. But clutches did go the way of M80. 2 critical ones to build that streak to come back into the game.
Masla.
Chance this goes all
ხუთი შილდი ქონდა და გადარჩა 5 ჯერ.
Tries to make a move out through that cave, and Swisher again just kind of putting his name in the bright lights.
ჩვენ მე რამდენზე გავარდი გაკაჩე რამე ზუკა?
Performer of M80 thus far. And Lake still got some catching up to do after the previous maps of Swisher here in Cologne.
There's
a lot of potential for this push. Bait definitely want to go into these duels, but look at the trade potential here for M80 as well. They're all ready. The lineup, the trades are good. NPL's Glock kill comes out, and Sizzy's op kill is queued up.
Look at
They're going to try to press into him. And the trade's good out of Lake. He could make a run for the hills. He knows that Sizzy's on this B site still, and it's early damage for Sizzy to stomach too.
He thinks he's really quick to this. Let's see if he pulls out his gun. Oh, the smoke actually helps out a lot. Sizzy gonna walk around this.
Is he ready?
He might be able to open up an opportunity. Yeah, he gets it just by being quick enough to be able to walk. It's well done from Sizzy. It could have been a double fake that would have been really hard to deal with having an
აი შე შემდეგზე შენთვის გავაკეთებ მარტო სპეციალურად შენთვის გავათამაშებ ნავაჯე საფარიმეშს ათელს ქერს
expecting to have a few more seconds to get away.
ყველაზე ტოპდან არის
5 outside of this B site. The Bait trade efficiently through.
რამისი არ არის საწავლა რა საინტერესოა.
Swisher's smoke spam.
Impact comes in many forms, and the numbers for Sizzy aren't great overall at the event, but moments like these will be game changers. Absolutely. Lake knows the opportunity right there to stop the momentum once again quickly into the T side. Now we see that M80 are on 3 pistols. Things might get harder.
როგორ თო ეგრეშოს როგორ გადავარდეთ რა.
Lake knows the weight behind that clutch potential.
არა და მანდ დავარდა სკრინზე, ანუ დესკამში ეგრე ჩანდა რომ სმოუქშივე ჩავარდა და ანაირა.
And a move outside of cave there for M80. A couple of bodies positioned on both sides of their smoke. How do these 2 rifles get into the round? At the moment, Lake face pressed against the mid play as that's
come
how.
On, Slacks.
Deep Desert Eagle kill for Slacks. NPL picks up the same angle.
ნიხუია სიბე.
Anticipate him to have
შანსი არ არის კიდე გაჩეკონღა და აქ არ არის სასაღებად მოვლენ ახლა. შეიძლება დონატის დაასმოკონ. აქედან 2 კაცი უნდა გაიყოლოს უეჭველი და დატოვოს 3-3-ზე თავისიანი.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So, but I mean, that's the one thing. If you think about the
შანსი არა, ეს თუ გააკლიერეს იმენა.
NPL gets away with it.
500,000
It doesn't seem like they've got that presence. No, they haven't considered it at all. Perfection from NPL to slide atop the body. Still at least Lake trades back. It's a costly attempt, but that is a vacant A bomb site prime for the taking.
They didn't do anything about this. So, I mean, it was NPL in a spot to get great information on Donut, on anybody crossing into window. So, felt like bought some time, but there was no other CT rotating over quickly enough to help out. They'll still need a few more seconds of notice before they get here.
Kits on a couple here for Bait.
Retake could be everything. Same goes for the hold.
Lake queued up to make up for the lost clutch. A round to go. Flashes out a CT lane. Ready for the duels. JBA just giving that A main jump spot a bit of a go. Labored effort from Lake. JBA also dead empty-handed. Swisher's gonna have to be that guy again. Bombs ticking quick. We've got Kits on the play. Sizzy's defusing. It's the rifle to try to give cover.
B3 from Swisher.
Oh, but it's still close. Alex on top of the bomb. It's the final second. He nails it. Down to those last instances. He will squeeze water from stone and take a 9th round for Bait's favor.
Whoa, time to get back on that bomb. I did not expect that. With how close he let it go to get that kill, it felt like he had done enough. And the important clutches now going the way of Bait. 2 already in this half.
Back to back.
I mean, yeah, like, he couldn't have done more to get that diffuser as late as possible. My goodness. Now, we all knew this game was going to come down to the wire. And it just feels like every round
რავი, გლადიატორები ცხრით სამსაგებდნენ დათომ რო დაწერა ბოლოს და ეხლა არ ვიცი რა ანგარიშია. მედია წააგეს უკვე პირველი მაპი.
By the way, for bait historically ties up the amount of clutches in this first map of the best of 3.
მე 23 ლაიქს მივერტყა 300 ავიდეთ რა.
It's just the fact that they're back to back for bait at the beginning of the second half where the CT side can gain momentum and run away. Chances have been there for M80 and off of Def's second pause of the map. Here we go towards A main. Opper a little unprepared as Kenzizor takes two heads clean off.
Digajbi ra, agас მიდიხარი არა.
This guy just doesn't stop doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah, got a little sloppy there. A moment
ჯერ არა
to
მორჩეს
pick up
ფლიანი.
those guns, hold on to space, and instead a way back in now for M80.
ტაქტიკები და ანტისტრატები უწერია თავ რა კარგად შეეტენა.
And a big push off at the B bomb site.
მაგარი ფუში აიღეს საღო. დარჩით ეიჟით ქოჩემის უკუნა.
But it is very quickly all of M80 still inside of A main.
This is kind of great. They're just making sure that no one's pushing mid. I mean, MPL doesn't need
არა, ყველას უდევს ფურცლები. ტაქტიკები უწერიათ რა უნდა გააკეთონ, რა რაუნდში რა უნდა გააკეთონ სახელებით. და უფრო ანტისტრატები რა მოწინააღმდეგე გუნდის.
So they will just puncture.
აი, არ მოკვდე, რომ მოკლავ კაცი ცოცხლე. კარგი ხარ, მაგრამ ჩარი ხარ.
Aweda molotov to put the bomb down. But you've got this fast A main flank still smoked off, about to fade. Lake blocks Donut, but the frag grenade's going to expose him, and so it's going to have to be a city
clutch. ის რითვის ფლანკავს დაიღალა უკრიდან იმდენი ხანია მოდის და დახოცეს ამათმა ყველატო.
Will he consider that part of this retake? They're going to delay the A main play. It does come out, it catches him off, and it's going to be bait to touch double digits with a so far flawless 5-round CT streak.
Indeed. This one easier than all the runs previous. A main control.
Qal ekneba best of 3-ის თამაში
Liquid. Got onto the angle, but wasn't expecting to run into a push. I think he was going to set up and look for maybe an op that was ready on a more passive line. But this is wildly aggressive with this rifle push. And they didn't need this off to hit anything. Nice touch as the retake got started. A 3-round gap, but with the bomb plant, there's still money for M80 to invest. That won't be the case next round if they lose again.
MPL makes the jump, but they put a molly down. Just kind of stuck here on the ledge for a moment. Then he decides to dive back into the cubbies. Got second ideas. And at least he's got the utility to still just set himself up for the climb.
They know they have considerable map control over here on towards B. I like that they're using it. Immense pressure on Swisher to hit this.
მოიგე bro, გილოცავ. კიდე გავაკეთებ ახლა იმას რა ქვია. დანის გათამაშებას თვის ბოლოს და მაგაშიც მიიღე მონაწილეობა.
This is bait, letting M80 know we understand exactly what you're up to, where you're standing, and really siphoning the life out of M80's T side now. You lost 2 back-to-back clutches. The what could have been is going to be in M80's mind. And before you know it, with these 3 consecutive diffuses, the CT side could be done.
No kidding. I mean, it feels like they've gone through this is sort of more simple. They can buy up every bit of utility that they need. They can all have kits. 20 seconds they've got to run at this basically the whole way.
Oh, me, that's what
Sizzy burning out, still finds Sin's head. Not bad.
Yeah, there's a good.
Fortunately, only JBA's 4th kill of this map. Game getting away from him despite Swisher trying to hype the kid up. Although still, you've got a strong enough post plant to try to hang on to. If this is going to be the round, he makes the difference. Even if he distracts long enough for Lake to get into the action. Heavy temple plate, they flash themselves. Things are awkward. That causes a distraction. Now it's all out temple, and the box player's dead. JBA looks to shine, and he damn near sticks the landing, but they're going to know about this last piece, the wrap out from Lake. No, they never know. Essential sticking the defuse, and it's going to get executed. Finally, M80 break through, and they do it with a man disadvantage and a triple kill. JBA doubles his kills in 1 round alone.
Yeah, and that's impact again. Another moment where you see someone not the most kills overall, but having the last say. It's a 2-round game now. We've got a bye coming back, obviously. M80 saved this by going in for late mid control. 20 seconds as they exec through Donut. no real split. The only thing that they had, their final out was Lake on the lurk, who played his timings perfectly.
Lake executes the player in CT, but Alex really thought that maybe he had gone back to Donut. Lake takes his sweet time with that, having lost his previous clutches. This time, comes up with it, and the 1vx counter sways one round in the favor. Now M80. Still Bait hang on to the 2-round lead, but it's a 5v4 at the start of this one, quickly quelled by Alex. Does so successfully. So be it with the promise.
Again, these individual moments, Bait are so strong in them.
And a very lethal willingness to just kind of throw themselves into the fights. But the one thing that's still heavily in the favor of M80 is this op duel. Although a missed shot from Slacks goes up. Also, now wounds Alex, who sits on 64. Deep positioning here by Slacks. He's going to find one in the open, but NPL able to hold on to his own. 3v2. Flash finds its own eyes. Awkward moment. And still the spam comes through. It's a Sin Galil clutch. He's got one locked into the corner, and NPL decides to be the hero this time. Clean triple kill from that challenge on the Opper, and every kill thereafter. That is Bait.
You know, when he goes to get back
lanes control, obviously that's the one that could have totally rocked Bait, but they were patient in the spot. They knew that he was coming. And because of that collateral, it didn't kill the first guy. They still had cave control, and they knew that someone was running through the site. It might be a curtain call now for M80 on Ancient. Unless something ridiculous happens. They've only got pistols.
Yeah, they opt to spend halfway. Keep some cash to try to play for OT. But there's been a real willingness for Bait to kind of throw themselves at these early moments since this CT side has started. Good to know that even with the momentum shift at the end of the first half, they're not afraid to go for those sorts of fights. Exert individual effort. And as we see, Clean House missed all chances, at least recovered with Sizzy's second shot. Kenzie Zor quick into the plate. But that is an op now for Swisher momentarily. We'll see if Bait overstep. Ooh, they'll find the headshot. Swisher still looking for another, but Kenzie Zor's there. And you just give really M80 no chance to breathe with those upgraded pistols. They were going to have to come into this next one with guns. 4 rounds needed for OT. Def takes his final pause ahead of this necessary streak.
Oh, you know, those can be potent. He had a really good time after that first half pause. Probably had to fight a lot to get to only to bring 9 rounds. They won key clutches. Now, one thing that's counted against them, no pistols and conversions. So they're going to have to, you know, make this comeback on T side against all odds. But Bait are just, they're looking so nice.
დაждდება მეორე დღესვე 3 გავწურეთ. ის ორი უეჭველი დაждდება, რავი, რა უნდა მოხდეს, ის ორი ვერ დარჩეს, რავი, ტაილო უნდა გავიდეს და ისინი უნდა გავიდნენ. პლეიოფში თმაოდა, სიგიჟე იქ ბიგი და ისინი. სულ ერთმანეთს დაეჯახნონ. უკვე ხვალ გეიმერ ლეგიონი და M80 რო შეხვდნენ ერთმანეთს, უკვე 4 დაждდება უეჭველი. ჰეროიკი ლიკვიდი რო დაეჯახნონ ერთმანეთს, ეგეც მოჟნა. რამე რავი, ნახოთ ჯერის დაждდეს მეც წინასთან გავუსწრებთ მოვლენებს.
This round begins with a little more space for M80. They burn NPL's corner that he usually plays in. They pop open the smoke to try to catch him on the fallback. No kill off of that, despite the utility investment. Smoke grenade, though, will deny him his angles. But with 2 players facing into the front of Cave, there's always that looming threat of getting attacked from the flank once you do take over mid-control. So M80 tiptoeing their way into it. It's presence spotted by Kenzie Zor. He doesn't want to fade away with nothing. NPL also tries to test the waters, but Slacks is going to find that op kill. B players are here. They forego cave control and look to stack up inside of red instead.
It's just so much information with that. They know immediately the A play is on their minds. This has got to get smoked.
Check this out. He's been drawn back from the A site.
The B split, but actually falling back, it'll hypnotize the CTs that are standing here. But the thing is, there's so many of them.
M80 still hesitant to move. Slacks' patience pays off. They go up 5 versus 3 off the back of 2 op kills now from Slacks. Alex dives through the CT smoke, and all this time now, Swisher's been trying to clear out this B site. But what's this one defender dumped to? He's dead. Executed in the side of the head. Sizzy doesn't have his angle. Perfectly out-positioned
რა რა ეგონა სიზას რომ ანუ ბიზნე არავინ არ ამოვიდა და თუ რას ფიქრობდა გამაიასოთ
Tough shots to hit under pressure up close.
They had him so confused, smoking into CT spawn there and making it feel like they were trying some play towards beat, leaving the op. Such a smart move. And when they can activate slacks, it's obviously when it's looked the best. And for the most part, slacks in the second half, we haven't got that much. Not that much out of JBA in both. It's mostly been Lake and Swisher, but again, as you mentioned, off of the tack pause, we do see a little bit more team play. Clearly, those have been very effective. And they run circles around bait.
It was one pause in the first half that strung 6 rounds in a row. Here's the first of a necessary 4.
3 დღე ივნისში ვარ და ჯერ სიცხე არ გუგზნია, კაია. არა ივლისი აგვისტო პიზდეცი იქნება ალბათ, რავი, ესე თუ გავზედო.
Such a nice guy.
დავიწყდა მზეს რომ მზი არის ალბათ და გლობალური დათბობაო, ჩემი კარგი მოდგა. ეგ ჩვენთან არ არის ალბათ გლობალური დათბობა.
That's crazy.
Nice, come on. Nice.
Meta იქით როგორი ამინდებია. ანტარქტიდაზე.
Noticeable lack of utility here for bait coming into round 22.
Kind of conclusion that we get out of this game. I'm really curious.
მე რა ვიცი, გარეთ არ ყოფილი ვარ, დრო სტრიმი რო ჩავთე.
Slacks is taking it towards mid again, but he's ahead of the utility. And he is operating on his own. It brings Lake with him.
There's a big trap here set inside of middle, but, someone needs to be spotted by Kenzizor to activate NPL. And if not, it'll be the clock to activate him. Actually, Ascentio comes in. But because of this window smoke, there won't be any timing available.
Yeah, there's a real threat. These Red Room players pop on him. A lot of bodies here. Here it comes. It's covered up by Lake and Sid.
ეს არ შემიგინია, მაგრამ გინების კანდიდატები ხდებიან აუცილებლად.
Hit that pause button. It's a 3v5 demanded of bait. Their economy's on the line. And Sizzy's given a free one. That's going to open the door for the Opera to rotate. Kenzizor has second ideas, pauses momentarily, and allocates himself back into Donut. Sizzy's drawn towards Red Room. Feels kind of stringy suddenly by M80. There is a high likelihood for individual duels at 30 seconds on this clock. They are still not grouped up at all. And that's key that Lake finds this headshot. Kenzizor's heard that audio out towards middle, but Slacks is going to land the shot. His reaction times have been fantastic, and this is a round for M80. They will at the very least secure the double digits, and for the first time, win back-to-back T rounds.
ზოგადად როგორ ახალმე გერმანიაში ზაფხულში რამდენია ხოლმე ტემპერატურა 30-40 ადის. 30 ავა იასნია, მაგრამ 40-მდე არ ვარ ხოლმე 40-50 ეგრე ადის.
So this one's a little bit more narrow in the way that they close it, but ultimately great map control, and it's another moment where M80 they have the power on the map. It's bait who feel like they have to make a desperate move. They try to flash themselves in through mid. None of the CTs are the teams that are holding. That looks way too easy for M80. I'm wondering, he wasn't even anti-flash on that wall, so was it because they just tried to right-click a flash behind them, or what happened? I just feel like no one was blinded mid. A little bit too stressed out when you're winning.
Well, you win. Αγამოთი რო გრილა, დილით რო და პლუს 30 პლუსია, იდეალური გარემო.
You got both pistols, you've converted them cleanly, you haven't made those mistakes, and yet still you can't put M80 down. That is definitely going to feel like these are two halves now that start to get away from it. It's not their second timeout. We've had great success on M80's side with the tactical timeouts. So let's see what they can do to try to gear up this close before things get even more uncomfortable. Because this round doesn't feature a buy for bait.
This is AK on Alex.
This is talking about the next 2 rounds, surely.
მარა მაინც სხვანაირი მზე იყოტო, რაღაცნაირად უფრო სხვანაირად ცხელოდაო. აი 27-28 გრადუსი ხო იყო, მაგრამ რაღაცნაირად უფრო ცხელოდა ვიდრე საქართველოში რა.
Slacks quick to it.
საშინლად ხელოდა რაღაცნაირად. აი ვერ ვამუღამებდი როგორც ხელოდა ეგრე. აი მინდა მწველი მზე იყო. ჩვენთან არ არის ეგეთ.
Just as quickly as he takes that first fight, he falls all the way back, hoping that instead bait come to him.
He's going into his nade set now.
Swisher careful, because if he loses this AK, there's a pistol player behind Alex to come grab this gun. Sethfield's trying to make it awkward. Now at least Alex gets his kill, goes back. The pistol player on the side goes down. They're going to try to force their hand, or are they? They pause momentarily, tag Kenzie down to half. JBA with a double kill, his 8th and 9th of the map. Lake slides through, down goes the AK, and down goes Bait in round 23. 24 rounds of Counter-Strike needed here on Ancient. Bait's map pick.
And it's the pause to bring it, that tack pause to try to bring it all the way back in both halves. Again against pistols and conversions. Here we are in round 24. A close game as promised. We've had a 1v3, last second defuse. Ooh, anything, any small mistake could be the end of the match.
A lot of damage for Lake to have to stomach, but it's also a lot of presence for M80 over towards the B side. If they've got the balls to go through this, Alex dodges the flash, stuffs 2 players on the smoke, and M80 feeling the squeeze because they lose that mid control, walk into their demise. Working so hard to bring back this half, and now you've got to do it from this position.
They'll be talking about the pistols after this game is over. A 3-on-5 needed to bring overtime.
And NPL just sits down beneath this ledge. You know that he had gotten that forward mid-control. Lake saw it all early. It's a good position for Bait to just try to hang on to the site. Slacks is looking to be the difference maker. Denied. Low HP there as well. And it's going to have to be JD from the bottom. 13-11 here from Bait. Closing it out in the final hour, staving off another comeback within the second half of action. M80 bringing the favorites of Bait so far.
I think as much as M80 made this a close game, Bait are going to be happy with themselves. Closing out pistol is going to be an important stat for them at this major. They're so close to being able to advance from this stage. We've got to take it to the desk for some final thoughts.
That was a tense game. That was a close game. That was a game that went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And at the end of the day, Martin, it was kind of decided by all the scenarios that went throughout the game. High quality Counter-Strike game, fun game to watch, and a game that delivered on pretty much every single aspect that we could hope for coming into it.
When we spoke about coin flip at the beginning of the match, this is kind of what it really comes down to. And these clutches were kind of plaguing the whole map, and in a good way, obviously. I like these clutches, but the amount of 1v1s that we've seen, and we're going to be talking about them as well, it's kind of unprecedented, and you know, the scoreline 13-11 is doing exact justice to how close this game was, because it's not only the scoreline, but it's also the round back to back to back with the clutches.
This felt like a game, Peter, that could have gone either way.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was. A lot of it came down to the micro decision. This was a game of micro decision from the players, not only in the clutches, but also the amount of information that both teams wanted to grab mid-round. Whenever they were going for pushes, they wanted to go out and see if they could puzzle things together. Whereas the opponents here, you know, attacking, and that was for both teams. So and it's obviously the fact that it goes down to so many clutches also just shows that the game is actually relatively close, and that's a little bit of a different kind of game than what we just saw with Bedboom and Game Legion, where we have teams that is a little bit more aligned in this one.
Yeah, we had two teams who also showed a different kind of body language. They said, you know, it was quite evident when you were watching the players and you're watching the reactions. The M80 camp, you know, fired up, amped up, you know, playing animated Counter-Strike and having an animated body language, whereas for the camp of Bait, it almost looked like they were locked in, you know, or zoned in to a point where they didn't really show too many emotions, even in the close clutches.
I wonder why that is. I actually have, you know, I've seen emotions coming out of B8, but maybe in a match like this, when they feel like they need to really kind of like have that energy left into the whole best of 3, they kind of took a different approach, and maybe they were just, yeah, as you said, locked in. This is exactly the vibe that I was getting from them. In the meantime, M80, obviously they're going to be fired up. Obviously they're going to be using every ounce of an energy on the team to hype each other and probably even intimidate the opponent, but you know, it didn't go that well.
There's definitely two ways of approaching that kind of match hype, because I've actually tried both in the teams that I've been in, because you want to have the atmosphere and the hype going, and you want to be cheering on each other on every time you win a close round. You want to make sure that your team can feel it and you play with this momentum. But at the same time, you can also go for the approach where you be a bit more quiet, where you keep the tense or the atmosphere a little bit more on the low line, so you can kind of focus a little bit more. I think both things can work, and it really depends on what type of team you are. And I think for the likes of M80, they've done this for at least yesterday, but that's what they've always been doing. They need to be hyped, because if they're not hyped, they will play worse. Whereas Bait is more on the low key, like they will play. And I also think it comes down to the fact that they've also changed England, where they said it's been very chaotic inside the camp. And it can't get very chaotic if everyone is screaming and yelling. When you're up here every single time you win a round, it's better to be down here, Nice, good job, guys. Keep the low coming. So I think both things can work.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword at the end of the day, Bait kept it pretty quiet, pretty calm, pretty composed. A guy who didn't keep quiet throughout this game was Def. We have a little bit of a coach check-in from the game to listen into.
Can you let me talk? Every round has been fucking perfect. We have 3 guys heaven and late peaks alone. We win that round, guys. Yeah. Just play fucking together. Every time you peak, it has to be 2 or 3 guys. Every round was good. We also had full A info. We had 3 towards B, and we listened to the prep.
There we go, another example of a coach taking charge and speaking with a big authority and speaking with a big voice. I like what I hear from Def right here. Obviously, we kind of bleeped out, the tactical stuff from him, so we didn't get the full context. But would you agree, Martin, that M80 played a good game of Counter-Strike? Unfortunately for them, they're facing a team right here in Bait who may be slightly better.
They did play good Counter-Strike in a way, but at the same time, what Dev is saying here is perfectly valid, in my opinion. Yeah. Obviously, the start of the game was kind of getting away from them, and it just, it wasn't that great before the timeout. After the timeout, I can noticeably and visibly see different M80 and just kind of having like more composure in a lot of later on situations.
You know what you can do? You can show us. You can show us round 8. Show us exactly what you're talking about.
And just to draw the parallel and the context, this is happening 2 rounds after the pulse was taken, and they're honestly in a pretty good position. They're in a man advantage, and they're even kind of like, holding down the site pretty well. But in the end, it all comes down to when the round seems locked and they're attacking A, and it's like these 3v4 situations. This is again peeking one by one and not having like kind of clear plan. Alex and Gensis are all like bundle up a couple of kills together, and it all comes down to Swisher to actually build them out on this 1v3. Why I want to talk about this round specifically is because I feel like this is the round that kept M80 in this game for so long. And obviously this is another clutch, and we already spoke about that. But the fact that Swisher manages to pull this 1v3 is actually breaking the economy of B8 completely, forcing them to eco, and actually salvaging that half that could have gone way, way worse for M80.
It was incredibly close that Swisher managed to pull off another 1v3. And as we spoke about, Peter, it was a game of clutches. It was very much back and forth. Now, obviously, Bait ended up winning this game by, in my opinion, being slightly more efficient and slightly more, I guess, cynical in some of the key moments. Round 17 as well is a great example of where Bait re-entered the conversation about winning the map.
We just saw M80 going for this aggressive push, and now on the side of Bait, you also have them trying for this information play by pushing into A-man fast to try and, so first of all, getting the kills, but also trying to get the info. I think it really just comes down to the fact that Bait wants to try and get, if they can get the info that there's no guy in A and then push out, they can catch someone behind, they do get that double kill. And you can see the B player, essentially, he's like pushing at the exact same time to get these kills to just, clawing at the rounds. He gets all the info, and the fact that he pushes out B when they get these type of kills, he just slowly wins the round. He could even have walked out aiming pretty much just right after, and he would have clutched out the round. The thing is that they get so much info so fast, and the bonus, they get 2 kills at the same time.
I just noticed that Essential pushed that B lane completely for the free information was probably because Swisher, the B player, get a kill on A against Kansas, which was pushing. So this is like real nice play with the nicknames, and Essential took a maybe slight gamble, but it paid off dividends.
Speaking of Kansas, not normally the guy we highlight. We often speak about Sissy, we speak about NPL, who's been the catalyst behind Bait and their strong performances. Kansas this time around had a strong showing.
I think he did. I think Kensizor is a kind of a quiet guy. Well, quiet guy. I think he's getting on the louder side, on the side of B8. But I do like what I'm seeing from him in the big games. Whenever he needs to deliver, he's kind of like this anchor not in terms of position, but obviously in terms of like his performance, and he's kind of giving good understanding of what aggressive counter-strike for B8 means, because he's involved in a lot of openers and a lot of rotations. He's kind of like seemingly vocal guy as well. He likes to do a lot of plays, and you know, he has aim to do so. He's in position to do so. I think Kensizor absolutely deserves a little bit of a shout out for this one.
This was the map pick of Bait. They've managed to get it over the line. Now we head into Inferno, Peter. The map pick of M80, a map that we know they can play at a higher level, a map they've shown a bit of consistency on. Bait, on the other hand, I'm looking at the results right now. They've lost a couple of times, quite clear to 3D Max. Then they absolute smash Na'Vi out of the park 13-4, and then they get owned by MIBR 13-1. Speaking of inconsistency, I think that's a label we can put on Bait's Inferno. So what are your expectations heading into the second map?
Well, coming into the game, I was fairly certain that we're going to go to a third, and I do think that's also going to be the case, because we've seen teams that get to play their best map in this series. So the fact that Bait pick up Ancient makes sense. Now M80 gets to go to play Inferno, which is their best map, and moving forward to that one, does too, is going to be interesting if we actually get to the point. I think M80 they've already played the map at this tournament so far, so they've already gotten used to playing the map, obviously, and then it's just always been the go-to for M80. They have a lot of good protocols. They seem very coordinated whenever they attack. I think specifically towards A, whenever they do the A splits, that's where they really seem to be shining. So a team that has like a very deep playbook and just feels extremely comfortable on the map.
I feel like we know what we get from M80 when it comes to Inferno. I'm going to do you a bit dirty here, Stuko, and ask you this question. How do you explain a team losing 13-3 then a couple of weeks later you beat Na'Vi 13-1, and then you lose to MIBR 13-1? How do you explain that?
It could have been a variety of things. Obviously, the preparation comes into play, and then probably just playing against Na'Vi is something that they enjoy. They like to prepare. They like to. Well, MPL was kind of always good against these Ukrainian teams, in my opinion, and you know,
had an amazing game, yeah.
Yeah, right. So I do think that there is obviously you labeled it as inconsistencies, but in my opinion, it's kind of showing that yes, there is a skill ceiling that is pretty high, skill ceiling that is pretty low, but it comes down to the preparation. Inferno is all about that, because it's kind of a not high tempo map as like Dust 2 or maybe Ancient that we've just seen. There is going to be a little bit of a later paces into the rounds, and clutches obviously, and Inferno is known for those retakes, so we're probably not going to get a lot of them, and we'll be forced to watch some game time.
I was just about to say, Peter made it pretty clear that he thinks we're going to a third. Are you
I would love to see the third, because these teams are playing incredibly close, but I'm going to actually give it I'm putting actually BI to slow it out 2-0.
Okay, 2-0, there you go. We had it. We finally got a clear answer from Stuko. He believes that it's going to be a 2-0 for Bait. Peter is in the camp of a third map. I'm in the camp of not really having to put out a prediction, because I'm in this role, and I like that. So, instead of me rambling more, let's head to a break so we can get what potentially is the final map of this series underway. We have M80 taking on Bait. Winner progress to stage 2.
13% win rate აქვს. ამის მოგების შანსი იმენა.
Again tomorrow. A lot of stake here for two teams who come in with high expectations. We're jumping on a break, and then we're going to be back with Inferno between M80 and Bait.
M80 in Bait. Oh, ari. წინ თა არა აქვს ამ ქვეყანაში ბლეად. აუ, ევროპა კაი გაბრტყელებული კონტინენტი ყოფილა. კომათმა გააბრტყელეს ნეტ. მესამე დასთორ. სალამი. ზემოთ რა დაფრინავ, შეხედე, დირიჟაბლი გაიჭით. არ დაფრინავდა, ეს საჰაერო ბუშტებია პროსტო კაცო. ის იმენა დირიჟაბლი იყო. დირიჟაბლიც არ იყო დაჟე, იქ იყო სარეკლამო ბუშტი იყო პროსტო დირიჟაბლის ფორმის, რომელიც ჰაერში რო აიხედა, პროსტო რეკლამა დაინახო. იგი ცნობილი ფაქტია იგი, მაგით აკა.
I'm coming to smoke. I'm also through smoke.
Ui,
Big up fighting. Okay. You saw me? Off out of here.
More.
1v2.
One up.
One smoke.
Up that.
No up.
He killed. He should be big box.
Nice! Let's fucking go! I just need to fucking kill, bro. Fuck.
Can you flash over me deep?
Fred smoked. Fred's is gonna contact.
No, we can't. I just same protocol.
You're gonna just contact.
My keep map open right now.
I bounce flash.
Yeah, okay.
Nothing ramp, they blocked.
I'm gonna void behind it, okay?
Watch snip. Unlikely.
Hide behind it.
One donut left side.
Left side.
Nice.
Through, dead. One more.
One more donut. I have cave. Mike, can you come aim in? Mike, search me soon.
Okay.
Fritz, we need to
your cave. Yeah.
I think care off when we come here.
I'm sure.
Dave, let's go X-Egg on B. We go A.
Right side.
I'm walking out.
Go there.
We come back donut.
They should be two.
I
It's one A
said
match.
Josh. It's me.
I'm holding heaven.
One rotating spawn. I'm playing rotates. There's one spawn though.
We go A,
It's
guys.
donut spawn. Yeah, I'm tucker right now.
You kind of need to get around that, Fritz.
This game smoke spawn for us. Fritz smoke spawn for us. He's donut. He was donut.
Playing now.
I
I
flash
can't
after
smoke
for
spawn then. Can we
Flash
check
dead.
donut, bro?
I'm coming in the donut, bro.
Donut dead.
Nice.
Heaven last. Out heaven,
Flash
out
red.
heaven, out heaven. Can be box.
I go aim in.
I go him in. Yeah, I go.
Should save.
I don't see him.
ეს კრინძას მომენტია, აუ ეს ამაგარი მომენტია. რა კაი იყო CS:GO.
A successful outing from M80's perspective in the sense that they pushed their opponent on their map pick. It forced Bait to have both those pistols and strong starts, but they squeeze it out in the final round, and so M80 will be beating themselves up, but they head into Inferno next, down a map. Bait considered favorites coming into this. We'll see what they have for M80 on the North American Core's map pick. But lo and behold, it's another moment where Bait survived the pressure of a situation, a close call, and walk away with a win. Now simply 13 successful rounds from stage 2 of the
Давай, let's go.
I know, they can taste it. And we know what the pressure's on, of course. Bait, it comes down to 1 or 2 rounds. And that's what made the last map so exciting. A lot of that was brought to you by, I think, the real power that they showed on the pistols, and there was tons of fight back from M80 as well. But in a series like this, I mean, that's always what can make the difference. We'll be keeping a close eye on those as Inferno happens. Because as impressive as it is to win all those rifle rounds, you just don't want to have to make comebacks in both halves.
Pistol stack.
But
it'll be M80 on the
ბერვამ რომ მოიგოს ახლა უკვე 3 ბერვამ რომ მოიგოს ახლა 2 დაждდება და გლადიატორები ცოტა აგებენ უკვე 3 დაждდება. ორი გადაწყვეტით არაფერს არ მიწყვეტ. ეს რა ტაქტიკაა?
2 players, 4 guns here on Arch. I mean, that tells me you really think this one's coming Arch Rap.
That's hard.
Lake, though, just looking for the app spot. Sees a bit of skin, hangs on for a second, but don't wait too long. Puts that smoke down in front of what is 4 players from Bait on the other side of this wall.
Little annoying for Bait. They wanted to make this work.
These dual Berettas look to just inch their way through the brackets instead, and now that he sees it's clear, I wonder if one peels back, if anybody's going to go and help Lake, because he's about to have his hands full. He silently drops down off of the belt. Oh, never mind. Hits the ground loud. Now they're going to know nobody's up here on the railing. They're really going to be able to focus on the pit instead. Swishers, Berettas, and JBAs both with a kill already, looking for their first pistol. And they're going to pick it up clean. Flawless here on the CT pistol for M80. That's what they were looking for. Finally, a good start to the half. Or maybe I shouldn't get ahead of myself.
Yeah, we'll see if they don't convert. I mean, there is no bomb plant. It is such a strong pistol. it should be a moment where they get to make good use of their MP9s coming into the next round, make lots of money with it. But this round went exactly as they envisioned. They had the Halls play with Lake, they spotted, they threw the smoke down, they had the two players rotating quickly over from Arch. All Bait tried to do was pause and then attack.
They won't try to do much in this one. 5 Glocks, no nades, nothing here for Bait. Just a chance to think about your sins in that last round.
I 3-0 დავსვი ბერვას. ბერვა რაღა და ბეთბუმის. და გლადიატორები ალბათ რა აგებენ. რა ანგარიშია გლადიატორებში? გლადიატორები წესით დაждდება დღეს.
Got Sin on one team, Alex 666 on the other, couple of heretics.
That's what I'm saying. Devilish game of Counter-Strike ahead. Bomb dropped in front of Sin. He'll sit on top of this comfortably. No way for them to really unroot him and to keep 5 up and also get the majority of the kills off the MP9. Happy about a nice easy conversion, but a little awkward with those MP9s in the next round when the guns of Bait come through.
It could be awkward for Bait if they don't win this, because this is just a bonus for M80. And they're going to have to sell their shoes even to get a Galil for Alex. So that's because they have no kills at all.
Double nades down Banana.
Incendiary as well. Banana
control. Now they're going to try to push themselves down into it, right? Close proximity taken over by Lake. The grenades really cleared that space for him to slot in, but that's still majority defense over towards B, and Slacks was in a tough spot until now. He's able to get out of there, but Bait will trade that bracket control for his position. Slacks damage from the apartments, damn near dead.
Oh, you know they're tempted about going Arch now with this information and that damage coming through. MPL disrespecting the smoke early is a really nervous moment for M80. Still, 3 spotting B is insane. They're readying a flank, but
Sin's Incendiary's primed towards top Banana. He's just giving it a jump spot. We'll see if they right off the corners. Swisher trying to set it up. And, both headshots from Alex. Third player confirmed, but Alex just took a dink. So
they might be tempted to piece play. Yeah, it's a little late in the round, but to be honest, they know Sin has to be alone.
Yeah, he's made a ton of sound here as well, so NPL knows he's got this.
What a great play.
Perfectly visualized. Ton of damage there for Sizzy, but so be it. That's bomb and spawn confirmed and gonna make its way to the B site. Kenzie Zor can just take his sweet time to clean up what's left of it. That is all about Alex getting those 2 Galil headshots down at the base of Banana.
So those mechanics coming through again. Like the setup for M80 is solid to lure everybody into Banana, try to get a couple of kills, even upgrade some MP9s, and set up a flank when they would inevitably have to go A. But instead, Crossfire by himself. And he was the one who had the Galil, right? Like the one gun that he could only afford because they didn't get any kills previously. This brings it back. JBA to get an AK. He's not gonna, he's gonna try to avoid fights if he can.
Yeah, looks like he'll be fine. T-spawn clear for the save. And M80 go. What was looking like an excellent position for a moment in that round. Bait will find success on this T side early. 3 rounds into it. It's that nice tether between Swisher and Lake. Almost catching Alex with grenades, but he just resets that aim. And then a bit of a frantic move here from Sin, departing that B bomb site that just gives it over for free.
Do you know JBA's name stands for just being Adam?
No, it stands for Joshua Barut. But I don't know why he took 2 letters from the last name. Oh, now I get it. Spam down through the B smokes. Nobody home for Bait. They're taking a quick glance towards mid play again. Slacks now onto the op. Remember, that was a bonus round for M80 with the triple MP9s, and they did still catch a couple kills and have legs to stand on. Now we're going to go flash through into brackets. Slacks a little nervous with that flashbang. It announces intentions of Bait, and he'll peel back.
იმათ კიდე აქვს მოკებიზე ხო?
Brackets part of the round is really key. I mean, here's where M80, they want to push forward into this. So much pressure on Slacks to hit a shot. Flash is perfect, though.
Missed. JBA takes one to the face. Slacks
Კარგი ხარ ალეკო.
Again with a critical multi-kill.
Why is მოკალით?
Still alive in here. Oh, but again, that spawn player dead to rights. Clotheslined by NPL is Swisher, and Link never gets a chance to get his hands into the game, as this is going to be bait.
კაიდიანას ჰეროი კი ტოპ ჰეროიკი იყო. მაგაზე მაგარი არც ყოფილა არასდროს.
Shoot on Ace so cleanly. And it's Alex with the 2K. It's them being able to take apart, two guys for one essentially has just been so key for them already here on Inferno. Was the same back on Ancient. They really stand tall when it comes to the rifle work. You couldn't have placed the utility any better than that. Like that flash allowed them to scale all the way to the site before Slacks could even know what was happening.
ან იქნებოდა ხოძე ან არა. კი არის ხე გასუქებული. ღიპიანი.
Right over top of his scope.
ბიჭო, ყველა ცოლი რომ მოყავს ან შეყვარებულს როცა იჩენს, რატო ერხევატო? რატო სუქდებიან კამანდა? ვერ მივხვდი, ანუ მაგ მუღამს ეგ მუღამი ვერ დავიჭირე.
You take to the challenge that is the T side to start off your opponent's map pick.
მე რა სუმავდა
blood here in round 5. M4 reveals itself, but welcomes utility in response, and that'll be Swisher down to 46 HP. Taking a boost to keep eyes on Banana. What are we up to?
I love this peak. I mean, if anybody comes to shoulder this or the op gets on the line, you just got to time it to go. Oh, that's not an easy shot. My goodness, Izzy. He's not looking nervous any longer.
Kind of in the middle of it all. You see him laughing coming into the round. Spirits looking hot. You've got that, the pressure of a map in your back pocket already. And I think the nature of these rounds too. Sure, lose pistol for the first time. But you save for round 3, and since then, it's been 3 rounds consecutive out of bait. Now you're hitting shots. Everybody's cracking jokes.
Yeah. So far, and says he hasn't really had to come into this game. They bought him so much time. I mean, he's probably gonna, at this point, just be thinking, "Man, I love my team. I've got so much security around me. I know that I don't have to be the one. And when I am, and when I pop off, well, then we can go to another level." He's given a lot of room to warm up into the event.
It's really one of the benefits of being a player like him, joining a team like Bait that are not in their first outing at a major, right? It's something that he's going through that they all have certainly felt in the past.
I talked about it earlier, but these guys, they look like young faces, but now we're getting used to seeing them at majors.
Yep, the majority of this team has 3 or 4 majors under their belts now with Cologne. That's when you feel like you start to find your groove. I think that's why a team like NRG shows up and kind of exceeds expectations, because you think that's a wealth of experience, in contrast to a team, unfortunately, say like Sinners.
Fresh.
Mind you, if experience was everything, Gaming Gladiators wouldn't be losing on the other stream right now.
I just want to say there is such thing as too much experience.
Yeah. Well, having experienced the threat of this banana play a couple rounds now, Lake is going to be a little cautious, and they try to get it going off that flashbang. He finds Sizzy in the backdrop, but there's 3 players in front of the other. Yeah, here it comes on your reload. Alex times it to perfection. Great cover offered by Swisher. Him and Lake both trying to dive into that site, as Slacks once more wants this kind of short angle at the A site, but he's been so effectively pushed back each time.
Before they get too quick here, they have the bomb still back in spawn.
შეუპატრონო, კარგი
ხარ. To exact, and now they'd love to even more. It's actually going to pull Sin over. There'll be a gap on the archway, and MPL's going to set up his utility to try to get them to come back. Let's see if Sin bites. Oh no, it's an arch smoke, and Slack still has vision on mid.
Yep. Does that free up JBA? Do they make any kind of a move? No, they sit stoically inside A site, and it's going to be numbers strong from Bait in the final 20 seconds here on B. Sin gives up his line, goes for the underhand, activates alongside Swisher, does it for M80. Just a comfortable lean back, a triple kill moment here from Swisher. The player for M80 thus far at the major.
ან კიდე ბიჭო აუ რამ ჩიმენა იდიოტები არიან რა სმოუკში იცი რომ ორი კაცი არიან თავიდან ბიზე ერთ კაც კლავ B1-ზე მეორე კაცის ინფო გაქვს რომ რუინში არის შედი რა აი აქ ნახე აი ეს მოკლა თუ არა ეგრევე შედი რა ხო იცი ინფო მეორე კაცი სადაც აპირდაპირ გაუვარდი მან
I wouldn't be surprised if they do the same thing. Let's see if Sin's right about the read. I mean, this is, you know, in his mind, it's not a 100% thing. He's trying to go off tendencies.
Fast opening gambit once more. Lake very quick to depart Swisher this time.
Setting up a window flash to be able to pop through the smoke.
ძმა მოიტანა მთელი აღჭურვილობა ბიზე.
To go for it. Swisher gets a little uncomfortable, drops his smoke early. He's got another cache of it back in spawn, but he'll give up a lot of information. And you see that the T's right now grouped up at the bottom of the B, gonna be able to make a lot of space happen. And will not know about it. And Swisher's here with a fall. It's a bit of a bluff. Oh no, that molly. Oh, he knows Kenzizor is stuck in this corner. Kenzizor just doesn't have to move.
Down goes the smoke here at the B site. The solo B defender looking for assistance here as he drops that incendiary in between all the util. Swisher's under pressure now that he's blind. Flash into the pit. NPL taken down. That's the bomb drop confirmed. Swisher can't hang on any further. Right there with the op, just around the side of Coffins. Another body and really cue this up. No bomb planted even. An Opper stranded in the back of this site with 10 seconds. And if they really want to punish, they just let this clock expire.
He's actually got
to hit some great shots in this after time situation.
Easy track for the first one. How much does this cost M80?
Ooh.
Oh, damn, they really let that go.
Wow. It was, yeah, I guess it was kind of actually difficult for them to all swing at the same time, wanting to go above.
But hey, a round win's a round win for M80.
I'm surprised that Kenzizor is still
აი აქ რატო ეხსნები მოლოტოვი ხო მოფრინავს თო
and hit the corner. He just thought, oh, that wasn't for me.
დაელოდე რა რას უკა დებილი ხარ შეჩემა დაელოდე.
A lot of energy in that one.
Really rolls off the tongue.
Yep.
Τσούκα კი არა ჩურკა
ხარ. Starting to find more and more confidence, but Sizzy, oh, look at the damage. Not only the frag from Swisher,
GG რა, შენი ინფერნოს მომგებები არ არიან. ულად ბალეში უყურო პროსტო. დასთორში კიდე რაღაცა შეიძლება ქნან, მაგრამ აქ იმენ აზრი არ აქვს. Ხედავს ის მაგ ხედავს.
Who we've seen powering up on this T side, but look beyond him on the scoreboard. You've got Sizzy and Alex 7 and 5 kills each. NPL, Kenzizor, and Essential, it's 2 or 1 frags each.
Ai, mermert.
To be honest, I mean, the best moments from Bait have been that one play.
Tam კაცაკ ერთი და ერთი და 2 kill.
Coming up lane. Really loving what Swisher has offered up to M80 across these two maps so far. And he's cracking jokes, I think.
That part's a constant.
I had doubts about him at one point. When they were making roster moves.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh man,
very fair.
Chop and block, yeah.
I think you could argue he had doubts about himself at the same time. He definitely didn't have as much of a kind of like confident swagger about himself, even in the post-game interviews, etc.
It's feeling like his game's just improved a lot. His game sense. I mean,
Gladiatorები რა შეფიან რა ანგარიშია და update-ით.
His aim has always been great, so that was never a problem.
Counter-terrorists win.
Okay. Yaktı. Was it Lake making German noises, or?
I never know.
No, it could be.
It's Lake. It could be JBA.
Yeah.
I think Lake has an influence on JBA. Two P's.
აგებენ?
Where's Floppy in all this?
He's at home. Hitting the gym.
მეთქი ჰეროიკები აგებენ.
Being a cool guy.
Kokinga.
Shout out to Camaro one time. 5-3 M80 lead. They look like they're in good spirits. We'll see what happens if things start to get tested again, but this round shouldn't be too much of a challenge with Bait coming through. Upgraded pistols, 1 MAC-10, 1 AK.
Opa.
Do you think the Germans on M80 get any of the Americans' jokes?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I do. I feel like, honestly, oh, man. Yeah, that's a good player to dink. Kenzie Zora, the only AK. He's not even willing to give it up. So I'm not, okay.
Here we go.
იქ არ დაუგდო, ახლოს არ დაუგდო. შორტთან არ დაუგდო, ახლოს რომ შეიძლება შორტზე კაცი ყოფილიყო და გაეგდო იქ.
Nothing without this AK, Alex.
Now Sizzy's got an entry with the
for the
boost, yeah.
Now you hit the upshot.
Oh, that's how you do it. That's why Alex brought Kevlar to the table. They're going to try to challenge that. But he won't really be able to fully contend to keep that op out of their hands. Not without Sin trying to go for the other side. You've heard Def in timeouts. Never go for moves that can't be traded. Perfectly pinched this time around. And that's going to take the wind out of the sails of Bait because they had a chance at threatening this round. But now we can see it on the radar. 5 X's stacked up inside of the brackets.
4 of them go to Swisher.
Sir, easy does it for the M80 6-3 CT lead.
13 and 5. Pure quality play out of him.
This is nice, though. Pop, pop. Another one?
And they're like, what the heck? We went to A because Swisher's not supposed to be there.
Oh, you can most certainly do this. You did get to start with the CT side, of course. That was an offering made by Bait. Slacks missed opportunity at the 5v4. A lot of bodies grouping up, and Slacks actually dies to NPL. He looks to just take that challenge out through Balk door. Ooh, that's a curveball for M80 to have to stomach. Back-to-back 5v4 advantages for Bait, but this time they've got the guns to really capitalize on it.
Yeah, big time, and now a lot of time on the clock as well. JBA 2 advance.
Have good blindside.
Really great find back. That's a bunch of utility down.
Careful, though. Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, if you overstep, you could reopen the door for Bait. Instead, 4v4. Senthiel stuck in. Lake gives up on hanging on to that.
Oh, do they set up this split again? They've gotten into a similar position before. Arch has been all but abandoned. NPL, he likes to go on these lurks. I feel like Switcher is the guy for the job to catch people off guard right. Oh, no, he just sees a foot, turns away. NPL takes him out. Now it's like
he's got utility, but he doesn't have anybody to work with. Looking for a fight first. He will kill Alex. Banana challenge comes out. Senthiel gets the better of him. That is NPL with a clean kill in CT spawn again. How many times have these moments been opened up by a player just getting caught in spawn? Reopen that door. Instead, JBA dead to rights, and it is Bait to break through on B.
Hate to fault Swisher for that. I think he's, you know, it's a moment of timing. He even sees someone's foot right away, nearly gets into a spot where he can just hold a hard line on that lurk. Had to also worry about library since Arch again was totally abandoned, but They had players on A to spot, just not where he was. Still, it's a good idea from Bait.
Whoa.
Sid could hit one and get away if they don't want to test library. And so fourth round for Bait.
So is it track ორი წაიგა? ორი რაღა ხო, ორი.
Half second. Like, yeah, it's really changes the situation, especially for Lake.
Let's go, guys. Come on. 8-4, yeah?
8-4.
8-8. Oh. They understand each other, don't
H4, 22, hut. Sin comes through with the nade kill.
Wow.
You love to see that as far as...
Oh, actually, Slacks was.
Ის კაცი გამახსენდა ეგრე რო იძახსა.
8-4, says Sin. Alex, though, ahead of the smoke. Oh, man. No idea what's happening. What a flash. Sizzy's found the assists. And as Slacks tiptoes out through apartments, NPL is going to be content to just sit on this. There's nobody to stop it on the B site. That flash, but the frag almost exposes two more. Right there for the taking. The second nade doesn't fully open it. And you've got low bodies here in Sizzy and Alex, but the smoke grenades have given them refuge for the time being.
Oh, it's just crazy how close this is. And now it could actually get worse. MPL again on this lurk.
Every time. Not this one.
JBA wins it. Do they turn around?
They want to take a chance at this.
I mean, Slacks is in spawn. Not even their own spawn.
Sin could afford to stick around.
Just looking to punish now.
Just in case. Still technically enough time, but yeah, nobody exiting spawn. They're going to let this one slide through, and that'll be Bait to take a fifth. A flashbang that does wonders in Banana. It's one thing to blind them both, but straight up the fact that you've got Swisher walking forward to you.
რაღაცა იქნება რა. საშუალება არის იმისა, რომ მოიგონეს მაგ. სად იყურები დებენ?
It's like he was stuck behind the wall. How's that get him? But Swisher jump spots the wall, gets hit by the flash at the exact moment, and then holds W thinking he's into the wall, but he really just walks into his death.
And a lot of small moments working against M80.
This has been a series of small moments.
Yeah.
Through Ancient and Inferno. We'll see if they can tie up. Bait look to close out with another one. Asethiel gets close up on the half wall, tries to dive in off those flashes. Third player's here in Sin to support it, and Lake will find first blood.
კარჩე, ესენშიალა რო ყავთ იგივე მოსყიდულია, კარჩე რა, იმათკენ არის. აგება უნდა და ვერ აგებენ.
Down to half as Alex's reloads now completes.
ხო, ერთხელაც გადატენ, ერთხელაც.
Swisher ready for the second chance, but it's going to be pressure on JBA. We saw great things yesterday as an anchor. This time it's a one and done. And Sin can't really go for this. Needs to hang on to the arch side so that the rest of M80 can come over from that B site. Sizzy with his op on the line, catches Swisher, tucks right back into middle as they try to give chase. Kenzizor decides to push in.
And Sizzy can go B. He knows that they've already all rotated over. He's going to be alone for a second, but the CTs are still preoccupied with the idea that it's going to be the A site, but it's not.
Yeah, now they realize dumping util.
This is kind of risky. Kenzizor is on a lurk. It looks very dangerous. It depends how fast the CTs go.
Do they anticipate both players here? They're going to come charging through. They're going to try to play these trades. This underhanded smoke. Can Kenzie do the Hail Mary spray down? It's right there. Oh, it's right there. Oh, the gun goes empty, and M80 will take that seventh one. We said it as the round went live. A game of
Bombi ვერ დადო ჯერ 1 საათით. აგრეთვე Dropping-ებს უშვები. ორ წუთში დაიწყებ.
Yet another strong performance out of Swisher as multiple rounds on that CT side were turned on their head because of his banana play. Now we have M80 to the attack of their own map pick. Bait decided to start on the harder foot. We'll see what their defense has to say. We've got to see an uptick in the kill department for the majority of Bait to make this a 2-0 series.
It's very true. It's a little top heavy over on M80 as well. They just also had nades, I think, to support Swisher. Close shaves, a ton of them. The last one going towards M80, just barely at the end. Just feels like another map that's going to go the distance.
These duels first, and JBA picks him up, and it's the Berettas you want to get kills, and Lake puts a quick end to that NBL attempt. And PL, Kenzie Zort, fast though, reveals himself. Apartments held onto for Bait, which will be a key part of this retake once the B players get in position.
Waste no time, play goes down very fast, and now there's a high likelihood that a defuse might be too much to ask for. Do they have a kit anywhere?
No, sir. So this is going to have to be that 10-second defuse. They've at least got that flash to play off of. JBA still just looking for the time to pop up. Instead, Kenzie Zor gets it. A second from Kenzie Zor, and now it's all done just like that.
And they got the defuse.
3v3 retake, jumping on top of the bomb. And Bait to find a 6th round here in the pistol.
It's so close.
All's good. 3 out of the 4 pistols of this series. All the way Bait. And this one by way of retake.
ჩემი ხმა თუ თამაშს არ ამგონია რომელიმე ხმა დაბალზე იყოს. ბოლომდე მაგ აწეული ყველაფერი.
margins.
Those Berettas hanging out inside of the apartments.
Yeah.
Worth their weight in gold in the hands of Kenzie Zor.
Crazy shot.
A one tap as well, right? If like that first shot's a little bit labored, if JBA can disengage, that's one thing, but one bullet, one headshot, and all the momentum right with it.
Raise the roof. I'm pumped.
Opting for the force buy here, our M80.
I'd like it. I'd be mad too.
But never be blinded by hatred, Mohan.
No, anger.
Oh, anger. Excuse me. Never be blinded by anger, though, Mohan.
Oh, blinded by everything now.
ვინ არიან? ისინი არიან Laundersi და ის არიან Henry Tropia.
Sizzy's M4 here, and Kenzie Zor over towards the pit.
Scroll near
going down with nothing. What can you do this time, Kenzie? Because you've already had a great round of the pistol. Trying to section off duels. It's a fast rotate over towards library. NPL's MP9's about to be on scene. Tucked in inside of the library. Lake puts a quick end to it. Kenzie Zor from inside of the pit's got himself a second. Good damage as well. That's a solid attempt from a solo anchor that had no teammates to help him. Have they done enough damage for a Senthiel's clutch 1v3? He knows about slacks, easy pickup. Bomb planter stuck in the cubby close left. He knows that he's back there. There's been no chance for Lake to get off
Please, გამოვაკდა რაღაცაში ეს უკრავი.
Tied game 7-all. Another close moment that comes up Bates.
The quickest 1v3 from a Senthiel, and you have to give Kenzie Zor credit for getting 2 kills from the pit there. He looked so composed, even though there was a full split happening right at his doorstep. They were coming out of Hall's lane and Arch at the same time with his teammate dead. And Slacks is jump spotting. The speed that Senthiel comes through Halls with, Slacks has no thought in his mind that he could be there that early.
Another
1v3, this time towards Bait. Oh, there'll be a ton of regret about how this game is played, no matter who.
Smash goes so the nice.
Back and forth on Ancient, but this is the first one to come through.
Nice.
Even in that frustration from Sin, justified after losing that post plant, he says it. Man, we played so good. That site to overwhelm the defense, to put that bomb down. Great, but now you're into the next one. Grenades and pistols, and already down a player as Bait will start to build up this CT side with back-to-back retakes.
I
mean, they're making very small mistakes. It's that Bait are able to punish every single one.
Ooh, good flash. Great damage. Tech9 actually comes through, and you've got Sizzy diving back because he doesn't want to lose that off. Bomb plant in the front of the site. Oh, that could have been a good moment for Slacks. Instead, now Banana Control is going to be a part of this retake. And as Sizzy anticipates a smoke push, maybe thinking M80 feel like they've got to get off these positions. Lake actually goes wide. Now they're Alex, and it's JBA looking for the Faunus. No, the op in a 1v2 with 4 HP. Player up close. And he knows now, but Kenzie's going to put him to rest. Another nail biter, but a clutch that comes up Bates.
And he just had no HP to go for that. That's a really nice attempt from JBA. Who's having a much better map overall, but another clutch for Bait, man. And I appreciate the positivity from M80 on the lost rounds. Man, we played so well. We got so close. We, made this attempt happen, but this has just got to grind you down.
I love those
dead eyes. It's like he pushed him off to sea.
Oh, hey guy. Oh, დავსთან ორი დავსვით უკვე. დღეს ორი დაждდა, so.
Down to the 2-1.
ანუ 3 გაგვინდა ეხლა. პირველ stage დავსვოთ. ეხლა ამათმაც მოიგონ ბერვამ და იდეალურად ხდება ყველაფერი დღეს.
Sizzy scoped up. Met by flashes, has two teammates over towards Arch, but that's going to open the door for some kind of a balcony threat. Player in position. Easy bloodbath between NPL and Kenzizor.
That's tough.
Nice answer from JBA, starting to take over on this T side for M80. He is their beacon of hope. As the offer doubles back, Sizzy will find that kill, and suddenly it falls on Slacks. No bomb possession at a minute. He will be lucky if he gets to save this op.
That was nice with MPL coming into Boiler. Sizzy was able to turn around freely, go for that pin, catch that cross from JBA, and it's this momentum call to pop out. Oh, everyone looks to die now. They try to break through back his control through the smoke. I don't think they break the smoke open. They just pop through it with a flash. Bader just too ready for that.
Oh,
is it theirs?
That was CT's nade. Yeah. CT's naded it. They thought they could get through, but then it looks really awkward.
Maybe they got caught by some of the slow from the HE, and I mean, it looked like it was just they were going to hold no matter what.
Well, here comes Rory.
Great
success off the tactical timeouts on map 1.
Yeah, and it wasn't super tactical in the
listen back.
Yeah, it was just about like going back to fundamentals, but it looked like that's exactly what M80 needed to hear. They were able to make comebacks in both halves off of them.
More and more grenades, but honestly, not a ton of value out of the 3 frags they threw. The double incendiary up next, and that'll flush you out of your positions. Still a bit more chip, but 3 frags, 2 incendiaries, and both players still above 70. I don't think that's half bad for M80 in terms of dodging the threat of nades. Still, what are you going to do with these pistols?
And what else are you going to do with this utility? Better to get it out now, to be honest. They're going to have to eventually group up and rush you down. No fights really offered up.
And 3 inside of the apartments here for M80.
And there's it's not a pit setup.
Nobody panics off that flashbang into Bout. ADA and Slacks trying to move forward. Bomb included on Slacks.
This could work. 3 to 1.
Definitely overwhelm Sizzy here in a position where the pistols could catch him off guard. He misses his first shot, and Kenzizor's playing with utility. From inside of the corner, he's dead with nothing. The A site falters with no evidence that they have any kind of hold between the two.
Yeah, that's a touch awkward, I think. You know, they're going to be very happy to pick up around this smoothly. They get 2
აი 25-30 წამი აქვს დარჩენილი. რას გონია რომ ანუ ერთი კაცი იქნება მან მოკავდა გამოიქცევ თუ არა გინდა. ორნი ხარ თან.
There's going to be, you know, maybe a rush towards B, but there's not going to be a full exec. So not worried about getting mollied in that position after they use all their grenades.
საშილად ითამაშა გააჭმენები.
They just created a huge gap on the A side.
ჰეტრიკა მილიონჯერ ჯობდა მამას.
With the op as, you know, one of 2 guys.
მართალია ყლეტრიკა იყო და აცილებდა 50-დან 30-ს, მაგრამ
that was a call to be a bit more passive and wait for NPL to come back.
ვიტალიტის ის რო უყენია ვიღაცას გრაფიტი.
They managed to go 5 alive in a round where they came in with 4 pistols.
Did they not get a second upgrade out of that?
Yeah, the M4 and the op.
Oh, the M4 and the op, right. That'll be nice for Slacks.
აი, აქ რასაკეთებს, ნახე. დადექი რა დიფაულტი. სამკაც შუაში გაუძვრინო.
That rush did not show up right then and there. Says he could have gotten op shot off freely, so.
Tsixa-tsixa გაიგე.
Suddenly becomes a 1-round game. M80's T side has been able to successfully put that bomb down in the first 3 rounds. Took them 5 rounds on the attack to win their first. Oh, immense utility damage. We praise their nades on the CT side, but that lineup, easy for Alex.
Guy in the back first.
Slacks dies though, or rather gets the kill with the nade. Deep up banana. That's a bit of a silver lining, I suppose, but check out this push. They're going to try to come through. Easy. Slacks barrel stuffs you. Will he anticipate NPL also being that close? What's weird is he's got to get the bomb. That's his responsibility here, and you're obviously going to hear this if you're NPL, the rumblings of this running from Slacks. He's not considering a second player this close, really. Oh, but Sizzy blocks it. Gets a little weird, though.
The bomb can get caught. MPL, he's probably going to run at this.
He's going to find it in timing, even as Slacks tries to go running out. Now, there's a trade potential between these last two, but they kind of stutter between them. JVA goes back, finds the kill on the A site. His 16th kill collected. Smoke to cut off NPL. This threat from down Banana. Tries to play the clock.
Oh, the molly.
Right there on the edge of the smoke, NPL walks in, and JVA
Henry would have called that a blunder.
NPL almost wins this straight up. Good on JBA to turn back for the player on site.
Yeah. That's just overall some solid awareness. And the close game gets even closer.
These guys are...
They're the perfect matchup for each other.
Yeah, they are. Well, funnily enough, in the last two majors, both these teams have gone 3-0 in stage 1. Bait did it back in Austin. M80 did it in Budapest. They're shooting for back-to-back 3-0 clears of stage 1. And in Budapest, when Bait didn't 3-0, but 3-1, their only loss, M80.
ბიჭო, სმოუქს შეიძლება შეხვიდე, მაგრამ 4-3-ზე ხართ, ანუ ვაფშე არ არის საჭირო ეგეთი რაღაცა.
It's fun to have rivalries within stage 1 of the major. I think, you know, some people maybe don't start tuning in to watch all the Counter-Strike until the better-known teams come through, but I mean, each of these players has the same dream on the line, and so grudges do develop. That's why I can't stand that Hugo guy. Always at all the same events.
რა კარგეთ ეგ კალაშაც მინდით. ეს CG ვაფშე მაგარი ჩოკანაა, იმენა ეს იმენა ყველაზე ცუდი ავეპია ალბათ რა, ეს Space-ზე თამაშობს. ჩემს წინააღმდეგ მარტო კარგად. ამისი პლუს ფრაგი არ მინახავს, რა ვიცმაო.
They have found a way to break into each and every half of this series so far. But at the end of this day, it's just about the map wins, and that has still eluded them.
Mate, with a small edge in that regard.
The smallest.
I really felt like this game was lost when they tried to pop through brackets through that smoke and kind of got shut down. They proved that they're resilient.
ეს რაუნდი თუ არ წამოიღეს GG-ია რა, უეჭველი წაგებულია. სო გაიგო B2-0-ა. მოხდა ნეიდი? ნეიდიც ააცილეს აღოწმო. კარგი ხა. ისე ორი ყლე დატოვეს ისე ვეიზე რა. ანუ ხო ხედა ვერ უგებენ ეგ ჩემისები ერთმანეთს, მაო დაიხმარეთ. 4-5 კაცი დადექით ეიზე ჩემი. მაგრამ ბომბი ტირამზია უეჭველისობის სამთავრებე.
No resistance met. They take over brackets with 2 and bomb starts to head towards B side, but NPL looks to come lean over, give that third layer of defense onto B. Now that he hears stomping on Arch, he's going to come back through. Can't hang on to it. Now they've got themselves in a prime spot. Somebody within this B site's going to have to go big. There it is, the lineup, prime for the taking, but Ascenthiel can't kill anybody, so Alex is going to have to be devilish from the back of B. 1 kill, that's it, that's all. So they clear them out. They deal with NPL in spawn. Slacks, though, however, reopens the threat of this retake.
Look at the amount of utility they have to work with. T's still have to be careful.
არ დაწავს ეგ მოლოტოვი ტყუილად უგდებს მაზრი არა ამ ხელა ტეროში ამ ხელა გამოცდილება აქვს ეგ არიცია რომ მოლოტოვი მანდედან არ უნდა დააგდო სითი მოლოტოვი როცა გაქვს სიგიჟია
So he's going to have to push forward onto this bomb and hope that Kenzie's can somehow cover. He tries to dive it, gets cleared out instantly. Kenzie's trying to get his hands onto it now, causing panic, but within that bomb site, two members of
აი არ მესმის კაროჩე ესეთი ირბანჯოები როგორ არიან რომ აი ეგ არიცია რომ სითი მოლოტოვი არ დაწოს მაგ პოზიციიდან.
Excellent, every trade is super solid. They stay well connected, blow that smoke open. It's a united front out of M80. Best looking round so far here on T side. There was some resistance, like it wasn't a perfect path, but they had multiple eyes on each target, which is what Def called for when they were looking for their trades. Really giving themselves a chance in this series.
Sizzy wants the mid pick. Slacks reads him like a book. MP9 here in the apartments. This is his counterpart as Jaba's Smack 10 gets some damage, but it's a pinch between the two. And M80's trades looking more and more efficient. Once more as they set their sights on NPL, he will try to opt this site instead of Sizzy.
To take a risk.
Going for the wider peak, finds contact in Boiler. Ascenthiel's Desert Eagle versus 4 members of M80 trying to push through that short side. Nothing he can do about stopping them from this site, and this will be M80 to secure their 12.
And at the best, looking to pick up a couple extra upgrades. They'll even be able to find that. Okay. This could be funny. Nope. Oh.
One, at least, yeah. MP9 does push from Alex.
They just wanted to pick up guns, though, so doesn't really matter that much for bait.
არ ვიცი რა, ამათ იმედი უკვე აღარსა და მაგ ტროლერები არიან. ეს ავეპე დასთორშიც ვერ გაისვეს
overtime. It felt like enough luck had gone their way with the rounds they won and how quickly they got to 9 that they were going to be able to close that Inferno in spite of, how many misfortunes that M80 had gone through. But it feels like no matter how much goes wrong for M80, they still continue to play well. That Faith has done a lot of heavy lifting for this team who come in very well prepared.
So many grenades primed here inside of brackets. They try to chuck them out, hoping they hit a clump, but not theirs for the taking. We've got a kill out of Ascenthiel, tries to fall back, takes damage through the wall bang. Lucky to still be alive on this 13 health.
Heavy hitter and Swisher down. But there's still JBA.
Get utility out of the back of the site before it's really crunch time. I mean, NPL's already got the flashbang primed here. And Ascenthiel's just going to be setting up Alex, who's behind him in dark. We'll see much more he can do. Nothing. Drops with little damage. We'll see if they let their guard down. Yeah, kind of jumping around haphazardly. Oh, that's the bomb drop by Alex. From the back but the spray back from JBA is solid. 20 on the clock. Kenzie soars on top of bomb, but JBA just keeps ripping his teammates one by one off the site. It is a 3K from JBA, but not enough.
That would have been a classy way to close out of JBA. Needed 4 in that clutch.
Double digits from bait off of that one. They just draw them into the site, cut them down to size 1 by 1. Another Def timeout. And with 2 rounds to try to extend this series to Dust 2.
It's kind of a still a fine moment to go for the B exec and You know, Alex gets his 3K, but with the amount of space they took on that exec, getting one trade, I feel like they had every right. The staging to these rounds has been solid out of M80. And Def comes in to try to fire him up one last time to make sure that this doesn't even become a one-round game. Won't be the prettiest buy for M80 if they lose this round.
Oh, they are also sitting on 1 round of loss bonus, $2,000 extra for Sin. This will be your best chance to close out Inferno. Overtime, a high likelihood if not. Sizzy wants contact. His counterpart sits on the other side.
Oh, collateral! Oh, the fallback nade. Oh, that was to alley-oop himself off that damage.
What a gut-wrenching opening to the round if you're M80.
Yeah. Lake and Swisher. Those are two guys that are going to be very proactive. Tag down early. They'll be limping around the map for the rest of the round.
Feels like they start to become options limited. JBA has been a reason to get you into sights, try to weaponize him once more. You got that Slacks opt to try to walk up with him. Soon this arch smoke's gonna fade, and when it does, on the other side of it will be many members of M80. NPL and Kenzizor over towards that pit, look to just lock in, and as Sizzy gets smoked off, what can he really offer? A Hail Mary shot. JBA finds the entry, he pushes through.
In the world?
Dying in the middle of that puts all the pressure now on NPL. And yes, there's damage out there. Swisher wounded, drops the bomb. JBA is the reason this round is still alive, so Slacks will scoop up the bomb, and we go post-plant 2v2.
Time to hold your nerve, JBA. You put yourself in a prime spot. He's holding for the wrong side. Could be a great reaction out of him.
Slacks anticipates the walk-up. Ascenthiel now starting to close that distance. Alex teasing Library does start to make this retake happen. It's dink damage for JBA. He's now got his head tucked down on 15 health. Alex damn near the same. Slacks in the back of sight waiting for this CT retake to come right through. Bombs fast. Misses his chance. On top of the bomb. Alex. No kit. Does he have the time for this?
I'm not sure.
Final seconds or we go map 3. Dust 2 waits in the wings.
No!
Why, man?
Push this one to the limit.
JBA couldn't finish off that kill on Arch. Lost every bullet in the mag, had to reload. Both of them standing out in the open. How did Ascentiel even get by Slacks? He was holding that line, wasn't he?
I think when JBA and Ascenthiel exchanged damage, that's when Slacks actually came out wide and watched for the moto push. I think hectic moment.
Wow. I mean, that just well coordinated out of bait in that case.
The bomb plant helps immensely.
Yeah.
With this rebuy. It's still, I think, going to be majority AK-47s. 3 AKs and grenades.
It's still brutal. It's still brutal when that one's handed to you.
That could have been the one. Off of the back of the collateral shot from Sizzy down Banana, JBA had to pick up that extra responsibility, did so with the entries.
If he finished it on the first spray, it's done.
You know damn well he comes into this with one of those 3 AK-47s. Beyond this smoke, there's nothing here for bait. Ascenthiel drops an incendiary. Oh no, it gets extinguished.
It's too early.
You've got 2 players in this back of the site. And, I mean, there is no rotation nearby. This is going to have to be rock solid. Do they really want to test it through the smoke, though? Utility's already coming over top. Here we go again. It's going to be Alex with the triple. It's all him so far. USP out. Ascenthiel trying to fire off. Max has got the team. We go into overtime. This one falls apart. Too brutal. Round 24 for M80. Last time it cost them ancient. This time it allows for OT.
A critical medical disaster, an HE team kill. They run through a smoke. 5v2 on the site. That's not how you want to have to hold if you're the CTs. They're the ones who throw in a incendiary into a smoke. And it's all these open lines.
Alex, no.
You have to forget about that.
Guys, can we all we're just literally going our heads right now.
They have to forget about that right now. It's a major. Bader also nervous. Focus.
There you go. Immediately into it, we get banana nades. And first blood, M80 in overtime.
That is a completely ridiculous hold to pull off.
Meizor's got Sizzy to his left side. There's a double up here from the CTs.
And Sin surely realizes that with his position, he wouldn't have been exposed for absolutely no reason. Still walks into the fight.
Gives away man advantage. M80 playing catch up now. And that banana attempt could have been the equalizing kill, but Alex currently invincible.
Looking to subvert the game plan. Will they walk through the smoke? I'd be tempted. Absolutely. Considering
like this.
Now they kind of have to.
And as they do, they'll find no resistance. It's this short extension from Kenzizor. They do not anticipate M80 trying this. So Lake at least able to get onto the site without taking any further
damage. Smoky კედელი გონია. როგორც ბარნი იყო და.
They want just that little bit more. He sees
nothing. Smoky ანუ კედელი ამოვაშენეთ.
MPL just held his ground. He's going in for halls. Alex is going to make a long rotate over. So all
coalition. Inferno magito mezizreba რა ესეთი
smoke onto the moto side. Just still walk through. He gets caught but still comes out with one kill. Swisher on top of the backside box has got this pressure on top of him. And as he gets into the cover, the duel is right there. Pops up. And as he sits, Alex repositions. Whoa, it's close both ways. But invincible.
Invincible is the perfect word. Another defuse.
Alexas იმენა თელმა გუნდმა უნდა დღეს კაი ბლოუჯობი გაუკეთოს ვატყობ.
Oh, it's so messy. It's so nervous. They do everything so well to make that into a 1v1. The fact that they brought it there is miraculous from M80, but now they cannot close.
See ya.
Agnes.
Back and forth in the clutches across Ancient. Off of this one from Alex, it is now 4 1vXs for Bait on map 2. 1 thanks to JBA for M80. In that department, they are getting shut down. And it is most certainly enough to make a difference and to progress to stage 2. It is yet once more early damage for M80 to have to stomach.
There is no pressure like major pressure.
Bait as an organization, as a core, know that better than most. More often than not, it's that very same major pressure that used to break them. But they have grown into these moments. And look to prove yet again that they belong beyond stage 1. Utility back and forth, but things go pretty quiet. Hit 45 seconds, and NPL's looking to get into some trouble. The spoiler smoke's gonna fade. If Slacks doesn't hit that one-op shot, you think that NPL decides to peel back here. He wants to go for the mid-fight instead. That's contact versus Lake. They try to draw him into Sizzy. Molotov does unset the opper. 25 to this clock.
25 წამი ეია ძმებო თქვენ თავს ფიცავარ 8 კაცია იზე კიდე იგივე ყლობას აკეთებ საკეთებდა ბიჭვაზე ხარ
Alex head tucked down into the pit. Your opper's dead. 10 to the clock. Alex is still gone unnoticed for the time being. Blindsides one. Slacks has got the cover. 7 seconds. Bomb gets scooped. That's just enough time and just enough coverage to put M80 in a great spot to tie this game again.
When the bomb gets dropped and so many players are present, it seems like there's no way in the world.
ბიჭო ესენი ესესავებეშინკა ვინ არის თო სიზელა თუ ვინ არის ვინ ჩემი ფეხებია ძმაო ჩემთან რო დადო 30 კილი
Sees a gap in the smoke, but no thread to pull on. No presence shown out of M80.
My goodness. Of all the rounds they do win, it's incredible that M80 grabbed this one. Time-wise, they let it get way too close, but at this point, they just want Inferno to be done. Both teams have proved that they could have closed this map out already. That much we know.
აი აქ ნახე რა საკეთებდა ბიჭო კიდე მიდიოდა შეხეთ აი აქ ნახე რა საკეთებდო
Great first move by Sizzy, but again actually the trades after Lake gets this kill and Slacks to pick up that one in pit.
შენ ძმაკაც მაგრამ მალე გაგაჯმევინებენ და მე გაძლევ პირობას მაგისას
they don't get that bomb planted.
და დაწმუნებული ვარ უკრაინის შენზე კაი მოთამაშე არის ვინმე პირობას გაძლევ
Whoa, this is a crazy change of pace.
I like it though. Kenzie Zor wants action. You're going to find it. Slacks with the first, Lake with the second. Nobody beyond Kenzie Zor to try to trade that one out. They will yet again be playing catch-up bait here in this one. And NPL signs up for the next fight. Lake bests him for his double. Now beyond 20 kills thanks to this round.
And they throw one out there. A Hail Mary down mid. And M80 survived the test.
Quick shuffle out of Alex. They're going to have to try this final round of the CT side in overtime. A 2v4 retake and an A-site demanded of them, and still, some distance before Essential even gets here. Bomb will be flushed out of the back corner. That's half of Sin's HP dead, but if Lake didn't hit that shot for his third kill in this round, the nade most certainly would have done the job. Yeah. More and more utility pressure. They'll expose it in the most convincing round from M80's overtime. Is the final round of that T side, taking the majority of their attack beyond regulation.
They make it happen in the attack. In the end. Now, the only reason they even lost so far, the reason that we're in overtime, the reason they lost the first round of overtime was pressure. We saw the messy spray from Swisher. We saw them nade each other in round 24. Again, that's what makes games like this so special. It's not even overcoming your opponents, it's overcoming yourself.
Nice nade.
Hefty.
But worth it. Slacks will catch you inside of the apartments. NPL looks to get frisky. Did you see that? Slacks gets the warning. And now we've got another multi-kill for Slacks here on the board. He was a slower starter in this second map than he was back on H. But at least he drops out first. Then met by Smoke, a second piece of the defense rotates over behind Swisher to really just try to finish this off. And so the trade's good out of Sin. Last man up will be Sizzy, 16-year-old major debutante in a critical 1v3.
Oh, you know how aggressive he gets.
Yep, decides not to play the bomb, but rather push forward. His counterpart over towards the truck misses his shot. Sizzy won't do the same. There is
Smoke არ ქონდა იმ ჩემი essential-ა საწაიღე Smoke-ი თო.
Feeling a little bit locked in. He's just going to slowly crawl this back.
Smoke-ი ბიჭო საწავიდა იმ ტიპის არ გამაგიჟო.
Needs to be pulled, and in a moment, there it is. Two shots, all three. You made another massive error.
Add that to the sizzle reel.
15th round denied. Ice cold each step of the way. To hell with your bomb. He wants blood.
Slacks missed that shot on the side of car and set up this moment. And the worst loss yet.
Oh God, repes bananze isubeduri.
Pull yourself from yet another gut-wrenching round loss. Faster tempo, tons of pressure here for JVA.
He's
just trying to retain vision. And the operating Slacks is going to find that first one. NPL clears pit. And then we've got Sizzy in with a kill to Swisher. Fast flank coming out from M80.
Looking alive.
Through the flames. Slacks has found another. It's both uppers tearing through both
Motosmoke
ends.
moments.
And then
Ah,
Sin,
1v3
yeah,
is what's
left over.
Go
crushing through that A site to secure 15.
Ooh, life comes at you fast. That call to
Bravo,
make it happen.
last round it looked like
first, second overtime guarantee, maybe even be able to close at the map. It was all looking so good moments ago. Even in this power position of a 2-0 matchup, it's going to be a sleepless night after this loss. Insane mentally what they've had to go through, the situations that they've seen. For Bait, on the other hand, they'll be over the moon. It feels like hope is entirely lost, but it can't be for M80. They still just need one round to lock in another overtime. The game is still live. But Bait bought time for Sizzy, and now he's given back.
And it's always as these halves have gone on that we've seen Bait just get those last few rounds. M80 damn near make that comeback on Ancient, fall at the final hurdle in round 24. This time they allow it to get extended beyond regulation by an inability to close. Lo and behold, in the first overtime, it is Bait to touch 15 first. There has been incredible success off of the tactical timeouts of M80. And in this instance, Bait then double up the timeouts, giving Rory that extra bit of time to try to hone in the troops on M80's side. And they are working, as you can see, the double thumbs. This is not an ideal place to try to extend to a second OT. Two teams who in the last couple of majors have proved they belong beyond stage 1. For Bait, it's right here for the taking.
იქემი თუ დასვი გოლ, ანუ медалს ააპგრეიდებ რა, ანუ медალი გაქვს, რომელიც არის თავიდან ბრონზი, მერე სილვერი, მერე გოლდი და მერე დაიმონდი თუ ყველაფერი გამოიცან. ოღონდ დაიმონდის აღება ყველაზე რთულია, იმიტომ რომ გამარჯვებულიც უნდა გამოიცვა ყოჩახ ერთმანეთს
უთხრეთმება. Smoke to deny vision. Are they going to try to pop through this? We've got nades in hand.
The team knife out of spawn on a Senthiel.
Oh.
ისეთი არაფერი. ადრე ქონდა ღირებულება, რომ სუვენირ პაკეტში იღებდი თითო აპგრეიდზე, მაგრამ ეხლა
even more so wounded.
ვალვე მარაო, ძმაო, ბევრია უკვე
და Kenzie's not letting you out of here.
Yeah, lightly thinking about this. Kind of depends on JBA's approach. He's a little bit farther off from this position.
Man, both of them right on the brink of this fight. Kenzie starts to concern himself with the right side apartments. Slacks is up there.
He doesn't know.
JB8 down to the left.
Wait, oh, okay.
It's got the first execution. It's man advantage for M80. But we have seen these kinds of advantages slip through their hands in the past.
And look at Slacks. He slipped the net. Oh, he's in this alt position. He can flank around. They've got 3 on B. Perfect spot to hold this.
Nade lands on NPL. Now you've got 3 players on Bait side wounded. One of them by way of team damage and that frag.
Should be able to see NPL. Oh, now that he's tucked, he's trying to lock horns with JBA.
Which way does he clear? NPL will be well tucked into it, but now NPL actually starts to activate.
The bomb can get
JBA's
spotted.
running. Oh, but he's ready. And on top of that, you've got MP9 damage to the flank. This is a huge ask of Bait. The utility starts to rain in on them. It's a very passive M80 that has just been delivered kills as Bait tiptoe their way through round 30. Another recovery underway, but it is only one from a Senthiel. And Lake has gone unnoticed, hiding behind the fountain so far. Player over Orange is wounded and dealt with, and M80 extend play.
Yes, they do. Shout out to JBA.
ენსიზორა იმენა ჩაოლებრივი დალბაიობია, ჩაოლებრივი გასაჭიმუნებელია გუნდიდან. ერთი ორი ჭიქა აქვს ჩარტყმული უოჭველი მაგას, ანუ ეგ რეკლაურად ვერ ითამაშებს ხვანაირად, ანუ ყველაფერი გააკეთა ტიპნა რომ თამაში დააგონა, ანუ ვაფშე ყველაფერი. სოლოზე ადის სახლში, ბიჭო, სოლოზე ადის სახლში. როცა იცის რომ ცუდი ფული აქვს, ანუ შეუდრეკელია ტიპი.
Lake was a statue, did not overplay that position.
We go again. Whoa. Fast move here from Kenzie.
Oh yeah, be careful. There's an op here.
Opera spots it. JBA on high alert. Alone, and we get this extension from the B players again.
Tried this before,
and it got totally shut down by Alex, ripping both their heads off with a Galil. So now Alex brings better hardware to the setup. Nade kind of hits the pack. That's Alex down to 70 health. Swisher still tucked in. They're coming up empty-handed, but it will be Lake to at least strike back. Oh, the op shot from Sizzy, point blank.
They
don't have the bomb right now. Slack's going to make his way over. JBA just misses. NPL going for the lurk.
He is split in between the two T's. He heard one drop out of apps.
Yeah, JBA can slow this. There's a chance he runs into
Kenzie
Zor, but he doesn't know that they're waiting for the bomb to come.
He's looking for the pop-up instead. Now he considers the ramp. Jaba gets it. That's going to be bombed down. This starts to unravel Bates' play and prepared for that flank. But what a massive ask. I mean, a 30-second recovery of that bomb, I don't think so.
He's got to go and get this. A B player he knows is preoccupied.
He's got the duel right here. JBA goes deep into the goal.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay.
Woo, that was
take that lead back. JBA has had massive impact as this game has gone on the brink of 30 kills now as we touch double OT.
One or two messy sprays, but definitely a lot of heavy lifting. It's an overall great take, but last time they split open this crossfire, they were aware, obviously. Alex got to see both of them, but that wasn't everybody on the team.
3v5 success for M80 in round 31.
Holy.
Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
With some nasty Sizzy op shots sprinkled into the success of Bait, but all in vain. Back to the Slacks challenge. This walk up on middle of the approach. Their hands somewhat shown with those flashes. It's a charge through flames. JBA holds his.
That's his 30th.
NPL down. Sin tries to find a lineup, but he's got to be careful. He's going to get dived. Fine. That's what he wanted. Essential dead to rights. Now a 3v5 demanded of Bait the other direction.
He didn't have a gun. He dropped it as he fell back. Didn't get an upgrade.
Oh, God, that's awkward. Suddenly your support system and the first kill comes through. This is very weird now.
They've kind of let Alex by.
Sin is effectively neutralized, sitting inside of Library. He needs a player to try to work off. He goes for the peek and just dies. And then another one comes out from Moto. Back-to-back 3v5s, this time the other direction.
He crushed everything. Swisher has the clutch.
He's in front of the flash, finds the first.
He falls back to CT spawn, drops his gun, thinks he's getting an upgrade.
მართლა არ მინახავს კაცმა კაცი მოკლას იარაღით კაუნტერში და იარაღი გადააგდოს. პირველად ნახე ესეთი რაღაც. ელები ამიწევია ძმაო. რაო. ეს ეთყობა ახალი დონია ფეიკის რაღაც ანუ არ.
Cannot decipher who is going to walk away with this third round.
ამეჭირაო თითი რო თქვას რავი ჯიმდე თუ თითი მოწდა რავი ძმა მაგის კონფლიქტი უნდა ნახო რაზე უყენია ერაღზე დაგდება შეიძლება დაეჭირათო. ახალი მეტაა სავარაუდოდ რა მეც ეგრე ვფიქრობ.
But that second one a totally different nature.
You compared Bait to Paravision.
მე მგონი ამ მაპის დაგება უწერია ორივეს თავის თავზე.
It's certain teams and players that are clutch, the more pressure that is on them. And Bait has shown us that they're different now.
ისეთი დროპის დრაიჩითა რა ქვია, ანუ ყველაფერი მოსალოდნელია უკვე რა. ეფანემ და მამა ფლექსმა დადროპეს დუეტი და რა, ყველაფერი მოსალოდნელია უკვე ცხოვრებაში. ფაერთო.
Very dangerous game.
ლელა წურწუმიამ და ემინემმა რო დადროპონ ეხლა თუ გამიკურდეს ჩემი კარგი მო.
There's a man advantage to take, but he tries to milk this moment. He wants to know
ბანანზე შენი აზრით ვინმე არის?
I
mean, obviously it's just going to be him.
The longer this goes on, Swisher trying to hold his nerve. Turns. Oh, he gets Kenzie's or, but not the player Banana. Slacks will catch Sizzy. Essential stuck into the pit. The Banana player is still well known. Alex has got the headshot. The lineup's there to the CT cross. It's a lot of damage out of Alex. Again in the back of the site. He holds. Oh, it's him again and again. 17 rounds to Bait.
Another 4K. It's ice cold once again out of Alex. He also gets 30 with that fourth kill. Man,
What do you watch from that?
Swisher? I don't know. Swisher just get the kill, but he's waiting for his team to all come forward with the retake. That's fine. I'm actually surprised that Essential's here. Just watch. Oh, he's watching just the side of the smoke. I mean, it's just a great reaction. It's really all about Alex at the end of the day, isn't it?
I mean, imagine
he's never messed up a position, like, at all.
He's so clutch for this team.
Yeah.
In some of their hardest moments, Alex is the one that steps it up. And he never wears his panic, never shows his stress.
Yeah, he's looking like
ეხლა არ გაითიშება ელექტროენერგია თბილისში, ხო აქამდე სვიტიშებოდა ხო?
Not a lick of nerves.
აბა ძმებო, აბა double pick-ი გავუკეთოთ.
4v5 and Bait look to send Sizzy a little bit further. And he better be careful because he is currently operating alone.
It almost feels like 4v5, no problem with the risks that he takes sometimes.
Right there for the taking.
Dangerous game to play.
And still again, no cause for concern.
Alex
doesn't even move from his post. He's still here on Arch.
Of course not. Ice cold every time.
They're ready to trust Sizzy. They believe it's going to be an A play. And they're correct. The gamble pays off. Let's see if Alex is part of it.
JVA's entry have been key to taking over this A site when they've been able to sink their teeth into it. Can he do it again? He's up here in the apartments. He's got a CT flushed into him. That incendiary spreads and he will kill NPL. Now the pressure's on the side. All players were here. So far, nothing of the to talk about.
იასნია შეჩემა, იასნია რო გაგჩეკავენ თო, იასნია B player-ი მოკვდა პირველი. ეგეთი რამე არ გამიგია თო. ეგეთი რამე არ გამიგია B player-ი თამაშობდეს პირველ კონტაქტს იღებდეს და ის იმალებოდეს კაცო პიტის player-ი. აი რანაირად ახერხებთ ესეთ ყლეობებს ამ დონეში თო.
Without losing anyone.
That Molotov that flushes NPL into the smoke confirms
Premiers ხوار თამაშობ 15000 MMR-ში თუ რაშიც არის, რა ვიტო. ის სვაფშე ბალკონზე ყდება, ანუ სმოუკი გიგდია სახში ბალკონზე რა გინდა, ჩახტი ძმა, ჩახტი პიტში. ისედაც იციან რომ პიტში ერთი კაცი უნდა იყოს ყველა ვარიანტში. მერე B player-ი ყდება იმაზე დიფაულტზე. შეხედავენ სახეს ალექსა 666 აწერია იმ ჩემისას, ანუ ყველაზე მარტივი დასანახი სახელი არის დედამიწაზე. კენსიზორა ზის იმაში რა ქვია, დიფაულ ნახე სად დაიწვა. ეს ვაფშე რა კაცი. სალამი.
And then the site takes clean.
აი ხანდახან ბიჭო ვოცდები ხოლმე უბრალოდ აი ეს ტიპები რო აღწევენ ესე წარმატებას მარტო იმის ყალობას ანუ მარტო იმის გამო რომ იმაში უკრაინაში დაიბადნენ ტიპები და რაღაც განვითარებულია უფრო ისპორტი ამათან ვიდრე ჩვენთან როგორ შეიძლება დავიჯერო რომ რუსი უფრო ტყვიანია ვიღაცა ან უკრაინელი ქართველზე აი ვერ დავიჯერებ ვერასდროს მაო
and trust that your individuals are warmed up.
ანუ გენეტიკურად შეუძლებელია ეგეთი რაღაც.
Over times where you leave it all on the table.
რაღაც ეგეთის გული მიგზნობდა რაღაც ეგეთი ყლეობაზე რომ აი ძალიან გაწელილი იყო ეს თამაში.
Oh, shows a little skin and Sizzy. Yeah.
Hallelujah, კაცი მოკლა პოზიციიდან.
This time for JVA.
They don't go forward with a lane molly or anything. Are they going to walk into
MPL? Late considers this.
Okay.
Ready for the kill. Takes the headshot.
Setting up a B split. It's looking good. Sizzy's already got info on lane, so they can actually start to move their way down mid, but it has to be these two. Flash.
Yes. Right between them. Doesn't see the third. But Alex has been rock solid from this very position. Has single-handedly won multiple rounds from this spot. And because they pause in the front of the site, the banana players get closer. Not this time, Alex.
They're starting to walk up, but they're quick.
Slax is going to have to go for this plant.
He didn't plant yet.
Lake's going to need to be the guy to cover. No, they swap roles, and he does have the safety, but oh, it's an instant pop. Now Lake pinched from both sides, and it's going to be bait to 18 first.
It's Sizzy to get that information on lane, even though they slipped and got through Arch. It was a really nice move from Lake to open up the site, but that flash was the perfect thing to do when they were lacking space, needed to make some room for their teammates who are rotating over. It could have been even worse. I mean, this flash blinded all three of them. Essential just couldn't find the third.
Yep. Arma interesებს საუნდად. თქვენ როგორც მივიტანჯებ ისე უნდა დაგტანჯოთ რა. ამას უნდა გასმენოთ ისე ორ მაგიხმა უნდა გასმენოთ.
So much going on with that flashbang. And I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but same as the last OT. Death pause, round win M80. Regulation, same thing. Back on Ancient, twice. And not just for one, but for a streak of rounds. So can they do it again? For yet another OT.
Well, it suddenly becomes the only one that matters. Without it, the series is done.
ორადიონამ რამდენჯერაც ხო 2-0 2-0 იმდენჯერ ოვერტაიმში გადავიდა თამაში კიდე მეორედ და მესამე და მეოთხე ოვერტაიმები. ნახე ეს როგორ დახტუნავს მაიმუნი მეიცია რომ ანდო ხარ უკორსო. აბა ერთხელ გაარტყი დაგ smoke.
Oh, and they get right in between this. They can actually exact.
Yep. And Alex, he's blinded and burned, but still he'll hold on to that front sight and
perfect.
Able to capitalize on him. There's no mid control, but you hear that sprint around towards the arc. He is now just sitting there towards middle.
I mean, just don't blow this in the sight, and this round is done. Simple as all these nades.
აბა მოიცა იქნებ ფალკონები არიან დაიცადე ანუ იქნებ ფალკონები არიან მოიცა
You've got smoke grenades to block off JB.
ძმე აი ხა ჩემ პლეს გადაარი თეიქებ ცოტა დაასევი
You have no chance at this. You have taken way too much time. This bomb's going to pop and we go to OT3. Bait, this is so flat.
Yeah.
What an awkward way to end as M80 will just bust the doors down off B.
Yeah, it was off the pause, the quick idea into B, and that's enough. First kill comes out for free. They took too much time and ate too many counter util pieces to get that retake going. I think every time they started to set up their retake, a flash hit them, a nade hit them, a smoke landed in CT, it was done. That's the power of contact play. Getting that ball down so quickly.
Ooh. Sentinel blind. Swisher's got him dead to rights and the second. Suddenly, Alex not finding as much value from the front of this bomb site as he does the depths of it. NPL's got one, damage dealt.
Oh, two.
A damn near triple lineup from him. But JBA catches that flank on Kenzie, and now Sizzy's got the response back over. But
don't worry,
he really win this?
He won't win another 1-on-3.
Surely not, right? Decides to go into the M4, runs this one over, has to find a kit for this retake too, as it's been a long journey to get over. He's got a smoke incendiary frag and an M4. And a 1v3 to his name. He slips past the church. He confirms one's back on new box, and his nade's gonna flush you out into the open. This is a separated duel. He's got the second of this 1v3 under wraps. But again, no kit for the middle of all this. A 10-second stick.
Oh my God.
Almost gets all the kills, but wouldn't have had the round with it. Still sends a shiver down M80's spine as they will reestablish a lead by one.
In the overtime, no kit, and coming in for a retake, obviously not a great recipe for success. Makes it scary, but M80 get the lead.
What could have been a massive mow-down moment from Alex is instead just those 2 kills. Does his job to try to recover in the 4v5. Nice nade placement for Sizzy to have to stomach. JBA's got multiple bodies here to his right.
A lot of different looks up in halls.
NPL slides in. Oh, through the wall. The damage connects, and it's 5v4 bait. Sizzy, who's taken 2 frag grenades to the face.
Doesn't care.
Goes for the wide peak. A quarter of his HP. Oh, can't manage to get back around that corner. Now Slacks goes out.
Very nice.
With his op connecting, it's man advantage back in the hands of M80.
This could be the one to tip the scales. A lot of movement around the map at the moment. You don't want to be the one loitering if you're on the T side. Lake misses this gap, and MPL on low HP gets this headshot.
Take what you have to.
Man.
Lake knows there's space for you for the taking off of that extension. He will indeed just take over this site. You've got, oh wait, Alex came through.
Oh, you forgot about MPL.
All of a sudden, Lake has to come back. He loses his 2 teammates in the process.
Oh,
CTs everywhere.
Finds NPL, but he's jumping.
Oh, what happened? NPL 4 kills.
How does Alex get that frag out from Library on the bomb plant site?
They tried to rush it, I guess. But even forgetting that NPL was just an alt, came out boiler to peek into mid. Just didn't believe the risk could be taken.
He's panicking.
Vince jumping around.
He's panicking.
Yeah.
I mean, ouch. Crazy. What a contrast. 2 in-game leaders in Sin and Alex, and a critical moment right here in a 3rd overtime. One of them panicking in the middle of the bomb site. 11-20 individual holds. Sitting 32 kills deep in this multi-overtime game to get to the 2nd stage of IEM Cologne.
Sizzy's keeping his eyes open. Oh, that's actually huge. He body blocks that, can stand right behind that molly. Oh, that's got to be frustrating for Lake. If it didn't hit him that way, as most likely he would just fall back. They haven't been up here too often. Crossfire in the middle.
Double kill's good. You've got NPL to tether off. It is a slaughter here in this one.
Oh my goodness.
Round 39, all bait. M80 nowhere to be found on that one.
Wow.
Def is instant on the pause.
I mean, I'm loving what we're getting out of Sizzy. Between the clutches, all the op shots and the small risks that he takes, just being a little bit aggressive when he needs to. Been a lot of op shots granted to both sides, but I think Sizzy's definitely been on top overall.
Well,
this finally be the last overtime.
We've said it often these last couple days, the major, there's nothing quite like the pressure of a major that is exponentially increased once you get into overtimes and especially these multi-OT moments.
That wasn't enough pressure being German in Cologne.
Uh-oh.
No, not the way you want to go.
Stuck in no man's
land. Slacks is dead too. He's got 11 kills.
2 players walk through. He delivers nothing of a hold, and Bait will not waste a moment in just lathering up this bomb site.
Easiest round so far, like a hot knife through butter.
You catch JBA standing in no man's land out middle. Off of the timeout, they just crank that dial and storm their way through A. 21 rounds secures a 4th overtime for Bait.
And again, just no doubts about them. You know, even NPL, 23 kills. he wasn't having an overall great game, but we saw so much impact from him. We didn't see any real nervous moments from him. I've been so impressed by Bateman. We've casted them over these years. So, you know, we've seen them kind of have moments like M80 have had today. And maybe they've cracked once in this game, in one round. They've really tossed it away. Outside of that, they've been ice cold.
ო რაც ანუ ბიჭო მართლა გეუბნე მე ვისაც ვაჯობ ცხოვრებაში ყველა იხოდება ამიტომ მართლა კი არ ვღადაო იმას ვეუბნებოდი რა პლუს ფრაგი არ ქონია თქო და მოიხოდა ეგრევე ტიპი მაგის მერე ტყვი აღარ აუცილებია
ready to receive this win.
And now consecutive rounds too where they just slam this victory home. If you can find another convincing victory like that, there will be no doubt between these rosters.
არა უფასოდ არ ვაჯობ არავის
ended strong.
Sizzy
has geared up as the game went on. It is good utility damage on the apartment's approach. But again, it's fast timing, and you're skating by. Sin looking at the wall. Look, whoa, what is this?
No, because JB is supposed to be covering that for him.
He at least recovers. Okay, better that than nothing. But still, you could still understand if Bait decided to crank the tempo and just follow through with this. Slacks' op is on the line, and Alex now a dead man. You've got JB up in the corner of the bomb site. Bait hitting the pause button with a minute to work the body.
He's going to go for a alert position. He's got an op on this line.
They both see one another.
Yeah, Slacks will win his position back.
Because he's got more teammates, he can also just wait patiently, and then they'll both go for the reclear. And we even get this press forward by Lake. Ever the closer, but not extending into brackets just yet.
Surely they've got no chance from this spot. CTs are all in perfect positions.
Ascenthiel burned down even further. Slacks is off.
Nice shot.
Supported on both sides. 1v4 would be a step further from Sizzy. And Slacks ready on the angle, shows a little bit of op prowess himself for the M80 squad. One round from yet another overtime.
Yeah, that's a very good round to answer back. Love to see that coming out of Slacks. This is kind of ridiculous. He was spotting, and then his teammate JB was right there behind default, and he turns around. So one of them's here to dodge flashes. Let's just say it could have been worse. Who's gonna crack?
Oh, nade like that.
That's 75 damage off that.
That sends a tremor through the B site. But there's a vacancy behind it. They send another flashbang, and now we've got double smokes over top into the A site. Slacks gives up the angle right before they would have rounded that corner, and now he's going to be completely countered. Smoked off of Arch, smoked off of Library.
They have separated him entirely.
But he does throw his own smoke in the middle of it all, and that could be a cause to pause. Alex has got the headshot on Slacks. A duel here from the boiler side. Sid is operating on his own. Lake arrives. And if he had overstepped with a single point of health, you think he'd be the dead man. Sin losing teammates all around him. Still Lake continues. That is a 1 HP 2K. But Sizzy will clutch once more. No fourth OT needed. It is Bait to stage 2 of the Major.
One more clutch op shot to seal it for Sizzy. His best performance here at the Major, getting better by the round, no matter how deep it went.
A 16-year-old op prospect at top 24 of a CS2 Major. The tides change. But one thing remains, Bait play close games. And today they slay M80. Getting revenge for denying them a 3-0 in Budapest 2. Cut from a different cloth. This squad shows real promise.
M80 showed so many good rounds. There's a lot of good things to think about, but mentally, they obviously know they left a little bit on the table, and it's hard to turn that on in the high-pressure moments. But they've still got more time. Going down to Stunner with an interview.
What a crazy end to the game, and obviously where you want to be if you're Bait. How are you feeling right now? Was that tiring? The overtime?
ანუ ორივე 3 როლი გავწურეთ, 0-3 გავწურეთ. ანუ 3 დაჯდა უკვე, ხა 2 გვინდა. რავი, იმ 6-დან 2 რო ვერ დაჯდეს, აი როგორი საოცრება არის, იცი, აი. ვერც კი წარმოვიდგენ უბრალოდ ის ორი რო არ დაждეთ. ამიტომ ჩვენი პიკები დაждდა უკვე რა წესით. იმიტომ რომ 3 უკვე დავუშვით მეორე დღესვე. მეორე დღეს რო 3-ს დავსვა, უკვე ძალიან გაუთიხარ, ანუ ხოხები თამაში იცი და რამე და ამიტომ თამაში რო ისწავლოთ ჩემსავით, გადმოდით სკინები წერტილიჯზე, დაჯავშნეთ ჩემთან კონსულტაცია, ასე ვთქვათ. მე დაგეხმარებით კაუნტერში განვითარებაში და ყველაფერი წინ იქნება. ამიტომ უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო, ვინც იყავით დღეს სტრიმზე, მადლობა დონაციებისთვის, ლაიქებისთვის, არხის გამოწერისთვის. ავედი და ხვალ შემოგიერთდებით. 0-3-0 არ გაიწურა სამწუხაროდ ლუკა, სამწუხაროდ. 3-0 არა, პირიქით გაიწურა, 0-3 გაიწურა. ვენც დროებით